coming close to 1 a.m. Eastern time. Let's go ahead and go back to the first screen, TG, just to show you the regular radar that you're used to looking at. So this is the tornado warning that we have out. That covers almost actually all of Breckinridge County, including Hardinsburg, and just that northwestern section of Grayson County. So there's Rough River. This is the thunderstorm that we have our biggest concern about. Here's the rotation, big cluster of lightning strikes as well. This is just south of Masonville. There's Beaver Dam. And then here's Meade County, and as we expand out just a little bit more, here is Metro Louisville. So right now, Metro Louisville is not under any warnings at this time. Our area is under a tornado watch until 3 o'clock this morning. And again, this tornado, TG, as you've been studying, has had a long history of doing some damage, as it was in western Kentucky earlier this evening. And talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. This is the rare occasion. Obviously, if this was May or June, this typically does not happen. I can't recall in years that there's been a long track tornado that has impacted the Commonwealth like this, even though it's out into western Kentucky. This cell initially developed back over northeastern Arkansas, and it has been on the ground through 4 states, more than 200 miles for probably maybe the last 3 or 4 hours or so. It has done catastrophic damage along its path in Manette, Arkansas, hit a nursing home, a few fatalities there. The Mayfield in Graves County, downtown just devastated, getting all kinds of reports, people trapped at the candle factory there. I just tweeted out at TG Weather on Twitter and also my Facebook page, TG Shuck, and tagged our WHAS and WHAS First Alert Storm Team page on Facebook, a before and after picture of the historic courthouse in downtown Mayfield in Graves County, which is the county seat out in far western Kentucky. And literally the top of it has been taken off. And you know, we've been looking at social media prior to this. And one thing that they're doing, as Ben has alluded to, they're giving the heads up well ahead of time because of the history of the storm.
And that's why we're going to be on for a while.
Yeah, the amount of damage that it has done. And even though it's working into an area that a few hours ago was more stable, that instability and better dynamics for this thing to hold together has been shifting eastward more into our viewing area, as we expected it to do, as that cold front presses eastward. So,
and these long track tornadoes have a life of their own and can hold together a lot longer. As we look off to the center of this storm, I want to go to look at the debris ball, the actual tornado on the ground. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's got a long history, as TG just mentioned, of doing damage. So this is the Hartford area. This is Ohio County. So that is the actual tornado on the ground. This is the radar picking up debris that is flying through the air. And not only just kind of near the surface, this radar beam is probably up at about 4,000 feet. So this is lofting up debris. This could be trees, it could be barns, it could be just different structures. So that is the rotation right there. That is Livermore and then Central City. Central City was hit earlier by a tornado. There's the Western Kentucky Parkway. So that is the actual tornado on the ground, and it is heading to the east and northeast. And that's going to put it right on the Breckinridge and Grayson County line if it holds on that track right there. So it's basically heading that direction. So the reason why we're going to be on for a while, the National Weather Service, for very good reason, is giving the advanced warning well ahead of what the normal size of a tornado warning would be, because again, we've got confirmation that this thing is on the ground. Okay, that is the debris ball. And then as we back out, TG, that is over 100-mile-per-hour winds right there circulating into that circulation. So as we, again, back out just a little bit, we'll take that track and show you when it begins to move into our viewing area. So our viewing area starts right here. This is Grayson County, Caneyville, Litchfield, Rough River Lake, and then you've got Breckinridge County right there. So I'll just kind of get out of the way. So that is the tornado on the ground. There is the tornado warning polygon that includes all of Breckinridge County. But it looks like we can get a little finer detail here. I think it'll stay south of Hardinsburg, but we're being a little bit careful with the width of the tornado warning that we have right now. So that is the latest track on this tornado warning. We do want you to be seeking shelter.
Yeah,
we'll put that back on.
Yeah,
so we get some
I figured it might have been a little bit easier to follow.
But look at that really heavy rainfall, destructive winds near the Hartford area. If you know some folks that live in Hartford, it's heading their way within just a few minutes. So please let them know. Here's the latest track as it moves off to the east-northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So if you are in one of these towns or in a community nearby, you need to be seeking shelter very quickly. So these are going to be mostly in Central Time until we get a little bit deeper into our viewing area. So this is going to be heading towards Axtell at about 11:43 Central Time. That would be 12:43 Eastern Time. Hardinsburg, so that's moving into Breckinridge County, 11:49 Central Time, 12:49 Eastern Time. Irvington at midnight Central Time, 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Flaherty at 1:09 a.m. and then to the Fort Knox area, if it holds together, at about 1:15, 1:20. It's been moving at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. It is a confirmed tornado on the ground. That is a long track tornado that's been on the ground for 3 or 4 hours, again through 3 or 4 states, as meteorologist T.G. Shuck says. We also have meteorologist Alden German in the studios. We've got Doug Proffitt here as well. We've got our full team. Meteorologist Reed Yaden is going to be nearby this storm. We obviously don't want him to get in the way of the storm, but he is out storm chasing with storm chaser John Humphreys. Reed Yaden, we'll toss to you. Let us know what your plan is with this storm heading your direction. Yeah, go ahead, Reed.
Okay, what we are doing right now, we're out ahead of the storm. Let me go to my radar image here, and we'll show you right where we are. Here is the storm that we're watching, needless to say. Here we are up here. We're just right at the edge of the tornado box. I don't recall seeing the Weather Service advance these warnings this early, but they're doing it with very, very good reason. Here is a view outside right now. We're near Irvington in Breckinridge County. The earlier tornado warning here produced some pea-sized hail briefly, maybe 35-mile-an-hour winds and just briefly heavy rains. Right now we're getting very light rain here as we look at the outdoor camera. Not much going on. But right as that warning was issued, the sirens went off here. A very eerie sound at this time of the night. But the sirens went off here in Breckinridge County. The highway you're looking at, you see the traffic there, is on Highway 60. Ben, our plan is to observe it, and we agree with you. We think it may be going a little bit south of where we are right now. We're watching it closely, and we'll reposition as needed. So that's our plan for the moment. At this time here in Irvington and through Breckinridge County, light rain. There's no active severe weather, but we are in a tornado watch box for very good reasons. This storm has impacted 4 states. I saw a meteorologist doing some research, and that has not, as best we can tell, that's not happened before. Also, debris in this thing has been lofted, according to one report, up to 30,000 feet down in the Mayfield area. And as TG and you have been saying, Mayfield has been devastated by the storm, along with some cities before it even got to Mayfield. That's the storm we're watching, and we'll be here live and bring it all to you, bring you the latest information as we go through the nighttime. This is a very dangerous situation. Nocturnal storms are the worst situation, and we're encountering it here. So please, whatever you're doing, have a plan. Stay in touch with us, either online or on the air here. We'll be here, the entire storm team, on duty throughout the night. Ben, I'll throw it back to you. We'll stand by here, and we'll keep you informed of what we're doing, and we'll be here as this particular cell gets closer to us.
Well, you guys stay very safe as well. Thank you, Reed. Thank you, John. And I want to show you the overall view of what's happening. We've got southern Indiana that's covered in scattered showers and thunderstorms. At the moment, we don't have any warnings, but there is a tornado warning that's not too far to the west of Bedford, Indiana. That's Lawrence County. It looks like that would stay just to the north of you, heading towards Bloomington. This, again, is not severe. Most of this heavy rainfall west of I-65 There could be some pockets of flooding that we'll need to watch out for. Metro Louisville, this is just some steady rainfall. Thunderstorms have moved off to the northeast and have kind of fallen apart. One there right on the Trimble and Carroll County line. Then we've got just plain rain off to the south. Back to the biggest threat. So it's still not in the viewing area, but it's getting very closely. Again, this thing is just trucking along very, very quickly. Big concentration of lightning strikes, which happens near tornadoes pretty often. Still have that rotation. That's the center of the rotation right there. That deep blue color, that is indicating winds most likely around 80, 90, 100 miles per hour. So TG is circling that right there. That's just to the northwest of Beaver Dam. So here's the Western Kentucky Parkway. This is Grayson County, and this is Breckenridge County. And then this is tracking to the east and northeast. So that would put it near Rough River. And then maybe just south of Hardinsburg, there's Highway 60. And so we need you guys to be in your place of shelter, 121 miles per hour. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground. We're giving you advance warning. Thankfully, we've got enough time that you can get into shelter. A lot of times tornadoes can spin up very, very quickly. We don't have that luxury of a lot of time. This time we do. So here is this tornado warning. And how long does that go out until TG? Is that probably 12:45?
Looks like,
like
that one is until 1 a.m. Eastern, midnight Central. And
40 more minutes.
Yeah, again, to have this nighttime tornado out of season, that's one of the reasons why we've been sounding an alarm the last couple of days about, especially as the threat looked like it was going to ramp up, because this is a worst case scenario. Again, out of season, 2 weeks from Christmas, nighttime tornado, and heading into a weekend when a lot of times people will kind of check out after 5 p.m., don't follow the news cycle, don't follow social media, and kind of do their thing. And this is one of the reasons why we try to give you the warning out ahead of time and go on and stay on. And it's really just quite remarkable how this storm has been able to sustain itself hour after hour over hundreds and hundreds of miles. I was just talking to Doug Prophet off the air and just thinking historically what this storm may end up comparing to is the infamous tri-state tornado of 1925 that moved roughly around that same area, far western Kentucky into southern Illinois and out into Missouri. And obviously that was 100 years ago, and things were much
recently,
different.
The strength of like the Henryville tornado.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen anything like this around here since March 2nd, 2012. Obviously, you cover the Henryville tornado here. I was over in Lexington with the tornadoes in eastern Kentucky that were on that EF3, EF4 range. And Alden here has a picture. That's the picture I was talking about. The before and after of the Graves County Courthouse, the county seat, Mayfield, that has been devastated by this tornado. Alden?
Yeah, Alden.
Correct, TG. This was from a couple of hours ago, but you can see that before and after picture, just how exactly tall that steeple is and then what that tornado did to it afterwards. It not only took out the steeple, but it also took out parts of the building behind it. So this is a fairly old structure, a fairly tall building, and this is just giving you an idea of how strong and catastrophic this tornado has been. That's why we have seen these tornado warnings issued so far in advance, because it has had a very long history of producing some catastrophic damage, and it's not really showing very many signs of weakening. So that's why we're giving you that forewarning here so early, so you can go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions and get down to that lowest level, most interior portion of whatever building you're in, away from as many outside walls and windows as possible. So this is just giving you an idea of the damage that this one particular storm has been causing for over 200 miles. And there are still several more storm reports that are going to be coming in, and I'm also still continuing to look through other damage photos that we have been getting. So this photo is a couple hours old now, that image there on the right, but just an example of the destruction that we have seen tonight and why having these nocturnal events is so particularly dangerous.
Very good point. And Alden is going to be monitoring social media. We're live on Facebook Live and be looking at the comments. We want to see your reports when it's safe to do so. We've got an email account, yourphotos at WHAS11.com. You can send photos, reports there. We've also got another way to contact us at 502-582-7290. We'll have that up in just a moment. First, I want to get you that track again. It's not quite into the viewing area, but you still have some time to gather maybe some pillows and blankets, get the family ready to head down to that designated safe place to go. And our big concern here, I think, is going to be the south half of Breckenridge County and maybe clipping just a little portion of the northern sections of Grayson County as well. So here's that latest track heading towards Axtell at about 11:43 Central. That is 12:43 Eastern Time. Hardensburg, 11:50. So that is about 20 to 30 minutes away. That you're going to be needing to be seeking shelter. Buras, Basin Spring, as we get a little bit closer to midnight Central Time, close to 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Flaherty, 1 a.m., about 1:10 Eastern Time, and Fort Knox, 1:17 Eastern Time. So we've got a long lead advanced warning on this because this is a tornado on the ground. And again, we've talked about the history of it, pretty incredible. That's had a history of catastrophic damage, is the word that's described that.
And
that's Rough River right there, yeah.
I'm zooming in a little bit, Ben, here,
Sure.
so you can, based on the track right now, these are some of the communities that you see on your screen that need to be in their shelter right now, because based on the track, if it holds the way that it's going, it may pass just to the south of Hardensburg, but you see a lot of those smaller communities, Kingswood, McQuady, Axtell, Dempster, the Falls of the Rough River, there in the southern part of Breckenridge County. Those are the areas where right now you've got plenty of lead time. You need to be in your safe place. Go to a basement. If you don't have a basement, lowest level of your home, an interior closet, bathroom, anything you can to protect yourself from the potential of flying debris. And of course, this is a long track tornado that has been on the ground for hours, for hundreds of miles. If you've got, a bicycle helmet or a baseball helmet, something like that, most of the time, with these types of situations, the fatalities occur because of head injuries and that type of thing. So anything you can do to protect your head especially, but we're giving you plenty of lead time here as this thing, again, rapidly moves to the east.
And TG, there's 261. We've got 105, State Route 79, 259. This is south of Highway 60 and is north of Rough River. So all these communities in between here is where you need to be seeking shelter at this time. We do have a tornado watch for pretty much all of the viewing area until 3 o'clock this morning. TG, let's go ahead and look at that broader view of the region, of more lines of showers.
Yeah, and also let me switch back to the reflectivity. Also, the Weather Service literally just putting out a minute ago that this thing is holding its own and not showing any signs of slowing down whatsoever.
So that's just south of Fordsville. That is the circulation right there. That's the tornado on the ground. That's heading towards Rough River very quickly.
All right, here's the bird's eye view of everything. These cells in southern Indiana, even though they're not severe, did have a report out of Du Bois County of a carport flipped over. Telephone pole caused a fire there. So even those storms, though they're not severe, had the potential of some wind damage in southern Indiana.
Well, let's talk about that. We've got winds 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 miles per hour, a few thousand feet above us. You get a downdraft from just plain old rainfall. It can make a channel for that jet to come to the ground. And even if there's not a warning, there can sometimes be these downburst winds that cause some of that trouble. So we've got heavy rain coming down, Seymour, Brownstown, Paoli, around Patoka Lake. This is Orange County right here. Here's Interstate 64. The winds are very strong aloft, and sometimes that can be translated to the ground. Now, as we look at the regional view, TG, the composite radar and satellite, I want to just kind of look out to the west a little bit, see what's going on. So that's right out ahead of the cold front. There are actually some tornado warnings on this thin line. And unfortunately, that might be kind of around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning before that back edge begins to move in. So as we look at this, we've got tornado warning just outside our viewing area. Another one just to the south of Evansville. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or so in this view right here. So very active. Widespread tornado outbreak happening across the region over the Ohio Valley. And so I just want to show you this to let you know that we've got more to come. We cannot let our guard down, and the atmosphere is still going to be a bit unstable over the next several hours, which will be conducive to development of more lines of severe weather. Yeah, TG.
Alden's got something to add, I believe.
Well, Ben, you were mentioning earlier sending in those storm reports for us. You can text us. That number is on your screen now. That's 502-582-7290. You can now please stay safe if you are going to send us those photos. Do not put yourself in harm's way by going outside into the storm to try to find this storm. But if you do manage to, or if you're unfortunate enough to experience damage or you see any damage, you can text that to us and we can pass that information along to the Weather Service and on air as well. And I'm also looking at velocity here on that cell bin that we're still tracking that's currently in Ohio County. I'll zoom in there just a little bit closer on it. You can still see that very tight circulation. It's to the north there of Beaver Dam and just to the east of Interstate 165. And from what I'm still seeing on chat, they're still pretty consistent with that track, and tornado is observed, considerable damage threat, and as the Weather Service is calling it, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located 8 miles northeast of Hartford, still moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. So that's just outside of our viewing area, but at the pace that it's moving, we're going to be seeing it here.
If we can go back to Max 1, Max, and you'll see that the center of that circulation is 13 miles from the Ohio-Breckinridge County line, southwestern Breckinridge County. Again, based on the track, it will probably, again, if you're inside the red box, you're inside the polygon, including Hardinsburg, you're under a tornado warning. Again,
and this is going to take no time at all, guys. I mean, this thing is moving at 60 miles per hour. It's only 10 miles or so. It says 13 from hitting the Breckinridge
next scan,
line.
it is apt to probably close a quarter, half of that distance.
So that's only going to take about 10 minutes. So if we can look at the correlation coefficient once again, this is going to show us what debris is being lofted in the air by this tornado on the ground. So it is still a tornado on the ground. That would not be there, that little circle right there, unless it was picking up some debris. So that is a tornado on the ground, a confirmed tornado on the ground. That is only about 10 minutes from Rough River. That's right there.
This is about 11 miles right there. And it looks like it just popped in.
There's the new update. So it's now a few miles ahead of that.
They just updated, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, 9 miles northeast of Hartford, moving northeast at 60. So again, the potential for considerable damage is there.
So there is a State Road 878, 736, Rough River right here. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit closer. It's going to be heading right here. So here's 110, just southeast of Fordsville, just trying to get you your bearings here, north of Horse Branch. This would be right along the Grayson and Breckinridge County line.
Hey, one thing to note, Ben, notice how Hardinsburg is now out of the polygon.
Yeah, they've
shifted the track farther south as far as the warning goes.
So Hardinsburg, thankfully, you guys are not in this tornado-warned storm. That threat's going to stay south of you. So this is the southern half of Breckinridge County. But it looks like it's going to be tracking right along Rough River Lake right there. So this is the track that TG just put on. There's the circulation, 60 miles per hour. So it can cover a distance of 10 miles in about 10 minutes. It's going to be bumping up to the county line here in just a moment. So heading to Dempster at about 11:38 Central Time, 12:38 Eastern Time. Axtell again at 11:43. Give or take a couple minutes on this. Get to your place of shelter, away from the doors and the windows, lowest level of your home, basement preferably. Cave Spring at 11:46 Central Time, 12:46 Eastern Time. These are all central, by the way. Burris at 11:53. Constantine, 11:57. He's approaching midnight Central Time. Corners at midnight, 1 a.m. Eastern. And then into Big Spring at midnight Central, 1 a.m. Eastern Time. If we go in a little bit closer, there's the tornado. Right about here. Let's go in right there. And we'll get in some more communities and some more local roads. As that next update is going to be about right there, I would say. Once that radar goes around another time.
So I mentioned those areas earlier. Dempster, Axtell, there, State Road 79, 110, southern southwest part of Breckinridge County. That is the spot where you got to be in your safe
Let's
place.
go even tighter right here, right in the southwestern Breckinridge area. I think we'll see some more roads pop in if we go even closer.
It's a pretty rural area out there.
Perhaps not. All right, so this is Dempster. And Falls of the Rough, 110. I'm sure there's some rural roads that are popping off on the sides of 110 there. So this is southwestern Breckinridge County. This is a good, I would say, 50 miles southwest of Metro Louisville. This is tracking very, very rapidly. Again, I think of the next scan.
Well, it just updated.
Right there, yeah.
It just literally updated, so it's right there.
Still a tornado on the ground. That dark blue is probably
a county
120
line.
miles per hour. Last time we checked those pixels, that was about 120 miles per hour. A very dangerous tornado on the ground. Tornado warning continues until 1 a.m. Eastern time, another half hour with this. And we see no signs that it's weakening so far. We still see the debris ball with the radar signature. And let's go ahead. I guess we can go ahead and back up the view here.
Let's look at that CC one more time. Yeah, it's still there.
There's the debris ball. There's the tornado.
Yeah.
That's the tornado on the ground.
Right there.
There's 878, State Road 878. Rough River is right here. Shorts Creek, that's northwestern Grayson County. So it's going to kind of skip along the Grayson and Breckinridge County line. And that tornado warning has been trimmed. It's a little skinnier, as you can see. And that is the motion of that tornado that is on the ground. So that's going to kind of move right along the southern sections of Breckinridge County. And it's been on the ground for hundreds of miles now?
Several hours. It's like at some point, maybe Alden can do this on one of the other computers, is put a loop of, say, the last 5 or 6 hours,
That's
even a composite
supercell
loop to show that cell and the amount of ground that it has covered, again, over 200 miles.
In the future now, here's the latest track. Again, this will be over the next half hour to 40 minutes. Please seek shelter at this time. This is a dangerous situation. This is a tornado on the ground. Axtell, Kingswood, Burris, Constantine, Big Spring, Flaherty. You guys have some time to get in your designated safe place. We keep mentioning it. We are going to be intentionally repetitive with this because there are going to be different people that will be getting on and talking about this storm. Our meteorologist, Reed Yane, is out storm chasing right now. He is moving into Breckinridge County, we believe. I want to check in on Reed. He's got resources to look at radar while he is out and about as well. So, Reed, give us an update on where you are at.
There's that debris ball right there.
Okay, hold on. He's coming to us. Okay, we are on Highway 60 here. Let me give you the view outside the car. The rain is picking up. What we are doing, and I'll go to our radar in just a second to position it for you. What we are doing is we're swinging south. We're on 60 now. We're going to pick up 79. We concur with everything you're saying there. There's our radar. Let me show you where we are at the present time. And we're the dot down here. And you can see we're keeping a respectful distance to the storm. But we want to drop south because that's the track it's going to be on. And we'll stay out ahead of it and get a little south of it. Lightning is picking up here. No major wind yet. We are still in Breckinridge County at this point. And I will say, if you live in this area and you are up and you are listening right now, please, if you have friends or relatives, call them. Make sure they are up and prepared to go to a safe place. In fact, get in your safe place immediately. We're getting a heavier rain here right now, as you can see. Rain's picking up. Winds are 25, 30 miles an hour, nothing major, but we're also seeing a lot of pretty intense lightning. I just wanted to give you an update on where we are and what our plan is. We'll stay in touch with you, Ben, as we bring you live coverage of this devastating storm that has been on the ground for hours, and the debris ball is still very evident when we look at it on our radar down here too. So major event here. We'll talk to you more as we get a little further south and this cell moves a little closer.
Thank you very much, Reed. This thing is a monster, and again, this is what we call a long track tornado. It takes on a life of its own. It's kind of like its own system, and it's not falling apart. So here it is, Hardinsburg. That tornado is right here just south of Fordsville. This is Rough River, a big concentration of lightning strikes. This is Fort Knox. Metro Louisville's just above the clock right here. Litchfield, you're okay. It's going to stay north of you. Same with Caneyville. In the Western Kentucky Parkway areas, it's going to stay north of you guys. I want to send it over to the big monitor in Alden, German, Max, because he's going to show us how long this thing has been on the ground, for how many miles as well.
Correct, Ben. This has been crossing state lines and the Mississippi River. So this is a radar loop behind me of the last 4 hours. And that is how long this storm has been able to sustain itself and do what we call cycling, which is it goes through different little rotations of its life cycle where it's stronger, it weakens, and then it re-strengthens again. So back at the beginning of the loop, this is that storm we were talking about that went through Mayfield. We found it starting in the northeast corner of Arkansas, crossing into the boot heel of Missouri there. It's been tracking along the Western Kentucky parkways, and now it's getting ready to enter Breckenridge and Hardinsburg. Now, one thing to also note here, notice how we have those pink shades in there, and it's also kind of dwindled just a little bit. So it's not entering into as favorable of an environment, but it's still a very dangerous storm. It's still moving very quickly, producing it, and it has still been producing a very strong tornado. We've seen that on our debris tracker here. But again, over the last 4 hours, we've been watching this storm as it moved out of northeast Arkansas, crossed into the boot heel of Missouri, over the Mississippi River, just south of Paducah. This is that same storm that I showed you earlier that produced that very bad damage to the steeple in Graves County and in Mayfield. And now we're seeing it right there on our doorstep. So really long track storm, Ben, and it's still not showing any signs of letting up, still moving to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So as we have been saying, if you're in Breckenridge County, in southern Breckenridge County, south of Hardinsburg in particular, it's very important that you take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest level, most interior room of whatever building you're in, away from outside walls or windows. You want to put as much space between you and the outside as possible. The basement is the preferable place to go if you're able to do that. Ben.
Thank you, Alden. This could be an unforgettable storm because of how long it's been on the ground and what it's done. Unfortunately, there have been some deadly tornadoes out to the west. We really need to take this seriously. I want to give you just a view, if you're watching from different areas, what's going on across Kentuckiana. So we do have some strong thunderstorms over southern Indiana. No warnings, though. There can be some pockets of isolated wind damage. We had a report in Du Bois County. Strong thunderstorm here through Jackson and down into Orange County. That's going to be heading towards Salem. Metro Louisville, just a couple of downpours. Once you're south of Rough River, you're in okay shape right now. And east of I-65, there's no problems. This is the problem, TG, as you mentioned. There's that circulation. It's moving over right near the Falls of the Rough right now.
Well, and the one thing I want to point out about this, Ben, is, and we were talking while Alden was giving you an update on the length of the track of the storm. Yeah. Notice how it appears to be shifting, and that circulation trying to kind of hug almost the Breckenridge, Grayson County line, and that's, a classic signature of a supercell thunderstorm. They'll turn to the right turners, as we call them, as they try to feed off of, their moisture and fuel source. So even though, let's say, across the northern part of Grayson County there, and even far southern Breckenridge County that's not inside that polygon, I think any of those areas probably need to, better safe than sorry, be in a safe place. Because, again, these things can wobble as, even though it's had a fairly consistent track northeastward here, just with that last volume scan, it looked like it may have been jogging to the right just a bit.
Yeah, so good point. That's Rough River. This is base reflectivity. Can we do the storm relative? I think that might show the tighter rotation.
Sorry.
It'll pop back on there. There's Short Creek. So it looks like that the center of circulation, actually the tornado on the ground, is going to be just off to the northwest of Short Creek. That's very northwestern section of Grayson County. So here is some of that rotation in that thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. I want to check the debris ball too, see if it's...
You may have, because it looks like there's some there as well.
So we might, sometimes they can create a couple different vortices. You might have a smaller tornado next to the bigger area of rotation.
Look, it looks like you've got two debris balls. I actually saw a tweet from a storm chaser down that way who was indicating that there may have been,
it possibly could have split.
Have two areas of rotation, and according to this, you got one there, you got one debris ball there, you got one debris ball there. So
and this is about 3,000 feet in the air. So what's happened is this tornado, and what might be two tornadoes now, has lifted could be trees, it could be parts of barns, excuse me, lifted up 3,000 feet up in the air, and that's where the radar beam is hitting debris that is lofted. So it looks like we've got two of these debris balls. One is just to the east of Fordsville. Here's Hardinsburg, so that is just off to the southwest of you. Not a bad idea, Hardinsburg, to just be safe and be in your place of shelter as well. Here is State Route 261. This is just south of Highway 60. And then again, here is Rough River Lake. And the Rough River area, that looks like that is lofted debris right there.
Yeah,
and we've got another rotation right there.
And Ben, the beam's about 3,000 feet up right now from the Louisville radar at Fort Knox. So, you know,
I think you're right, though. I think we probably have a couple different tornadoes happening right next to each other.
They're updated again, and
that's a tornado on the ground. So here's State Road 79, 736, 261. We definitely need to get a track on this as it moves through the southern section of Breckinridge County. It is now within the WHAS 11 viewing area. We've been talking about this for going on 45 minutes or so, maybe even a little bit longer. We've had the advanced warning, thankfully, but now it is in our viewing area. That is distinct rotation right there. That is strong winds going away from the radar, and this is heading toward the radar. Some of these pixels, that's the radar beam hitting raindrops, are over 100 miles per hour, and that is likely doing damage on the ground right now in southwestern Breckinridge County and in northwestern, very northwestern section of Grayson County. So
and I'm taking that track, Ben, just a little bit farther south of the polygon, simply for the fact that, you know, in case we have... Yeah, we have two areas of rotation potentially, and again, we talked about how it may be drifting to the right just a bit. So even though the warnings aren't out for those farther east, obviously northern parts of Hardin County, maybe extreme southern Meade County, although it could, based on that track, eventually pass south of you. But I'd say anywhere along and north of the Western Kentucky Parkway in Hardin County, that's where it looks to be headed.
And this is going to be extended, so we've gone ahead and extended that track. So here's the end of the tornado warning polygon that goes until 1 a.m. This will be extended, it looks like, into Hardin County. So we've included those communities as well. So the latest track that we're getting to.
Yeah, I'm going to put another one on since the volume scan just updated.
Go ahead and take it out, you know, maybe even through Hardin County, because this thing isn't showing any signs.
It definitely looks like it's trying to go a little right.
And it is still very strong, well organized, long track. Tornado on the ground is what we're looking at here. So heading towards the Burris area, Four Corners, Rineyville, Elizabethtown, Boston, Bellwood, Bardstown, getting some of our bigger communities on the track right here as this is moving to the east-northeast at 60 miles per hour. So it is doing the speed limit on the highway basically right now as it moves off to the east. It might, if it stays on that track, it might join the Bluegrass Parkway or stay just north of it. Can we go maybe like 10 miles out with that ruler and then maybe 20 miles and then 30 miles, just to give us some perspective? Shepherdsville, we're going to watch you closely. It looks like it'll stay south of you for now, staying south of Brandenburg, staying south of Metro Louisville. There's Valley Station. And it looks like it'll stay north of Hodgenville. We're in LaRue County right there. I think you guys are okay. It'll stay north of you.
It's about 35 miles from E-Town.
So that would only take a half hour.
Yeah. So and obviously you get farther out beyond that over toward Bardstown, you know, you're even though we've got that particular track on it, if it keeps going the way it's going, you know, you're going to got a little room to play with on either side of that thing.
And let's do maybe a little bit wider one to include maybe up just south of Shepherdsville, because this might take, you know, a northern jog eventually.
And it's just widening out a little bit there.
Yeah, Alden.
I just got off the phone with the Weather Service, and they are planning on issuing a downstream warning from the current one that we have there on the border of Breckinridge and Grayson counties. They also have noticed that secondary, what looks to be debris ball just to the west of Hardinsburg. They aren't as convinced about that possibly being a tornado just because there are lower reflectivity values on radar, but they have noticed that. They say it could just be a secondary circulation that's just in that general area already. However, for Breckinridge County, they are mentioning, I see an emergency manager mentioning shelters.
Yeah,
people
just
can take.
shelters that are opening. That's what they're talking about there. But yeah,
shelters in State Park in McDaniels, the old courthouse in Hardinsburg, Irvington Baptist Church, Cloverport Firehouse, Rough River State Park is also a shelter, and Breckinridge County Dispatch just announced those locations as shelters within the last 5 minutes. So that's State Park in McDaniels, Old Courthouse in Hardinsburg, Irvington Baptist Church, and Cloverport Firehouse in Breckinridge County for shelters you can take if you do not have proper safety in your own home. So just be aware of those locations.
I mean, if you live in a mobile home, you've got time to seek a sturdier shelter, please do that. Very important information there, Alden. You can see how serious of a situation this is becoming. So I do want to get back to that track, and we can give you the track outside of that tornado warning. They're talking about typing up a new tornado warning, but we're going to give you that advanced warning, that first alert anyway right here. So if you see these towns, if you live in a smaller community nearby one of these towns, maybe a mile or two away, please be seeking shelter at this time. This is a tornado on the ground. We've got debris that we're seeing picked up by the radar. That is 100% indication that there's a tornado on the ground. It is heading towards Constantine, Eastview, Elizabethtown, Lebanon Junction, Boston, Bardstown, Bloomfield, until 1:50. So this is about an hour out. So it looks like the Bardstown, Bloomfield area is about 50 minutes to an hour out. Elizabethtown, you're about a half hour out because you're about 30 miles away from it. It's moving 60 miles per hour. We do some fairly simple math. It's going to be in your area in about 30 minutes. So these are all the communities that we see in the way of this. Here's the Western Kentucky Parkway, matches up with I-65, turns into the Bluegrass Parkway. So it looks like that circulation is tracking just north of the parkways for the moment right now.
Yeah, and it just
and staying south
again,
of Metro Louisville.
Yeah, the scan just updated, and it looks to kind of be taking that turn that we talked about, and the fact that they're going to try to put a little bit of Grayson County in that warning downstream. Yeah. I think Alden just literally got up. It's a live cam that's out of Breckinridge County that is looking to the south. Max, I don't know whether it's on Max 2 or on Max 3. Yeah, there it is. So this is.
This comes from John Bettner in Breckinridge County.
He's one of the EMAs over there.
Yes, he's an emergency management official in Breckinridge County. He says his camera is in the warning area looking west-southwest. So we can't really see much in terms of a tornadic structure there, but you can see a lot of lightning, and you can also see just how intensely that wind is blowing from the rain blowing sideways there. So this is a live image of what we've been provided from John Bettner in Breckinridge County. You can see all the vivid lightning that's ongoing in that area. Still waiting on that new warning bin to be drawn up.
And that's okay. We can warn everybody here with our storm track. Hey, let's get back to the debris ball. I want some confirmation to see if this is still on the ground. It looks like it still is because the tightness of the rotation is still there just south of Kingswood. Here's State Road 259. There's Highway 60. There's Hardinsburg. So it looks like maybe some of the debris is kind of lofted.
Yeah.
And it's spread out a little bit. But that would be some debris that might eventually come down. And then maybe a little bit there.
New tornado warning out. Breckinridge, part of Hardin and Meade County. Still moving northeast at 60. 7 miles south of Hardinsburg. So it's right obviously down here in, right there it is right there. Let me let's circle it for you.
Here's
your circulation.
I know you're going to have to get rid of that warning to analyze some of these pixels.
Yep, we'll do
but I wouldn't mind seeing the speeds of some of these. That blue is over 60 miles per hour. I think the dark blue is over 100 miles per hour. This is now in south central Breckinridge County is where you need to be seeking shelter at this time. If you're between McCoy and Kingswood, that is a tornado on the ground, 105 miles per hour. We're now getting down to about 2,500 feet where the radar beam is hitting. So we're getting these speeds just off the ground, not far above the treetops really. 94 miles per hour. That is distinct rotation right there.
Yeah, 2,100 feet off the deck. That's
green and blue is coming toward the radar. Red is going away. So this is still organized rotation. There's Burris. I know we've been talking about you for a while. It's heading right towards your direction. We've been giving you the warning for about a half hour to 45 minutes in eastern Breckinridge County. Okay, there's 259 just south of Highway 60. It looks like that latest update just already crossed over 259. I mean, this thing is trucking along 60 miles per hour. So it'll cover 10 miles in 10 minutes. It'll cover 30 miles in a half hour. So it's going to be moving quickly. I would say within 5-10 minutes, it'll be out of Breckinridge County. That's good news that it's going to be out of there, but it's bad news for Hardin County. Alden, do you have something?
Yeah.
Got to bring his mic up.
They're now reporting power outages in Breckinridge County. That's coming in from emergency management. There are power outages being reported in Breckinridge County right now.
Yeah, definitely no surprise.
Well, and you see, obviously, Ben, with the new box, Fort Knox included, Radcliffe included, E-Town not, but
so here's
again,
the radar site at Fort Knox. That beam is probably maybe even lower, maybe right around 2,000 feet.
Yeah, it's actually about 1,900.
Okay. So the radar beam is getting lower to the ground. That is the circulation. We've got power outages that Alden just mentioned. Definitely no surprise we're getting power outages. We'll likely see that debris ball form better again as it unfortunately hits some structures and possibly some trees. So there is Burris. Please be in the lowest level of your home, away from the doors and the windows. That tornado is on top of you. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground. That has been on the ground since it's been near Paducah, northeastern Arkansas, southeastern Missouri. It's been in 3 or 4 states. It's covered hundreds of miles. It's been on the ground for hours, and it is still on the ground. Our hope is that it will start to weaken, but right now it is still well organized at this time. That latest track, Constantine, Big Spring, that's over the next 10 minutes or so. That's Central Time, obviously. All right, here's our Eastern Time towns. Flaherty at 1:10 in about 15 minutes. Vine Grove heading your way in about 20 minutes at 1:15 a.m. Radcliffe at 1:17 in about 20 minutes. Pitts Point, 1:25. So that's about a half hour. Lebanon Junction at 1:31. That's about 35 minutes. So that's going to put it through the northern sections of Hardin County and then starting to move in the southern areas of Bullitt County. Alden, do you have another update?
Yes, just a couple of minutes ago, about 10 minutes ago, Governor Andy Beshear tweeted that he has declared a state of emergency based on major tornado damage in multiple western Kentucky counties. He's activated the Kentucky National Guard and the Kentucky State Police. He'll provide an update with the Kentucky emergency management officials at 5 a.m. Eastern Time in Frankfort. He also goes on to say that that they are praying for all of their western Kentucky families. So this is for that earlier damage that we witnessed there in the Mayfield area from the same storm that we're tracking right now.
And that's a scary thought. That's the same storm that has caused catastrophic damage in western Kentucky. And it has, while it's not as big of a tornado as it was there, it is still a damaging tornado on the ground at this time. It is probably doing at least EF0 stuff in Breckinridge County, possibly EF1, EF2, from what I see on the radar here.
Hey, Max, can you split with Ben and I here? The Storm Prediction Center just a couple of minutes ago put out a discussion referencing the Breckinridge County tornado and basically saying the environment is still right farther into, quote, northern Kentucky, which is through the heart of our viewing area, and even points northeastward, that the strong tornado potential is going to persist here for a little while. So we're at almost 1 a.m. Eastern here, and you know, as Ben told you all day long, you know, this is why we sounded the alarm the way that we have. An out-of-season event overnight, I mean, it could be May 10th as opposed to December 10th. And I know, Ben, you can second me on this. It's been a decade, March 2nd, 2012. That's the last time I think we've seen this kind of threat in our viewing area, and it's at night, which is
definitely
even
the most
more
well-organized rotation we've seen since then. And okay, Reed says he's under the debris ball out in Breckinridge County. Let's go ahead and give it over to Reed in Breckinridge County. Reed.
Okay, let's go ahead and John, go to the exterior cam here. There's what you see. We are close to Rough River. We moved a little further. We got under the debris ball. It was throwing a lot of debris down. We've had no hail here. The rain is moderate to occasionally heavy. In fact, it just saw a little debris even down here. We moved a little further. Our plan is to stay behind it and follow it. In fact, let's take our radar. I'll show you where we are at the present time. Let me get the situation. There we are. There's where we are. And here is the storm we're tracking. We're looking for flashes in the distance. We have not seen any yet. Of course, it's they go through some areas of sparse population down here as well. Let's go back to the outdoor cam again. And we've not seen any flashes. We did see some power go off as we were coming toward Rough River on Highway 79. It possibly has restored itself. Some fairly intense lightning we're seeing. So our plan is now we're going to continue, we're going to be moving again. And our plan is to, again, stay a respectful distance from it, but to follow it on in, and of course be on top of any emergency situations that we need to pass along information. This is a dangerous situation. I think you guys have been playing it very wisely there. We'll be out here. We'll keep you informed. We just wanted to check in with you now, and we'll get back to you here probably in 10 to 15 minutes and let you know what we're encountering.
Thank you, Reed, and stay safe. And Reed he's not tornado chasing. We would just want you to know that. He's going to go find the damage and see if some folks need help in Breckinridge County. This is a tornado on the ground moving through Breckinridge County. We're going to put another track on it in just a moment. Right now, I just want to give you an update. There's the circulation southeast of Hardinsburg. Hardinsburg, you're in the clear now. It's away from you. I would still stay inside until the actual thunderstorm is gone. So this is Highway 60. There's State Road 401. This is going to be moving. There's the latest update. It's moving out of Breckinridge County. There's the county line. This is Breckinridge County. This is Hardin County. So it's going to be moving closer to Vine Grove now in Rhineyville. So right behind me is Vine Grove and Rhineyville. Please be seeking shelter at this time as it moves into the northern sections of Hardin County. Fort Knox is here. Metro Louisville is just up there. So if this continues to hold together, we hope it weakens. Got to take it seriously for a while longer. Radcliffe, Vine Grove, there's Highway 31, and there's our latest track as it moves off to the east-northeast at around 60 miles per hour. And we're going to get to Doug Profit with some new information as well in just a moment. Heading to Big Spring, Flaherty, Radcliffe, Longview, Pitts Point, Lebanon Junction over the next half hour. If you just heard your town or you live in a community nearby, a neighborhood nearby, please be seeking shelter at this time. We know to go away from the doors and the windows. Interior hall, closet, bathroom. Basement is the best spot, maybe even under stairwell. Pillows, blankets, first aid kit. If you have time to do that, please be doing that right now. This is, again, as we talked about earlier, probably the best organized rotation tornado on the ground that we've seen probably since Henryville. It's got reports of doing damage. There are already power outages. So I do want to toss it over to Doug Profit with more on what the governor has said.
Ben, he has already declared a state of emergency based on the major tornado damage that we've been telling you about in western Kentucky. And we've also learned that he's activated the Kentucky National Guard and the Kentucky State Police to help the folks and our neighbors in western Kentucky. But the governor is also going to be providing a live update coming up with Kentucky emergency management officials at 5 a.m. Of course, that's 4 hours from now as we've just hit the 1 a.m. mark bringing you this live coverage. So we'll be taking that live for you, so stay with us. We'll give you a lot of new information by 5 a.m. Ben and TG, I know that we're watching the latest track. We're getting a lot of questions from viewers who have been asking me on Twitter and into the newsroom, will this come close to Metro Louisville? What's the latest you can tell us on that?
Great question. Sometimes we get hyper-focused and you kind of lose your bearings here a little bit. So, TG, let's go back to reflectivity. Let's go back to the WHAS 11 viewing area and show who's in the clear, who's not. Obviously, we know far eastern Breckinridge County and northern Hardin County needs to stay in shelter. That's that tornado warning. Metro Louisville, it looks like it's going to stay south of us here in the city, but it move into Bullitt County. So, Shepherdsville, Lebanon Junction, you guys need to be seeking shelter. That is heading your direction and near Fort Knox as well. Looks like it'll stay just north of Elizabethtown. So anywhere along and south of the Bluegrass and Western Kentucky Parkways, Hart, Greene, Taylor, Adair, and into Marion and Washington counties, LaRue County, you guys are in the clear as well. Farther off to the north, over southern Indiana, we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings. We just have some heavy rainfall.
Hey, Ben, I got a little something to add. The Weather Service just updated that tornado warning, but And again, don't let your guard down. Hopefully this is a little bit of good news. The wording of the warning has changed just a bit.
Yeah.
Instead of a confirmed and dangerous tornado on the ground, this time it's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, and the meteorologist at the Weather Service just actually messaging on the chat, not seeing any tornado debris signatures with the storm anymore, and the low-level rotation isn't as strong, so that's why they dropped the confirmed warning. That hit my attention immediately when I saw that. That's the first time
and we'll cross our fingers on that.
Quite a while that it's been a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado as opposed to a confirmed and dangerous tornado on the ground.
And
doesn't mean let your guard down, but we're hoping for the best on that.
And if we can weaken this thing, it would be the first time this thing wasn't a tornado for
4
hours.
or 5 hours.
It's incredible.
Seems. Hundreds of miles.
Let's go back to the correlation coefficient and look at the debris signature and just confirm with the National Weather Service and see that it's kind of gone away. If there was debris, it's kind of spread out. There might be some debris just kind of floating like leaves and things like that. But the organized, what we call debris ball, the actual tornado, we don't see it defined here at this time. So there's a good signal at the moment. We hope, again, cross our fingers, that it is on a weakening trend. A big reason for that weakening trend, it's moving away and into a little bit more stable air. We're going to give it over to, again, the big monitor and meteorologist Alden German to explain what we're talking about.
Ben, we're looking at the available storm energy. So this is, you can think of it as fuel these thunderstorms have had to feed on for the last several hours. And you can see over the last 3 hours, we've had more energy move into Metro Louisville and there along the I-65 corridor. These yellow and orange shades indicate where there's a lot more fuel for these storms to feed off of. And where our storm currently is in southern Hardinsburg, southern Breckenridge County, it just doesn't have quite as much energy for it to feed on. Now, we are still seeing some increased fuel for these storms to use, but it's not as strong as or as intense as what we were seeing in western Kentucky. Ben, you also wanted to go ahead and take a quick preview of the future and what we're still expecting for the rest of it tonight. So this is a current look at, actually, Max, go back to Max 3, please. And we're going to go look through Futurecast and see what these futures are. So this is at 1 o'clock, which is pretty much right now, and it's doing a fairly okay job of picking up on what our current situation here is here. But as we advance forward over the next couple of hours, we'll continue to see this line move a little bit further to the east, but we're not going to be out of the woods quite yet. The main cold front associated with the storm is still back to our west, and we're not going to see that moving through the Ohio Valley and Kentuckiana here until about the 5 to 7 o'clock time frame. So even notice here by 7 o'clock, we still have a potential to see a weaker line of thunderstorms moving across the region. So this is why we've been saying now for the last couple of days, this is going to be a nighttime event and a long nighttime event at that. Once that cold front passes through here by around 9 o'clock, we're going to be done with that severe weather threat. We're going to be done with the rain, and it's going to be a lot cooler behind that front. So as of right now, we don't see as much energy for this tornadic storm to work with. However, it is still a dangerous storm, and you still need to be on guard. Ben?
Thank you very much, Alden. Great explanation right there. And again, the tornado warning. And TG, this goes until what, about 1:15, 1:30?
It goes until 1:30 Eastern. And one thing to point out, and I'm sure you're going to do that right now, is you see that there's no distinct there with the velocity
rotation,
data. There's no distinct rotation, and Ben and I were talking off the air while Alden was giving you the update on the storm energy. The correlation coefficient, you know, again, the debris ball, there's nothing distinct. This easily could be debris from, you know, miles and miles, you know, back to the west. This thing's been on the ground for hours. It's been chewing up ground for many, many miles, and that's why we're not seeing that distinct ball anymore. That is definitely a positive.
Yeah, and don't forget, we've got a low-level jet right above our head, so that debris can be lofted and taken miles and miles away. They've found debris 30 miles, 60 miles in different towns from tornadoes that have picked it up, churned it up, and then lofted it into the jet stream and then it comes down again miles and miles away. So I think that's what we're seeing, just some of that lofted debris, but not that distinct debris ball signature. We've got some smaller thunderstorms. Huh?
Got to watch those storms that are out ahead of it.
There's plenty of shear in the atmosphere, so we've got to watch rotation in any individual thunderstorms that we see popping up. This is just to the west of I-65 and 31 around Eastview. And another thing to mention, a downpour is a downdraft. That is air coming straight down. It can make a channel from that jet wind that I was talking about. The wind speed's not much off the ground, a few thousand feet, over 50 miles per hour. That can cause isolated damaging winds that we got to watch out for. We're going to have some thunderstorm activity moving over Metro Louisville. Let's go ahead and zoom in real quick. It looks like it's right by the casino, right over the river, over Valley Station, very heavy rainfall. We're getting these thunderstorms to go over some of the same areas that we had thunderstorms earlier, so that's why we've kind of thrown in that flood threat as well. We're going to have to watch that. New Albany, you've got some heavy rainfall, but this is not severe. We do not have a warning on this activity at this time. Doug Proffitt has some more information for us as well.
Hey, TG, can you zoom in on Hardinsburg, Kentucky? I know that was an area you all were focused on quite a bit. Breckenridge County, I just got off the phone with the dispatcher there, who is saying, so thankfully, no fatalities and really no damage reports. The dispatcher just told me no physical damage coming in at all to any buildings in the Hardinsburg area, which was, of course, be the biggest town there in Breckenridge County. And as he also said, he has been following and tracking the reports that you have been giving them about the possible weakening of this storm as it's getting ready to maybe switch to a severe thunderstorm. He said, I'm looking out my window, and he said, I'd agree with that eyewitness report there. So that's pretty good news, because we focused on Breckenridge and Hardinsburg for quite a bit. So Ben, I'm interested in your opinion on that, that they are at least giving us good news. No physical damage to any buildings there, and no fatalities, no severe damage in the area.
Obviously, I want good news out of Hardinsburg, but this track just south of Hardinsburg, so I'm real curious what damage we may have seen in southwestern Breckenridge County as it was moving out of Ohio County.
I did ask him for reports throughout the county and any nearby counties, and he said we are not, our phones aren't ringing off the hook. We're able to answer your phone call and give you that report, which is good news.
And sometimes it does take time. Sometimes it's daytime before we see a barn or a shed or a trampoline flew over. So we're probably going to see some reports filter in through the overnight and even into early tomorrow morning, because for a while that was definitely a confirmed tornado on the ground as it moves out of Ohio County and into Breckenridge County. And there's the trail of this tornado that started off northeastern Arkansas, moved into western Kentucky, and even far northwestern Mississippi, or Tennessee, I'm sorry, excuse me. Yeah, people were trapped. There were 100, 200 people trapped in a factory earlier this evening. We saw a church partially destroyed, major damage in Mayfield. There were some fatalities as well with that circulation that has basically just ended over our area. So the tornado that we were tracking in parts of southwestern Breckenridge County and out of Ohio County originated all the way out here, a couple hundred miles away in the southeastern sections of Missouri, the Boot Heel, northeastern Arkansas, into western Kentucky, and it's finally fallen apart over our area. Nonetheless, there is still some active weather out to the west. There's a number of tornado warnings off to the southwest. Is that an old one? What is?
Yeah, that was one that was out toward toward Tell City. You were talking about these will luckily stay south of our viewing area, Ben. But the Storm Prediction Center had mentioned this area northwest of Nashville, out toward Clarksville, Tennessee. That area not worked over, so the tornado threat obviously will linger a little bit longer there, and that's obviously where the better storm energy is. Notice how that tornado warning you were asking about out there just west of the viewing area, that has since been allowed to expire. So really right now the only game in town is the one warning that is still ongoing, and they literally just put out another update, and they're hanging with it. It says the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles southwest of Vine Grove, of course they're in northern Hardin County. It's moving northeast at about 55. So I guess they're still seeing obviously enough rotation in there. Better safe than sorry, especially given the history of this long track, hundreds of miles, hours long tornado, but hopefully we are seeing it in the final stages.
Yeah, they can cycle back up sometimes. Yep. Big concentration of lightning strikes. This is southeastern Meade County, Fort Knox. Incredibly heavy rain coming over Highway 60. And then you've got the far eastern section of Breckenridge County, south of Irvington. That's moving into northern Hardin County. There's Vine Grove, Radcliffe, Rhineyville. So this tornado warning goes until 1:30, so about 15 more minutes. It does include Fort Knox. We're getting some bright spots, and this is very close to the radar, TG. I mean, if we analyze that.
So they said 7 miles southwest of Vine Grove, so you're looking at right there in that area. Let me
this
see
is
how
only
far off the deck this thing is.
A few hundred feet off the ground, over 60-mile-per-hour winds, likely right there just south of Vine Grove. So a very strong thunderstorm.
You're 980, just a little under 1,000 feet off the ground.
So not far above the treetops here. We've got some very, very strong winds between Rhineyville, Vine Grove, potential
right
circulation where TG is highlighting it here. State Road 920, 1600. And there's Fort Knox. And we've got 31 right there coming out of Elizabethtown. This is, again, just a very strong thunderstorm that you just want to stay inside in your place of shelter until it moves away from your area. And near the Salt River and then Bullitt County right there. So put another little track on that. And you got Vine Grove, Longview, Booth, and Lebanon Junction as it starts to move into parts of Bullitt County. Let's go ahead and look at the regional view, the composite radar and satellite. And we'll look at what's developing out to the west. We've been so hyper-local here recently. Time to check out what is still to come for tonight. So we've got this line. Now, earlier this evening, we had a few strong thunderstorms. It was just kind of the beginning stages. That was like at about 10:30. And then we've got this line that came in after 11 o'clock this evening. And then we've got that final line that's going to be moving in. That's now east of St. Louis. That has a severe thunderstorm warning, a big, long severe
It's all up and down
warning.
the line.
Yeah, over towards Indianapolis. So that could have some damaging straight line winds, but not the rotation and the tornadic winds, hopefully. But damaging straight line winds can still be in excess of 60, 70 miles per hour. That can be like EF0 damage, which can still damage the roof of your home. It can damage your shed and the barn and things like that. So still need to take that final line pretty seriously, as it is going to be moving over the Wabash River from Illinois, crossing the state line into southwestern Indiana. The closest other tornado warnings are down here south of Hopkinsville, northwest of Nashville, and to the southwest of Bowling Green. And that's, I mean, it's a big thunderstorm, TG. The rotation isn't as great. This goes until 1:30, but not as well organized, but still strong.
It's not, and as you mentioned, these things can easily cycle, not to say that this cannot spin back up at any point. Now, will it to the strength that it did before? Hopefully not, but the fact that we have seen some weakening, especially over the last, 30 to 45 minutes, that's a great sign. But again, under tornado watch, still have the cold front to come through, which is still several hours out. So it's one of these cases where even if, the Weather Service eventually, lets this tornado warning expire and we only have severe thunderstorm warnings or have no warnings at all, doesn't mean to let your guard down at all. During the overnight period, you need to continue to have a way that you can be woken up. Obviously, our WHAS 11 app. And the other area of concern, again, is that area south of, say, Elizabethtown down into southern Kentucky with some of those storms that you see there in the split box that are going up, say, a little bit farther south, because this area points east of the 65 corridor. Maybe while the storm energy isn't as strong, Alden showed you a few minutes ago, that's all shifting eastward here as that front presses in. So just because, say, Campbellsville, Hodgenville, Greensburg, Lebanon, Springfield, you haven't seen anything yet. We talked all day that this was going to be an overnight event, and here we are at 1:16. So, we've got a ways to go before, we're going to sound the all clear and be out of this thing completely.
Hey, Ben, and
Alden's got something to add.
I've been looking at our comments on our Facebook stream, too. So just as general reference, if needed, the Civic Center in Bardstown is open as a shelter if that's needed. Okay. I also see several people asking if the threat in Breckinridge County and Hardinsburg is clear. So if you could...
At the moment.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
For now.
Still a line of storms out to the west, but as far as that significant tornado threat, in the clear now. And great point. We focus so much on the threat, but who is in the clear is very important as well. So Brandenburg is now west of that thunderstorm. This is some very heavy rainfall. We could get some winds 40, 50 miles per hour out of this, which can cause some spotty power outages. There's a couple lightning strikes. Might hear a few rumbles of thunder. Probably waking some folks up, turn on the TV, see what's going on. Do not have a warning in Metro Louisville at this time. We do have some very heavy rainfall. There's a little pocket of some lightning strikes near Charlestown. A little bit farther to the south, Shepherdsville, West Point, Fort Knox, very heavy rainfall, quite a bit of lightning strikes throughout this segment of this supercell. That's right on Radcliffe. Radcliffe still be in your place of shelter. There could be a little bit of a little spin up anywhere in that general area right there. Still a very strong thunderstorm that is moving from that's Meade County into northern Hardin County.
Like straight line wind more than anything.
Yeah, it looks kind of like straight line wind. We're not seeing the rotation. So Radcliffe, Vine Grove, Rineyville, you might experience some 50, 60 mile per hour winds in your area. As we look farther west, though, and back to the reflectivity, as the viewer was mentioning, I just want to mention that Breckinridge County is in all clear. There's not a tornado threat here anymore, and Grayson County is also all clear. It looks like we're okay at this moment. There's no warning south of the Bluegrass or Western Kentucky Parkways. Just watching these cells as they pop up around Elizabethtown, but they're not too strong at this time. Not seeing any problems at the moment around Bardstown, Hodgenville, off to the east around Lebanon and Springfield. You're in good shape too. Southern Indiana just has general showers and thunderstorms. No severe thunderstorms over southern Indiana at this time. Heavy rain coming down over Clark County, Scott, and into Jefferson County. There are a couple rumbles of thunder. Again, might be waking some people up every once in a while. Pretty quiet over Brownstown, Seymour, Jackson County, into Lawrence County. Washington County has steady rain. No problems here, and Paoli's pretty quiet too. So we don't have any major issues here. Every once in a while, again, you're probably hearing the wind. Without thunderstorms, we're going to have winds 20, 30, 40 miles per hour, which still might blow things around the yard and things like that.
So got a little update here, and Ben, and it's just literally what we were talking about a couple of minutes ago. The Weather Service seeing exactly what we're seeing, not as much rotation and more of kind of a straight line wind type of scenario. But just as we said, given the storm's history, don't let your guard down. Not saying that it can't cycle back up, spin back up, and issue a warning, but right now they do not have any plans to issue a tornado warning downstream. But obviously they're going to be looking at the severe wind potential, the straight line wind potential, with some of those convergent winds eventually, rushing down to the ground, because this obviously is taking on more of a linear form than anything else.
And it's just crazy that this thing originated hundreds of miles away, and we're just kind of watching the final stages of it. But really, really impressive. Doug Proffitt is back in the studio with some more information. Doug, what do you have?
We do have some video we want to show you out of Mayfield, Kentucky, Ben, and then I'm going to read a statement from Kentucky State Police here in just a second. But this is from a storm chaser that came into us a little while ago, showing some of the damage of Mayfield, Kentucky. This town, which is south of Paducah, Kentucky, and western Kentucky, far western Kentucky, devastated by what was called a catastrophic tornado. Kentucky State Police just now issuing a statement moments ago. Mayfield is responding to a severe tornado event that spreads across several counties in western Kentucky. They go on to say significant damage is reported. While no fatalities have been confirmed at this time, loss of life is expected, according to Kentucky State Police. Multiple agencies are responding, updates to follow. I've also been in contact with Louisville Metro Safe. They are on standby to help our neighbors across the state. They haven't been called out yet. They want to make sure Louisville Metro gets through this storm before they start responding, maybe possibly to help our neighbors to the west. And I just got off the phone too with TG and Ben with the folks down at the Rough River State Park. They are a designated shelter. And the folks down there say they have power. Their backup generator kicked on after it blinked down there. They have about 15 to 20 people they're taking care of tonight who came in from throughout the county because they lost power. Rough River State Park telling me that mostly the people coming in are telling them they had power line damage and some light debris damage around their homes. That was about it. But everybody is okay. No injuries being reported there, but again, they are one of the many shelters that we told you about earlier being set up, and they do have about 15 to 20 residents there. Some have also had lived in mobile homes and wanted, when they heard the warnings, wanted to get to safety. So once again, it seems so far, Ben, the devastating scene is Western Kentucky and Mayfield, and a developing story there, as you say. It becomes a whole new story when sunlight arrives and we see the extent of the damage.
It's going to be a devastating scene out in Western Kentucky, no doubt about that. Alden or Chelsea, if you don't mind checking on power outages across the area, it'd be nice to get an update on that as well.
There are not very many power outages, interestingly enough. The only report of power outages that we've had were from earlier there in Breckinridge County as that storm was moving through when it was in the peak in our area. Although looking at chat here, a couple of reports that have come in of moderate dime-sized hail in the Lebanon Junction exit of I-65 and 40 to 45 mile-per-hour winds at the Lincoln Trail Golf Course in Vine Grove. So those are a couple of the latest storm reports that we have.
And Ben, what I've got circled there is the Weather Service is going to let this thing ride out until the bottom of the hour, but they put an update out, and you notice how they squeezed the box down a little bit, and it was, the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 11 miles north of E-Town, and that's where I have circled, and that's only about 400 feet off the ground. That's how close it is to the radar site. Could be something, could be nothing, but nevertheless, still the Radcliffe area there along US 31W, you want to be in a safe place, still have a tornado warning. Doug has something else to add, I believe.
Well, we're learning more about the devastation as it's coming in now from folks like the Rural Electric Cooperatives, the Western Kentucky Rural Electric Cooperative saying now with a statement that members should be prepared for lengthy power outages. We have transmission lines down and widespread damage to our system in Western Kentucky. Phone systems across the region overwhelmed and cell towers are damaged. If you need electricity for medical equipment, they're saying make plans to secure a generator or relocate temporarily. So already the reports coming in, they hope to have more reports Saturday morning. And again, the governor is going to give us a briefing at 5 a.m., Ben.
Like we said, they said catastrophic in the wording of that tornado in Western Kentucky. The same cell that we're watching here, but it has definitely lost its organization. Radcliffe, Vine Grove still be seeking shelter. Pitts Point, we got 5 more minutes with this tornado warning. And if we could go back to the velocity, TG, and then take the warning off so we can look at the pixels and query some of this. Some of the blue colors should be above 60 miles per hour, maybe like 58. You probably have to get right about there. It looks kind of like straight line winds, but there could be a little bit of rotation every once in a while as well. So this is Radcliffe. There's Highway 31. Looks like the worst of the wind's going to be just east of 31. And we've got meteorologist Reed Yaden as well. That's right near this location. So we haven't checked in with Reed in a few minutes. Reed, tell us about where you're at and what you've seen so far tonight as well.
Okay, right now we just want to bring you a complete update on what we've seen, who we've talked to. We're in Meade County, just crossed into Meade County, going to head toward Fort Knox and head toward the area you were discussing. We're getting winds, steady state winds of 25 to 35 miles an hour here. Let me give you a look out the front of the vehicle here. Quite a light show we're seeing down here. Some pretty intense lightning. In Breckinridge County, we observed the power flicker just briefly as we were getting near Rough River when we passed under part of the debris field. But all the lights are on. We have not observed any damage in Breckinridge County. And all the roads are open that we have seen. We've seen some debris on the roads in the form of, watch it, there's a car ahead there, John. Some debris on the road from trees, and no trees down, but just leaves and small limbs and the like. So things are fine, as best we can tell, in Breckinridge County. Moving into Meade County, I talked to Bruce Shoemate, who is the head of disaster preparedness in Hardin, covers several counties. He's in touch with all of his cohorts down here, and he says so far Hardin County and this area has dodged a bullet as best he can tell. He's in Vine Grove right now at the golf course, a rather high spot where he can get a good view, and we may talk to him either in person or I'll get him on the line here and chat. But up to this point, he said he has not received any reports of damage down here in this area. You can see we just came across a rather large part of a tree down. We're on Highway 60. Anyway, Bruce says he has not received any reports of damage. They have no reports of any major power outages down here. So this area really has dodged a major bullet. Let's take a look at the radar that we have here with us. And the storm is definitely not nearly as intense as it was. It looks like they have dropped that warning box that we've been keeping up with, which is good news. But there's still a lot of rain in this, quite a bit of lightning and some wind as well. But as I say, the wind here is not really a major factor at this particular time, and rain is getting lighter as we move along 60. So we'll continue on toward Fort Knox, work our way on toward Radcliffe, and we'll talk to you from there. We're here throughout the morning bringing you this live coverage of this major event that we have. Reed Yaden live on the road, Highway 60. Back to you, Ben, and the storm team in the studio.
Certainly a decent amount of good news coming from Reed. Not seeing a tremendous amount of damage across the area, just partial tree limbs down over part of that road that we saw there. Still a very strong thunderstorm over Bullitt County and just near Fort Knox, northern Hardin County. So it looks like that little portion of that tornado warning is as Reed was mentioning, is going to be expiring here at 1:30. Heavy rain over Metro Louisville. It's not severe, guys, so we're not worried about severe winds at this time. Now, even if you don't have a thunderstorm, it's going to be a windy night. It's going to be windy all through tomorrow afternoon as well, with some wind gusts 20, 30, maybe even up to 40 miles per hour. So strong storm system, and with it a lot of winds that'll be around for a while as well. So this is that strong thunderstorm over Shepherdsville down to Lebanon Junction. We've got some heavy rain, some pockets of heavy rain right there. We're just hanging on while we still have this tornado warning. Meteorologist Alden German is in front of the big monitor again, looking at what's ahead for the rest of tonight, because we're not done yet, Alden.
You're right, Ben. We've seen some comments from people asking, well, when is this next wave going to hit if the current threat has kind of subsided just a little bit? So here's a look at Futurecast. It's showing our current situation here fairly accurately, but as we continue to move ahead over the course of the night, we're going to get a little bit of a break, and that could be enough time for the atmosphere to try and recover a little bit. So we're still going to have some activity further to the south. So although it might be quieting down in your neighborhood, we're still going to be watching for areas south of the Western Kentucky and Bluegrass Parkways. The Bluegrass Parkways more so at this point, continuing into the night. This is at 5:30 in the morning. Notice how that current line that we're dealing with has moved well off to our east near the I-75 corridor, but we'll still be dealing with some isolated showers or thunderstorms possibly. But by 7:30, this line right here, that's actually the cold front associated with this strong storm system. And as that moves through, we could get some final thunderstorm activity by right around that sunrise time. But after that passes through, our severe weather threat is going to be done, our rain is going to be done, and we're going to see much calmer weather. So current time is 1:31 on this Saturday morning, and although we've only seen that one particular storm that's been the big problem for us here in our immediate region, we still got several more hours to go until the severe weather threat is truly done. We still have some heavy rain, and we got to watch those storms that are on the southern end of this line, Ben, because that's where we could potentially see some of those brief spin-up tornadoes again, especially for those locations that are going to be south of the Bluegrass Parkway here over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and you say brief spin-up tornadoes, Alden, and the good news is we're not going to see, I don't think, the big, destructive, catastrophic, deadly tornadoes that we've heard about in Western Kentucky here. I think the dynamics were a lot stronger out west. There's a lot more energy. The atmosphere is being worked over quite a bit. Now, there's still a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere, and there is still the chance that some storms could rotate, just not as organized as the huge tornadoes that were out to the west. So here's what we have now. We're going to kind of run through everything. It looks like all of the warnings have expired at this time. There's still a strong thunderstorm that could put down some 40, 50 mile per hour winds in Bullitt County and far northern Hardin County. Big concentration of lightning strikes. Lightning can cause power outages as well. So there could be some spotty power outages from this. Very heavy rain coming down in Hillview, Shepherdsville, Mount Washington. Might be some urban street flooding in some of these areas as well, so be careful if you have to do any driving up and down I-65. Here's Lebanon Junction, Shepherdsville, Hillview, Highview area, Okolona, Fairdale. So very heavy rain coming down over the southeastern sections of Metro Louisville. We have a tornado watch that continues until 3 o'clock this morning. And we want to show you that. So this is what we have in place. So all of Kentuckiana except for Adair County under this tornado watch until 3 a.m. And now we want to look at the broader view, what we call the composite radar and satellite. Still a very big tornado watch around the region as well. So this is the line that we have moving through the area now, and then there's that very final line of some strong thunderstorms as well that has a severe thunderstorm warning along it, moving into east central Illinois. So this is what Alden was talking about on Futurecast that could still hang around through maybe 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Hopefully it's done with by the time we have Wake Up coming on at 6 a.m. We're going to lose energy hour by hour as well, which TG should limit the amount of severe weather we see in, I would say, 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, hopefully the tornado threat again will wind down. You see the few that we've got down there southwest of the viewing area. That's a part of the area that has not been worked over. And I think as we get a little deeper into the morning, it'll be more of a wind damage threat, straight line winds. This type of scenario, you know it if you've lived around here for any period of time. Any of these squall lines that come through during the overnight, even though damaging winds are the primary threat, we can get a little small tornado spin up. That's typically what we have as opposed to what we've dealt with tonight, especially out into areas of western Kentucky. Now, Doug has been checking the storm reports and around Breckinridge County, did have reports of some power outages at of the Falls of the Rough River area there, I guess. Falls of Rough. Anyway, the point being is that is right where the possible tornado was. That's right where we were tracking it. So even if it was in the dissipating stages, there was enough strong wind to knock some power out there across the extreme southern southwestern part.
I'd be curious too, just over the county line in Ohio County, because that debris ball was distinct there, and there was a tornado on the ground as it was moving into Breckinridge County.
I think one thing we could say is
we'll wait for you to get your mic up. TG,
the mic is
when you
on.
get a second, bring up
on.
those temperatures too. I want to see where that cold front's at.
But Ben, I think based on what we were talking about in the power outages and the area south of Louisville that you all focused on so well, Breckinridge, Grayson and those counties, really matching up with what Reed just showed us in that report moments ago. He said he was barely seeing any power outages. Then the folks who are at the Rough River State Park confirming to us just minutes ago that they are sheltering about 15 to 20 people who came in for a combination of just concern and some scattered power outages in the area. So thankfully that we don't have any fatalities and no serious damage also down there in the Hardinsburg area. We got that report from the Breckinridge County dispatcher. So, I mean, once again, you have this extraordinary monster tornado that, as you pointed out, started in the state of Arkansas, crossed over several states. What are we, 4 states? Stayed intact right up until, what would you say, Ben, 30 minutes ago? Did it start falling apart in the state of Kentucky?
Super rare event. I mean, to have a long track tornado like that, I mean, probably happens once or twice a decade, I would say.
This thing just started dwindling just south of Metro Louisville, maybe about 30 minutes ago, if I've got the time right when we were coming on top of the hour at 1 o'clock. So our hearts and our prayers are with Western Kentucky. I will tell you that is going to be the major story. It already is, of devastation just south of Paducah in Mayfield, Kentucky. Kentucky State Police already telling us they expect fatalities. They don't have them reported yet, but it's been, and we've been discussing, in the morning hours, it becomes a different story. And then, Ben, as that thing raced right here, can you explain how it stayed south of Louisville?
Yeah, and we'll have more information on the Western Kentucky damage on Wake Up coming up at 6 a.m. And then after that on Good Morning America, I'm sure they're going to be reporting on that damage as well. That's how bad it was. The general flow, the mean flow of the atmosphere was east-northeast coming in from Western Kentucky. And thankfully, with that vector, that direction, it did stay south of Metro Louisville and then did run into slightly more stable air, and that's why we saw that well-organized tornado begin to fall apart just south of Louisville. Now, here's what we have. There's that very warm air that's over the top of a 68 right now in Louisville. That's the exact forecast high we gave you yesterday, 65 in Memphis. So we still have this warm air that the storms are working on. There's the cold front cutting right through central Missouri. That cold air wrapping around an area of low pressure that is centered in northwestern Illinois. And that's going to be bringing in some gusty and chilly winds tomorrow afternoon. It's going to be blowing 20 to 40 miles per hour this morning and into tomorrow afternoon. But those temperatures are going to be dropping off rapidly through the morning and into the afternoon as that cold air begins to move in. And look at the core of that cold air down to the teens in the northern Rockies and the northern plains. We are not going to get that cold, but tomorrow night we will be down to around 31 degrees. So some of that air mass is going to be moving into our direction. And thankfully, once this is over with in a matter of hours now, the rest of our weather pattern for the weekend is going to be nice and quiet. Sunshine returns tomorrow afternoon and for Sunday, and it will be nice and quiet into early next week as well. Still have some strong thunderstorms out there. We have a tornado watch until 3 a.m., but we do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings at this time. The last tornado warning that we had expired at 1:30. Still a lot of lightning strikes in Bullitt County, around Shepherdsville, far southeastern Jefferson County. Heavy rain coming down. That heavy rain is starting to move into Spencer and Shelby counties. And also Oldham County, some very heavy rainfall with some sporadic lightning strikes as well. All clear over southern Indiana as far as warnings, just some moderate rain in some pockets, pretty steady along and east of I-65. And nothing has been happening south of the Bluegrass Parkway. You guys have been in the clear all night. Still a chance that we could have some isolated damaging wind gusts from this line that's moving into Breckinridge County, and another line of some thunderstorms that's going to be moving into Grayson County over the Western Kentucky Parkway. So eventually this will begin to move in to these areas: Greene, Taylor, Marion, Washington, Adair, and Hart counties that have had really no activity all day long today. Yeah, TG.
So anyway, just kind of recapping, what we've had here. Again, as we've talked about throughout the night, Ben, this is unusual, even if it was May. I mean, historically, to have long track tornadoes, these are really obviously not in our viewing area, but as Doug was mentioning, I think once we see the light of day out in far western Kentucky, I mean, these are generational type storms that we dealt with moving from northeast Arkansas out into western Kentucky. I think this will probably rival the tri-state tornado of 1925. Obviously, things were a lot more different back then as far as the lack of warnings and technology and all that. But having done this for several decades around here, can't remember a single tornadic cell holding together for that long that affected really the Commonwealth, because obviously, Ben, it dissipated or began to dissipate right as it entered the WHAS 11 viewing area. But I mean, you've worked in this market for years, and many times Western Kentucky seems to have it a little bit worse than we do here, but there's been nothing like this. You go back to the super outbreak of 74, you go back to, 2012. You
compare and contrast it to Henryville in 2012. That was on the ground for an hour, moving 60 miles per hour.
Yep.
Not like 3 hours long. Yeah, Doug.
Bring his mic up.
Yeah, I do. Just to give you guys an update here. Severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for with a tornado possible tag for Bullitt, Nelson, and Spencer counties until 2:15 a.m. Within the last couple of scans here, I have seen increasing wind speeds on the velocity products, and there is also a Bureau report on Facebook of perhaps some wind damage in Shepherdsville. So that warning just came out here within the last minute. Also seeing reports
there's a bow right there.
Radar indicated hail of about 1 inch. So through Bullitt County there, just to the south of Shepherdsville and to the east now of Bardstown Junction, it does appear that we have a increasing wind threat there, a straight line wind threat there. So that warning is until 2:15 a.m. and according to the Weather Service, they are saying that that storm is picking up south, and they're watching it closely for any possible rotation that might develop here.
Thanks for calling that out, Alden, because this is a bow echo. There is a reason why these raindrops have pushed out. It's tapped into that jet we were talking about, and it's got an inflow jet, and it's kicked out and made this bow. We call it a bow echo. So that at the apex of this is where we have damaging wind gusts, likely in excess of 60 miles per hour. There was a pixel there, TG, that was probably 70, 80 miles per hour.
Yeah, I was just looking at it from the terminal radar there in northern Bullitt County, but let me flip back to where we were.
Yeah. This is way more impressive here. That one's probably about 80, I would say, that one pixel right there. The other ones were over 60 miles per hour. This isn't very far from 86. This isn't very far from the radar site. So this is likely making it to the ground, since we did have a report of possible damage around Shepherdsville. This is the straight line wind damage that we're talking about for the last couple of days. We said that straight line winds would be the highest threat, tornadoes would be the next threat, and then flooding and hail would be the smallest threats. So we are getting a thunderstorm that has become a little more well organized. That's your bow echo. Now there can be bookend vortices, and what that means is on the edges we can get these little notches, especially that north side right there. So sometimes this can produce an EF0 tornado. That is a tornado warning.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Oh,
yep,
okay,
absolutely.
so that's a,
tornado warning. Hang on, Alden.
So that is the notch right there, right above Highway 60. Here's State Road 44 through Bullitt County. We've got a brand new tornado warning because of this bow echo and this bookend vortice right there. So that notch is what we're talking about. So the severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado is now a tornado warning because of the rotation there. And it looks like there's a little rotation right ahead of that as well. So that notch is where there could be a little tornado. There's Brownington and Mount Washington right between there. There's State Road 480. There's 150, Bardstown Road.
Moving northeast at 55.
So this thing is moving very fast as well, heading towards the Solitude area, the latest track. Again, brand new tornado warning. This goes, I am guessing, until 2:15 a.m.
It goes until 2:30 Eastern. And
2:30.
real quick, let me mention before you do the track, latest report in from Breckinridge County. I know Doug's been checking this, but these literally are some of the communities that we called out. Trees down in Axtell, which is in the southern part of Breckinridge County. Power lines down in that area, and a report of a roof off a house in the Falls of Rough, that area where that. So even if that cell was in, or that tornadic storm was in the dissipating stages, it may still have been, EF0, EF1 strength, depending on what happens with the site survey.
I would say it's going to be a tornado when they do a survey tomorrow. And thankfully, there was a lot of lead time on that tornado warning. I mean, it was probably 30 to 45 minutes that we were able to give some advance warning on that one as it moved into Breckinridge County.
I think Alden's got something to add real quick.
Real quick, let's get to a track. I do want to make sure people get into their place of shelter with this tornado warning, and then we'll get to Alden. Heading towards High Grove, 148, Waterford, 152, Taylorsville at 158 in the morning. That's only about 10, 15 minutes away. 15 minutes heading towards Taylorsville Lake in Little Mount. So again, brand new tornado warning. We just had a little bit of a break, a little bit of downtime, but this severe thunderstorm warning has ramped up. We've got a report of possible damage around Shepherdsville. This is a bow echo. This is like a little notch right there. We're getting some rotation. And so this is our place of focus right now. Our area of concern would be east central Bullitt County, just south of Mount Washington. Starting to wrap up a little bit right there. These are winds in excess of 60 miles per hour near Smithville. This is going to be moving into Spencer County, so that will push it into the Taylorsville area. And Alden, what do you have for us?
I was briefly looking at debris tracker, and we're seeing this couplet, that rotation there, really begin to tighten up. But thankfully, we're not seeing it too much showing up on our debris tracker. Max, if you could pull up Max 3, please, and we'll take a look at that. There's nothing really showing up at the moment, but the area that we're going to be watching is south of Mount Washington there, and it's going to be in that general vicinity where we just were pointing out that rotation. And I see just a little green pixel here,
yep.
And this is just the latest update. So it's headed towards US 150 at the moment, and thankfully we're not seeing too much in the way of possible debris forming, but we're going to have to keep a close eye on that rotation here, Ben, over the next several minutes, because it has really quickly tightened up. And this is what we were explaining earlier about those quick spin-up tornadoes. That's how they happen. You start off with a simple severe thunderstorm warning, and then just a couple of minutes later you end up with a tornado warning. TG?
Yeah, and to Alden's point, literally just checking the chat with the Weather Service on that cell, they are even quite surprised at how quickly it did spin up and how the circulation was really tightening, and there's a pretty strong rotation signature there. So I got a track on it for you, Ben, and you can point out some of the areas upcoming.
Once we do the track, I want to do something a little bit different. Go back to correlation coefficient, the debris tracker. I want to put my finger on that little area and see if that matches up with that little notch here in just a second. So again, we've got Smithville, Crenshaw, Waterford, Taylorsville Lake, moving from east central Bullitt County. Tornado warning until 2:30 a.m. that goes into Spencer County. Here's Taylorsville, Crenshaw, Smithville, State Road 44, 48, 480, just east of I-65, some strong winds, and again, east central Bullitt County, just south of Mount Washington. All right, let's go back to the CC product if we can, and I would just say, you know, probably right about there is what we saw. Just maybe a little bit of debris. Could just be some leaves floating around. It doesn't look super well organized, but if we match up my hand right there with reflectivity, I think that's probably where we're going to see that bow echo and possibly that little bit of a knot. Yeah, that's right on the edge of that bow echo right there. And there's a little weak region right there too. So there could be a little bit of a spin up happening.
Now it's shifted over into western Spencer. It almost looks like it's moving that quick.
Strong winds there too. So yeah, that's the county line. That's Bullitt and then Spencer County line, and then right behind me, Taylorsville Lake. So it looks like it's moving right through central Spencer County over the next 15, 20 minutes. Pretty good pixel right there, over 70 miles per hour. So possibility of at least some straight line wind damage in east central Bullitt County. In Alden, did you say there was a report in Shepherdsville, maybe a little bit of damage?
That was from earlier before that storm became tornado warned, but if we can pop up Max 3 really quick, and as TG was saying earlier, they're looking for the potential for some debris. I'm now looking at this growing pixel here that's just to the south of Smithville. That is the lower returns on radar, so that is indicating the potential that there could be possibly some debris that's beginning to be lofted up into the atmosphere. Not sure what exactly is in that area. It's most likely a very rural area, so if there is debris, hopefully it's just from some trees in that area, but we are going to be watching debris tracker here very quickly. So if you're in Smithville, go ahead and take those tornado precautions. Don't take any chances. Hopefully you're already in your tornado shelter. That's going to be the lowest level, most interior portion of whatever building you're in, away from those outside walls and windows, hopefully in a basement in particular if you do have that. But I am starting to get concerned by those 3 little green pixels that we see there, indicating what could possibly be debris just to the south of Smithville. So we're going to be watching for the next radar update here. Okay, it's gotten larger now. So this is crossing Kentucky State Highway 523. So I'm more inclined to believe now that we could possibly have a tornado on the ground there just to the southeast of Smithville. TG, can you pull out a little bit, please, and see what other areas we have in that region? Or actually, Chelsea, if you could do that, please.
There's some strong winds. And you said it grew larger, but the important thing with the correlation coefficient is that the consistency. You saw it in one scan, you see it in another scan, and another scan. So this is just to the southeast of Smithville. Here's Bardstown Road, Highway 150. There's Mount Washington. Mount Washington, you could have some really gusty winds around. Those pixels are over 60 miles per hour. Those pixels are 60 to 70 miles per hour. This is now moving into the western sections of Spencer County. Taylorsville's not too far away. There's 64. Here's High Grove, so just north of High Grove. I believe that's northern Nelson County. So there could be a little EF0 tornado happening right there.
The Weather Service has confirmed that now as a tornado debris signature on that cell bin.
So it does look like we've got a small tornado on the ground, at least a very good chance of it. National Weather Service backing that up. So that would be these pixels right here. This is over State Road 48, the Bardstown Road, Highway 150, heading into what will be central Spencer County and heading towards the Taylorsville area. So please be in your place of shelter. Yep.
Latest update on that bin from the Weather Service. They are reporting that tornado as being observed now.
Okay.
Just to the southeast there of Smithville. It's headed towards Taylorsville at the moment. If we could pull up Max 3 really quick, the latest debris signature there has weakened just a little bit, so that's obviously good news. It's a little bit more diffuse than what it was earlier, but it's still something that we're going to be keeping an eye on. Reports from, I'm reading a comment here from Teresa in Shepherdsville. She said, it sounded like our roof was coming off in Shepherdsville in addition to some hail. So it does definitely sound like we had some damage or possible damage and a definite tornado in that region. It's moving to the northeast still at 55 miles per hour, and that tornado warning is also still in place until 2:30 Eastern time, and this is a confirmed tornado.
That would be it right there. Let's definitely put a track on it.
Flip back over to one. I've got it. There you go.
Yeah, great. So Waterford, Yoder, Taylorsville, and Taylorsville Lake. So we're moving into central Spencer County. A great pixel right there. Not great as far as a good thing, but that is showing the high wind speeds and also just some rotation factors on the radar, it looks like, as well. So this is going to be heading right over 623. Let's go down to right here at between 44 and 623 and see if we can find some neighborhood roads. And yeah, it looks okay. So we've got Love Lane. This is just off to the east of Smithville. Valerie Court, Murray Road, Tyndale Drive. And then I'll get out of the way. You got Roger and Stevens Road, Murray Road again. If you are familiar with these areas in Spencer County, you've got J.T. Johnson Road. Again, there's State Road 623. You guys need to be in your place of shelter, away from the doors and the windows, interior closet, bathroom, basement preferably. If you have time, you want to get away from a mobile home to a sturdier shelter. I know that can be very difficult to do, but that is heading towards the Taylorsville area. Confirmed tornado on the ground. Actually, a visual. We've got a sighting of that tornado on the ground. We had a debris ball as well. This looks like a little spin up, probably EF0, maybe EF1.
Yeah, that latest
sometimes
scan
they don't last very long.
isn't as tight as it was. So
not as tight as it was. This is looking kind of swirly. Probably still some very strong winds. Even back here behind what is possibly a tornado could be straight line winds near Mount Washington, possibly 50, 60 miles per hour near Whitfield, Crenshaw, Thixton. Still stay inside. Even though that tornado threat is pretty much done for you guys at the moment. This is why we said earlier tonight, we just don't want to let our guard down because with the amount of wind shear and still some available energy for these storms, they can really pulse up very quickly at a moment's notice. Let's go back to reflectivity and see if we still see that bow echo structure. It doesn't look quite as well formed, but a big thunderstorm moving into Taylorsville, between Taylorsville and Mount Washington, covering a pretty good deal of real estate. Between Taylorsville up into Shelbyville is where we have some very heavy rainfall. Could easily be winds over 40, 50 miles per hour outside of this tornado warning area. Tornado warning until 2:30 a.m. of course. So Taylorsville Lake, Taylorsville, Little Mount, you guys are all in that warned area. Still some rotation on the northern edge of the tornado warning area. Here's 155 and 55. There, I would say, is the rotation area right at 55 and 155 that heads down to Taylorsville from the Snyder. That's 155 you take down to Taylorsville. And that is where we have some rotation still we need to kind of watch out for. Maybe go back to the debris signature and see if we see anything on the correlation coefficient, and maybe something is
nothing really jumping out.
Well defined.
And Ben, this is the type of scenario that we generally deal with when we're dealing with these type of severe weather events, especially out of season. We get these clusters and lines of thunderstorms that move through, and as you say, bow out, and at the apex of it, we'll get a little EF1, EF0 spin up, and within a scan or two, it'll be gone. Not
a long track tornado.
Not the long track tornadoes. I mean, for this to happen on December 10th, it would have been highly unusual for it to happen on May 10th. So, again, I think, and you'll probably agree here, what we're going to be dealing with the rest of the night until this cold front gets through is this type of scenario, not the long track, probably widespread, damaging, destructive tornadoes like they had out in western Kentucky. These are going to be more isolated in nature, more concentrated in small areas of a particular county,
which can be very frustrating because they pop up and then they fall
they're
apart.
gone very quickly.
So it looks like this one is losing some of its, I would just say, rotation and its organization, but still these pixels aren't very far off the ground. The radar is hitting raindrops up at about 1,000 feet. And that is indicating winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. So if you get a downdraft wind, that's where the rain's coming down, that can, again, make a channel to the ground and then push out the winds at the surface and create some damaging straight line winds. So you're seeing TG here plotting out 60 to 70 mile per hour winds all through Spencer County, southeastern Jefferson County. There could be some pockets of isolated damage here, no doubt. Around Mount Washington, northeastern Bullitt County, strong winds just off the treetops as well up in Shelby County. And again, this is a big thunderstorm that stretches throughout this basically entire area from Taylorsville to Mount Washington up into Shelby County. So let's back out a little bit, show the metro view, and show reflectivity again, the radar that we're used to looking at. So we have just showers over Louisville, just plain rain, but thunderstorm activity into Henry County, through Shelby and into Spencer County. And there could be some pockets of damaging winds, especially along that front edge. Severe thunderstorm warning, capable of producing a tornado. Tornado warning still in effect, though. Don't want to forget about that. Through Taylorsville and just south of Shelbyville. And that is that color, right, TG, because it was spotted on the ground. Usually this is red, but we get the confirmed tornado. All right, and we want to check back in with the meteorologist Reed Yaden, who is out there tracking this as well. Reed? We're going to need to get the mic fixed on that, and we'll get back to Reed. We'll get a mic check, and we will get back to Reed. Let's get back to the radar.
I was going to say, I think we hear him now. I heard him pop in.
Okay, we're up.
There he is.
There we go.
Go ahead, Reed.
Sorry about that. Okay, we are at the Walmart here in
Radcliffe.
In Radcliffe. We're here in Meade County.
Hardin County.
Hardin County. I'm sorry.
We're going to get you straight here in just a minute.
Okay, this is Bryce Shoemate, who is the Chief of Emergency Services for Hardin. Now, you've been on the phones, you've been out, you've talked to your neighboring counties here. What's the big picture, Bryce?
Well, Reed, we have seen very minimal damage. Most of that is limbs down, heavy rain. You know, you and I were talking when you were in coming across from Hardinsburg area, and we were over in Vine Grove, and just as we were talking, whatever system that was, whether it's a tornado that is hit, on the other side of Jefferson County right now or not, but it rocked us. It had every bit of 60-mile-an-hour winds when we were talking earlier, and that's been about an hour ago now.
And that was over at Vine Grove.
That's correct.
Okay, you've been checking around, though. We have no widespread power outages here.
None.
No damages in Hardin or surrounding counties.
None. We've been blessed so far.
A lot to be thankful for tonight here.
That is right. You know, compared to what happened, you know, western part of the state, we're very blessed.
Very much so. The governor's going to be updating that situation at 5 a.m. So this is a developing story, and the storm team's on duty throughout the night here. So let's throw it back to Studio G now, and you can update us on that tornado over there that was on the ground over in the Spencer County area.
Thank you very much, Reed, for that interview. Yeah, and we've been collaborating with the National Weather Service. It doesn't look like this is as well organized of an area of rotation in Spencer County. And this is a thing where we see these little spin ups in this kind of atmosphere. It's not a long track tornado like we saw in western Kentucky. It looks like it spun up really quickly, touchdown, and someone actually saw it. So it was a confirmed tornado on the ground just to the south of Mount Washington, east of Shepherdsville, and near the Smithville area in western Spencer County. But it looks like that rotation has gone away. So I think they're going to expire that tornado warning earlier. With that said, still be seeking shelter in Spencer County. Here's Harrisonville. Taylorsville, you've got some gusty winds, no doubt about it, possibly 50, 60, 70 miles per hour.
They did extend that over to Shelby County, as you see,
Yeah,
with the polygon.
Yeah, but I do think it'll expire early, but we'll just kind of wait and see. This tornado warning goes from Shelbyville to Harrisonville. There's 395 to 55 to 155 into Taylorsville, and then that's kind of the back edge of it right there. Still some very strong winds, not very far off the ground. When we get into the yellow and orange, that's typically 70 to 80 miles per hour. That's just to the northwest of Taylorsville. So tornado or not, straight line winds can be 70, 80 miles per hour. We got an update on some rural power outages here from Doug Proffitt. What do you got?
Yeah, you know, these numbers could grow, Ben, but a lot of folks outside the LG&E service area are, of course, served by the rural electrics. The latest we're getting on power outages, 900 out in Meade County, Kentucky, 550 in Breckinridge County. That's served by the Meade County RECC. And I do want to give people an update of an amazing scene that's playing out in Mayfield, Kentucky at the moment. That's the town hit by that catastrophic tornado south of Paducah, where a rescue is underway, a major rescue effort underway at a candle factory there that collapsed during this massive tornado, and people were inside the candle factory. Crews are working to find people who may be trapped in the debris in Mayfield. Right now, they are digging through the debris. Members of the public have arrived to get people out. They are not sure how many people are trapped there in Mayfield, Kentucky at that former now candle factory, but a call out just went out through the community there where they were asking for more volunteers. Anyone with gloves, headlamps, equipment for digging is welcome to come. The factory was on Industrial Drive in Mayfield, Kentucky. And once again, our Louisville Metro Safe folks are on standby here. Once we get this system out of here, they possibly could be heading to Western Kentucky to help out, which is an unfolding disaster there. So far, we don't have any reports of fatalities, but a number of people trapped.
That is incredible what's unfolding there in Western Kentucky, and we're going to see a lot more of that coming up on, I'm sure, Good Morning America a little bit later on this morning. TG, what do you have?
Yeah, a couple of things. Meteorologist Chelsea Smith just letting me know about this. The Storm Prediction Center just put out an updated mesoscale discussion. They're going to extend the tornado watch farther to the east. Now, we've been in it obviously everywhere but Adair County, but this is the one thing that I wanted to point out to you, which is behind you, Ben, if you can step out. Look what's happening down to our southwest. That's a confirmed tornado warning, confirmed tornado just to the west of Bowling Green, and again, they kind of alluded to that storm holding together, which would take it across our southern viewing area. Mumfordville, Greensburg, Campbellsville, Columbia, all could potentially be in play here as this scoots east and northeastward. Because remember, that area has not been worked over at all today. So even though we've been still concentrating on what's going on just to the east and southeast of the metro area with the potential for the little spin up there into Spencer and Shelby County, this is an area now south of the western Kentucky and south of the Bluegrass Parkways in our southern viewing area. I think we're going to have to keep an eye on as we go through the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and let's get some wind speeds in that and check it out. I know it's pretty far from the radar, but we can maybe get some idea what's happening inside that thunderstorm, which is not very far from Hart County. And so the good news is we've got some time to prepare in Munfordville, Bonneville. You've got some time. This is going to take maybe 20 minutes to get up to I-65, moving very rapidly. Yeah, these are some strong winds and possibly some little areas of rotation as well. So this radar's hitting that probably 4,000 to 5,000 feet off the ground, but those were wind speeds probably up around 80, 90, 100 miles per hour. And that is off. Here's Bowling Green, so just west of Bowling Green, Warren County.
It's about 6,000 feet.
6,000 feet.
Yep.
So this is something we got to watch very closely. So that color of polygon, again, is not red. When it's that color, that means it's a confirmed tornado. And that's going to be heading towards Brownsville and then possibly, if it holds together, into the Hart County area. And if not Hart County, if it makes that little right turn like TG was talking about an hour and a half ago or so, could move towards Greene and Taylor County. So now we're talking about areas south of the Bluegrass Parkway that has not been hit by the severe weather yet. We told you guys were in the all clear a second ago, but now we are seeing that threat increase for areas off to the south. Let's go ahead and broaden the view out. We haven't looked at the entire viewing area here in a little while. We still have for a little while longer that tornado warning in Spencer in the southeastern section of Shelby County. Southern Indiana has been quiet for a while now. There is a line out to the west that we need to watch. The good news is with this, it looks like that is the last line that we're going to need to watch. This thing is exploding off to the southwest. Tons of lightning strikes. And you guys were hit earlier here in Breckinridge County. This is a strong thunderstorm, and it could be packing some strong winds as well. We'll look inside that one. But this is our future area of concern that's going to be moving that way. And this is probably moving 50 to 60 miles per hour. So that's going to be moving into Hart County pretty rapidly. Strong thunderstorm. There's the Falls of the Rough and Rough River Lake, northwestern Grayson County. You know, this is the low-level jet. These are winds in excess of 80, 90, 100 miles per hour, just a few thousand feet up. And all you need to do is get that downdraft wind, tap into that, channels it right to the ground, and you've got straight line wind damage, possibly 70, 80 mile per hour winds like an EF0. Again, last couple of days we said damaging straight line winds would be the main issue. This is kind of what we're talking about right here. Anywhere along this leading edge could bring down pockets of isolated damaging winds. This is moving towards Caneyville. Litchfield's going to be heading your way. Just want to stay inside as it moves through. There's Rough River, and then now eastern Breckinridge County. This is moving very rapidly to the east as well, probably 50 miles per hour or so. Lots of lightning strikes. Not seeing much hail out of these thunderstorms today. There might be some pockets of flooding too. You guys just had some heavy rainfall move through. And then this is still the tornado warning we've been watching. Just south of Shelbyville. Still some strong winds here. I don't see a lot of rotation, TG, necessarily.
It looks like it's becoming more of a straight line wind damage thing. Going to throw it over to Doug here in just a second. Real quick, Breckinridge County AT&T cellular services down in several locations there across Breckinridge County. And again, that's from what was left of that long track.
That's why we talk about weather radios.
Yeah, absolutely. Because when the cell service goes down, then you don't have the ability to get your alert over your cell phone. So that's why that's your best bet. Doug, what you got?
All right. Speaking of power outages in Metro Louisville right now, we have 700 out. Oldham County, 1,659. Now, this just in. Take a look at your screen. The governor of Kentucky posting this message just moments ago. We want to hear what he said.
Good morning, everyone. Late last night / early this morning, I issued a state of emergency based on tornado damage in western Kentucky. The damage is significant, and we expect multiple fatalities. Graves County, and specifically the city of Mayfield, have been hit really hard. and we are still awaiting more reports of the surrounding area. This is going to be some of the worst tornado damage that we've seen in a long time. If you are in the area, there are still active cells in severe weather, so stay safe. We care about you. We want to make sure that you are through, that you get through this. The National Guard has been activated. The Transportation Cabinet is deploying additional assistance. I've been in direct contact with the county judge, the mayor, the fire chief, and others. Our state EOC is active, and we're going to be working directly with those impacted through the night and through the morning. And I'll personally be in the area as soon as it is safe to travel. Everybody out there, stay safe. And to those that have sustained damage, we're going to get through this. Praying for you, Western Kentucky. We are all with you.
All right, here it is at 12 minutes past 2 in the morning. It's Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear making a statement saying they do expect multiple fatalities after the massive catastrophic tornado ripped through western Kentucky tonight, again moving just south of the city of Paducah, hitting Mayfield, Kentucky so far, where an active rescue operation has been underway at a candle factory that collapsed tonight. We do not know how many people are in that building, but they have put out a call throughout the community there for people with headlamps, shovels, even rakes, anything they can get their hands on to come join in the community effort to rescue people there. And this isn't the first warehouse or factory that collapsed tonight. Our station in St. Louis is reporting that in Illinois, an Amazon distribution center warehouse also collapsed tonight in those major tornadoes that went through there. Several people are trapped there in an Amazon distribution center. But once again, the news coming much earlier from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, who had originally said he would make a briefing at 5. He's doing it now after 2 in the morning. And as we know, TG and Ben, this what could be another historic tornado crossed from Arkansas and stayed intact through 4 different states before dissipating or even flaring up again, who knows now, just south of Louisville.
Yeah, long track tornado. They don't happen very often. This one just hit cities and it hit factories and is causing not just destruction, but taking lives. And it's becoming a very, very bad story in western Kentucky, northeastern Arkansas, parts of Illinois as well. Here so far, we're starting to gather some power outages. We're starting to see some damage reports come in from parts of Breckinridge County, southwestern Breckinridge County, especially around the Falls of the Rough area, Shepherdsville, western Spencer County, possibly some damage in those locations. So far, southern Indiana has been very lucky tonight and has escaped the damaging storms. There may have been a couple pockets of some isolated damage, but most of the tornado warnings have been in Kentucky. We still have this one until 2:30. I thought that would expire, but probably just, playing it safe, be careful, and just in case a little spin up does happen. Still
That's exactly what the weather service just said. And they're going to let it ride out until then.
So another, 17 minutes or so, we'll still have this tornado warning over parts of Shelby and Spencer County. Just wait for 15 more minutes in your place of shelter, away from the doors and windows, interior section of your home, bathroom, interior closet, basement is the best way to go every time. Just stay calm, get to your place of shelter if you have time to do so, of course. And then right here is where we just might have some damaging winds, some pockets of damaging winds. We've got what we call a low-level jet right over the top of us, and we've actually got a mid-level jet as well. And that just means some really strong winds and wind shear. And those winds are blowing in excess of 60, 70, 80, 90, even up to 100 miles per hour. And sometimes that can get translated down to the ground and cause some problems. So this is the next thing we're watching. Tornado warning was confirmed on the ground near Bowling Green, and this is tracking to the northeast. We don't know at this point whether that will be extended. This might be one of those short-lived events, but we're going to watch that one closely as it gets closer to Hart County. Metro Louisville is safe at this time. And Alden was mentioning that he's had some message of, there's some kids that are up late, some children that are a little afraid of what's going on. We've been talking about this for a couple of days, the enhanced risk of severe weather. And we do want to give areas that are in the all clear that is okay. Metro Louisville, we don't have a threat right now. And even if there is a tornado warning, there's a great chance to just be fine if you get into that place of shelter and you let it roll on through. And they don't last long at all. These are moving at around 50 to 60 miles per hour. it's going to be in and out just like that. So fear is not what we need in a situation like this. Just stay level-headed, stay calm, get to your place of shelter, and everything will be okay. So as we look off to the south, we still have some heavy rainfall around Valley Station down to Fort Knox, a little pocket of heavy rainfall over southern Indiana. Not much happening in southern Indiana at this time, but just kind of an elongated big area of thunderstorms that's moving through Grayson and Breckinridge County once again, and watching this tornado warning in the Bowling Green area.
And
very hefty
and literally,
winds.
Ben, the Weather Service just put in the chat a second ago that very, very strong couplet with a deep and wide tornado debris signature was heading right into Metro Bowling Green. So
this doesn't look good for Bowling Green right now. And our meteorologist Reed Ye and storm chaser John Humphreys are heading down south I-65 into Hart County to intercept this storm. Reed's been all over the place in Kentucky, so he's heading down that direction, and that's going to be heading right like that. So that's going to put it towards Horse Cave. Looks like it'll be hitting the southern sections of Hart County. It might stay south of Munfordville, we hope. But it looks like it'll cross I-65. Can you give me a measurement from there to there?
Yeah,
That's
well,
probably
I was gonna put a
25,
track on
30
it here
miles.
real quick. Yeah, it's moving northeast at about 55. That's generally what most of these have been moving as far as the forward speed. So let me just put a little track on this thing and then drag it out off to the northeast. So you're looking at about 1:53 local time, Central Time. 2:53? So about a half hour or so.
Yeah, these are all central. So heading towards Gherkin, Smiths Grove, Rocky Hill, Park City, Horse Cave, Munfordville area, Hardyville, as we approach 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time, 2 o'clock in the morning Central Time. And yeah, if you just give me a little of the measurement there, the measurement tool there, the
distance,
ruler,
yep.
from Horse Cave to the rotation. If that's moving near 60 miles per hour, that might only be about 20 minutes before it gets to your location, about 30 miles. So we're talking about probably 30 to 40 minutes as it gets closer to Munfordville. And again, that would put it close to 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time.
They just put out a confirmed large and dangerous tornado located near Bowling Green, moving northeast at 55. The damage threat considerable. So that's going to be one to watch again, because that obviously is in a favorable environment that has not been
debris
worked
tracker,
over.
how's that look on that one? That's going to be lofted up at about 6,000 feet.
Yeah.
It's pretty far away, but we can try to check that out.
Yeah, it's pretty high, but it's there. There you go. Right there it is.
There's a tornado on the ground there.
Yep.
Yeah, right over Bowling Green, Western Kentucky University nearby. So that's a tornado on the ground in Bowling Green. We've got a lot of family members in Western Kentucky University, Bowling Green. Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground right there. And so if you give them a phone call right away, tell them to seek shelter. I know it's not in our viewing area, but we've got a lot of family members down that way. Please let them know a tornado is on the ground heading towards downtown Bowling Green right now. That's Highway 31. There's I-65. That's lofted up 5,000-6,000 feet. That is a powerful updraft and circulation right there. So, okay.
Yeah. So the Weather Service is saying they're seeing power flashes off of a camera there in the Bowling Green metro area. So obviously that thing's on the ground doing some damage.
And Chelsea or Alden, can you search some cams down there in Bowling Green? I know there are some to Western Kentucky University that are some high definition cameras down that way. We might be able to get some of those up pretty quickly. That's going to be heading down Highway 31 to Plum Springs. It's tracking east-northeast. It might clip just like the southern portion of Hart County if it stays on that track. We're going to be watching it closely. Hopefully it'll weaken before it moves into our viewing area. So we've got a lot of family and friends in Bowling Green, no doubt about that, in Warren County.
That's stretching it out right there, Ben. You see Horse Cave just right there behind you in the upper right. So and that's assuming that it doesn't maybe jog to the right a little bit as some of these others have.
Yeah. So if that holds together, it looks like as we approach 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time, 2 o'clock in the morning Central Time, that could be heading into southern Hart County or very close to that around Cave City, the Rocky Hill, Oakland, Plum Springs. If you guys know anybody in these areas, give them a phone call, wake them up. That is a tornado.
Yeah, I
on the
mean
ground.
that debris signature
That's
is
right over
literally
downtown.
right over Bowling Green. The debris tracker has that distinct
I mean,
signature.
I'm pretty highly confident about that. That looks like a tornado. on the
Sure.
ground.
Well, and given what we're seeing in the chat as well, relative to the power flashes and the fact that it has been confirmed, it's just not good news.
Let's
for
check out the
Bowling Green and
reflectivity
Warren
again.
County.
I mean, are we seeing a pretty good hook echo? I mean, still, it's pretty far from the radar.
Yeah, it's obviously embedded.
Yeah.
In the in the area there. So yeah, not good news. Obviously, we'll pass along any reports that we get.
All right, let's shift up to the north. That's Bowling Green that needs to seek shelter there down in Warren County. Up in southern Indiana, just a downpour. Not seeing anything significant there. Metro Louisville, we've got a heavy downpour over the Snyder I-65 around Okolona, just off to the east of the airport. And then we've got heavy rainfall down off to the south. That tornado warning lasts for about 9 more minutes, but that storm's actually about to head outside of it. And that's kind of the back end of it. Still some very strong winds possible. If any of that comes down to the ground, we're talking 80, 90 mile per hour winds moving into Franklin County. So Franklin County might get some 94 mile per hour winds. So Franklin County, you might get some pockets of damaging winds, probably straight line winds, could be a little spin up as well. I would just stay inside if you're in Franklin County until that moves through. Right off the deck here, those are strong winds just north of Shelbyville too. So straight line wind, top of the list as far as the threats for tonight. There could be still some spin up tornadoes we need to watch out for as well. Yeah, Alden.
I've been talking to the Weather Service, Ben, and they have not issued a new warning yet for Hart County, but I do think we already have been, but I think we need to keep stressing that people in Hart County need to be on alert here for this storm that's coming out of Bowling Green in that area. We're still analyzing the environment for it, but the way things have been going so far tonight, if you're in Hart County, very good idea for you to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions just in case. Better to be safe than sorry with this storm that we're currently tracking down there.
Yeah, and TG, if you don't mind, let's go.
I actually want what's that on? Max, is that Max? Wherever the cam is, you can see the lightning, you can see the power flashes. Max 3, yeah, that's if you can get that up, Rebecca, that's coming out of Bowling Green behind you. That's the white squirrel cam that the National Weather Service has been looking at, that where they've been seeing lightning and power flashes as that tornado is going through Bowling Green.
Okay. And since it's not in our area, can you bring up, let's get some reminders and some tips here of what to do over the next several hours while we still have a threat going on in the viewing area, or that could soon be coming into the viewing area. So your tornado shelter, these green areas, if you can get away from the doors and the windows, you're going to be in pretty good shape. Hallway area, maybe underneath the stairs. Basement's going to be your best place. And you can bring blankets, you can bring your mattress, you can bring the kids' helmet if they play sports. You can do all that stuff to protect yourself. So that is where to go in case of a tornado. If you live in a mobile home, you want to try to find a sturdier shelter. We all know that's not an easy thing to do sometimes as well. Some more information here. Have that severe weather safety kit ready to go. First aid, flashlight, candles, charged cell phone, a weather radio. We heard that some cell towers were knocked out in western Kentucky. So that gets rid of your ability to be alerted from your cell phone. So that's why we want you to have that backup weather radio. If you don't have one, maybe next time you can get one. And so there are some safety tips, some reminders here on this very late December, was 10th, now December 11th morning, just 2 weeks from Christmas Eve, and we're dealing with a severe weather outbreak across parts of the Ohio Valley and the Midwest that has caused a lot of devastation in western Kentucky. The governor's been talking about that, declaring an emergency out in western Kentucky and the Mayfield area. We're thinking about those folks, and I'm sure we're going to get some video from there for our wake-up show at 6 o'clock and Good Morning America after that.
And Ben, just checking the weather chat from Emergency Management in Warren County, which obviously Bowling Green is the county seat. reporting a touchdown of a tornado in the Powell Street, Browning community with homes damaged. So unfortunately, it does look like Bowling Green, Western Kentucky University, that area, that tornado debris signature.
Let's go back to that signature and see if it's still there.
Yeah, let me take a look here.
And then we can go back to Spencer, Shelby County. That tornado warning should be coming to an end here in just a few minutes. So strong thunderstorms west of Interstate 65 in Kentucky.
Yeah, there it is.
Still looks like there's some debris. It's kind of like that one in Breckinridge County where it's kind of spread apart. But that would be a debris signature there and there. Perhaps there's a couple vorticities that are causing that. Maybe it's on a diminishing trend, we hope. But this is a tornado confirmed on the ground that's been doing damage in Bowling Green in Warren County. Really impressive winds aloft here. This is a pretty good distance away from our radar.
I think that's out of Nashville.
Okay, this is still, there's the new confirmed tornado warning on the ground. Tornado warning. And
it actually takes it up and clips, well, yeah,
Hart
it takes
County.
it into Hart County. So that has it heading up toward Mumfordville and Horse Cave.
Get into your place of shelter, Hart County, Munfordville, and even Bonneville, just in case. I think it'll stay south of Bonneville, but it's close.
It's
is
moving
tracking off
east.
to the northeast. Yeah.
Hart County.
Yeah,
what we
that's
were
what we're
talking
talking about.
Say that? Okay, excuse me. Sorry, I was talking.
So this is
No, it's
moving
okay.
east-northeast at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. So we're closing off the distance between the circulation right there that has moved out of Bowling Green and the edge of Hart County. That's probably only about 15 miles. That means about 15 minutes. You've got about 15, 20 minutes, Munfordville and Cave City. So please be seeking shelter in Hart County. This is heading towards Rocky Hill. These are all central time. Rocky Hill, Park City, Cave City, Horse Cave, Hardyville Center, and Donensburg, all over the next half hour or so. So please be seeking shelter at this time. That tornado has moved out of Bowling Green, confirmed tornado on the ground. Warren County moving into Hart County. I think it'll be the southern half of Hart County.
It's moving into Metcalfe County. That's what's just to the south there. I think what the Weather Service is doing is they're giving this thing a wide berth, which is why they have had the polygon all the way covering basically all of Hart County. Actually, and I'm looking at the chat right now, new tornado warning for Franklin and over into Scott County, Kentucky, Georgetown, not Scott County, Indiana. But obviously we cover Frankfurt's the state capital, so there's a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado there right over Frankfurt, moving northeast at 60. Doug?
I have live on the phone CJ Daniels from our web team, who is right in the heart of Bowling Green right now. CJ, are you with us?
Yes, I am with you all.
Can you describe, first of all, I want to let everybody know you are safe. You and I have been talking off the phone here. Can you describe what the scene is in Bowling Green now and exactly sort of where you are in that town?
Okay, yeah, I'm like near Scottsville Road, not too far from the Western Kentucky University campus. And what I'm seeing outside right now, the winds are going very crazy. Visibility, it's kind of low. I guess wind shear, it's just, going crazy. And the power is like flashing like on and off. So I'm inside of a hotel right now, but, the winds and stuff and just woke me up. So I'm like, oh God, what's going on? And then I turn to you all and I see there's a tornado warning. I'm like, wow.
All right, CJ, well, hang tight. You're right. That tornado warning is right over you and moving through that area. And how close to Western Kentucky University would you say you are?
I am probably about 2 miles away.
Okay, all right, because we know a lot of people in Louisville with connections, of course, to WKU.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to let you continue to take shelter, stay in touch with us. Just let us know how you're doing and making it through this, and we'll get it back to TG and Ben to follow that storm right through Bowling Green as you're watching it here on WHAS 11. Thank you, CJ.
That signature is now east of Bowling Green. I mean, these things are really, really moving fast. So it's, again, kind of rolling through Metcalfe County there, south of Brownsville. And then eventually, if it continues on the northeastward track, although on the warning it was more of an eastward track, that would, I think, keep it right along the Barron Hart County line there, in between Glasgow and Mumfordville there, along US 31W and US 31E, both.
So thankfully CJ's okay now because that circulation is east of Bowling Green. We hope you guys are okay in Warren County and Bowling Green around WKU. Let's go up to the tornado warning in Franklin County. I know you guys can get our signal as well up that direction. So this, is it right there basically? Into Scott County, so right over the top of Frankfurt. I mean, those.
Yeah, it said it was located right over Frankfurt, so it's obviously.
Those are probably over 190
in this area right here.
So these tornadoes are hitting big cities tonight. That's not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but possibly, and if not a tornado, that could be producing tornado-like straight line winds. So very strong thunderstorm, capable of producing a tornado over Frankfurt. Moving over east central Franklin County, there's Peaksville and Stamping Ground as it moves into Scott County.
And again, not to be confused with Scott County, Indiana in our viewing area. That is Scott County. Stamping Ground is Scott County, Kentucky, over near Lexington and Lexington's market. But obviously with us, a lot of folks in Frankfurt watching us there, that falls under the umbrella here.
And let's go over to do the big monitor with Alden German. Alden has an update as well. Max, if we can go over there.
Ben, they've expanded this tornado watch further to the east for many locations. So it includes Adair County, and not only have they expanded the size of it, they've also expanded the duration of it for several areas, which includes Bardstown, E-Town, so Taylor, Adair, and Greene counties, Marion County, Washington County, and Kentucky until Saturday. So this morning until 9 a.m. It's not very often you see tornado watches that last until the early morning hours like this, but with this current tornado threat we have down there in that will be approaching Hart County, also kind of there in the line for Taylor and Greene counties, LaRue counties, and Marion counties. That tornado watch has been extended until 9 a.m. So this is what we've been saying all night long. This is going to be an all-night event, and we've got to keep a close eye on this activity. So we have two tornado warnings now, the one in Franklin County over Frankfurt. We also have the one that's exiting the Bowling Green region. Is there any one that you want to analyze right now, Ben?
Yeah, I'd like to see the big view. We haven't seen the entire viewing area here in a little while. I really want to see that back last line move through here eventually, but it's going to take some time. Thankfully, I'm not seeing any warnings on that last line, and hopefully as that moves in, we've lost a lot of energy by that time. And actually, Alden, if you don't mind bringing up, you take some time to get it ready, the available convective available potential energy map, the energy that the storms have, and then we'll take a look at Futurecast with that too. We'll back those together, and we'll go back to the big wall in just a second. I'd like to see the progression of the rest of our late night, and I'm hoping that last line just really loses its punch. That's out ahead of the actual cold front, but no warnings on that. So we have that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado warning on that. That's over Frankfurt and moving off to the east and northeast out of our viewing area. Just south of Louisville, we've got strong thunderstorms, lots of lightning strikes. That goes through Fort Knox. You guys have had a lot of rain as well this late night, so there might end up being some areas of flooding, maybe some rising rivers, creeks, and streams and things like that. This is moving due east. This doesn't seem to be moving as fast as some of the other storms. It's not even up to I-65 yet, but it's over Fort Knox and Radcliffe, heading towards the Vine Grove, and then some areas off to the south as well. Litchfield, getting in on some of that heavy rainfall, and there might be some little notches in here every once in a while, some little bow echoes like that one right there that might bring you some isolated damaging wind gusts. And then we've got that confirmed tornado on the ground that moved through Bowling Green, now near the Rocky Hill area, Brownsville, so getting closer to southwestern Hart County and the Munfordville area. So a reminder, we want Munfordville and Cave City. We want you guys to be in your place of shelter, lowest level of your home and away from the doors and the windows. This is the far south stretches of our WHAS 11 viewing area. There's this 31, and there's I-65 just south of Munfordville before I-65 heads towards Bowling Green.
It looked like on that latest scan when it came in, it looks like it's moving due east. So right now it's literally on the Metcalf and Barron County line, just out of our viewing area. And if it continues that track, like you say, it literally, I think, probably Horace Cave in far southern Hart County has unfortunately the best opportunity to be impacted by this, even though, of course, if you're inside the polygon, Mumfordville and really all of Hart County, again, they've cast a wide berth on this thing, especially after what happened there in Bowling Green.
Can you put back on the debris signature and we'll check that out, see if it's kind of held together or not? And I mean, that's debris right there. Actually, if you don't mind going back about a half hour, an hour, we'll see if this has been real consistent all the way from Bowling Green. I mean, that was only about 20 minutes ago. It went through Bowling Green. So that should still be a tornado on the ground. That's when we saw it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
so
when we pointed out the debris signature right there.
Yeah, that's 208 Eastern, 108, and then you notice
there's the
clock.
tornado on
There
the ground
it is.
through downtown Bowling Green. And that is holding together very well. I mean, that's a pretty distinct signature right there, right northwest of Rocky Hill. So if that continues that way, Horse Cave, I'd say, right around Horse Cave, you're going to be looking at the potential of a tornado on the ground. Please be seeking shelter at this time. And the issue here is our radar beam goes up at an angle, so we're about 6,000 feet up. What's happening at the surface is probably tighter rotation. And that's why we have that debris ball right there. And that's a tornado on the ground right near Rocky Hill. Please be in your place of shelter, Horse Cave, Cave City, Munfordville, right about here along I-65 in southern Hart County. As I mentioned, we wanted Alden to check out how much energy we have left for storms for the rest of tonight and also look ahead with futurecasts because we still might have a little ways to go, Alden.
Correct, Ben. Now, the good news is that I've been watching this loop over the last several minutes, and you can see these bright yellow and orange shades that we've had have really shrunk over the last few hours. So that means that the amount of fuel that these storms have to work with is diminishing, which is good news because that means that those storms aren't going to have as much fuel to operate off of, and they have a lesser potential to be as strong. Now, there are a couple of areas that have shown some potential recovery, as we call it, to maybe get a little bit more energy here over the next couple of hours. So I'm looking at this area there in Perry County on the border of Crawford County in southern Indiana. But what we have here in Kentucky, where we currently have that line of storms, and particularly this current line of thunderstorm activity through Harrison County down through Meade and Breckinridge County, notice how we have those darker colors. That's indicating to me that these storms are really starting to use up a lot of that fuel in that area. So for the line of storms that we have back to our west still in eastern Illinois, maybe seeing a little bit more fuel there, fuel recovery, but as it continues to move eastward here over the course of the next several hours, they probably are not going to have as much energy to work with. So that's going to mean that they won't be as strong, or if they are still strong, they're not going to be quite as long-lived. Chelsea, if we can move ahead to Futurecast, please. We'll get a look here at what we can expect over the next few hours. This is this morning at 4:30. Notice how, as we were pointing out that storm near Bowling Green, it's still possibly going to be clipping southern Hart County, and moving into parts of Greene, Taylor, and Adair County. So you guys along the Cumberland Parkway, you're the next up to possibly be seeing some of these stronger thunderstorms. And here is that initial line, that cold front I was talking about that we're looking at back in parts of eastern Illinois at the moment. Look how much weaker it is compared to all of this activity in front of it. It's because all of this this line that we're currently seeing moving through the area is using up a lot of that fuel. So as this cold front moves through, it's just not going to have as much to feed off of. So that means if we do still see thunderstorms or heavy rain, not as likely to be as strong, which is good news. But keep in mind, we do still have that tornado watch for those areas to the east of I-65, south of the Bluegrass Parkways, in effect until 9 a.m. So we still got a little ways to go yet before we're officially out of the woods, Ben.
Yeah, and hopefully with the data that you just gave us, Alden, we'll see that tornado watch expire a little bit ahead of time for our area, but we still can't let our guard down completely, as we've been talking about. We've got this that we're watching, a tornado warning, and it looks like that tornado is still on the ground, heading towards Cave City and near Munfordville. So please be in your place of shelter in southern Hart County at this time. And then let's go back up to Frankfort, TG, and see if we still see some strong winds up that direction. Looks like the worst of it's just to the east of Frankfort. And I know, Doug Profit, you were just talking to some folks in Franklin County.
Ben just got off the phone with the Frankfort police dispatcher there. They also take care of all of Franklin County, and they just basically telling me it's raining very hard, but they're not getting reports of any damage coming in throughout the county. Of course, that is the state capital, where we heard from the governor just moments ago here live on WHAS 11. We played you his message that is now posted on Twitter, where he is saying to expect multiple fatalities in western Kentucky. That scene seems to be the worst for our state so far. Around Graves County and where Mayfield, Kentucky is, where a rescue is underway at a candle factory that collapsed. And many people, the public there, helping volunteers and other rescuers trying to get to people trapped under the debris. But here also in Louisville, we are tracking the latest power outages, and the most power outages we have so far in the metro area, according to LG&E, Ben, and TG, Oldham County, which at one point approached 2,000. Metro Louisville is now well under 700.
Okay.
Back to you.
All right, thank you, Doug. This is what we're watching here approaching Hart County. It's like a rain-wrapped tornado situation that we have. Our meteorologist, Reed Yaden, is heading down here. Again, Munfordville, Horse Cave, Bonneville, you guys are under a tornado warning with a confirmed tornado warning tag to this tornado warning. Is the debris signature still there? Before we go to Reed Yaden is what I kind of want to see. Still possibly there, and that's very close to that southwestern corner of Hart County right there. So it looks like there's possibly still a tornado on the ground. That was in Bowling Green, I'd say like 20 minutes ago. So this thing's moving at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. Looks like it's heading towards Horse Cave. So again, please be seeking shelter at this time, lowest level of your home, away from the doors and the windows. Let's head out and check on meteorologist Reed Yaden. He has been driving southbound to intercept this situation here in Hart County. Reed, are you there?
Okay, we are at Munfordville at the present time. Continuing on south, we're getting light rain at Munfordville at the present time. Let's go to the outdoor cam. We're passing the I-65 rest area, and just light rain, 25-mile-an-hour winds maybe at most. That's what we have going on here. We're going to press on south and intercept the storm as it is crossing Interstate 65. We'll get there right after it does, and then at this point, we'll probably proceed on to Bowling Green. We'll coordinate with you folks and see what you want to do here. Let me go ahead and go to our radar, show you where we are at the present time. Here we are on Interstate 65, and this is where we are going down through here. And the rain is, even as I talk, the rain is beginning to pick up, and the situation probably will begin to deteriorate a little more as we head further south. We're looking for flashes of light in the distance here. Thankfully, we're not seeing any, so that's one good sign. So we'll continue on south and get back to you as we get a little closer. Reed Yaden live on Interstate 65. Now let's go back to the storm team in Studio G.
Okay, thank you, Reed. We're getting a report of some crews heading to some fires in Bowling Green from that tornado that went through there. And it does look like this is a bounded weak echo region right there. I think that circulation is right there.
Yeah,
this is a brand new
yeah, Ben, they just put out an update again, confirmed tornado 9 miles northwest of Glasgow. Of course,
Reed is like a couple miles from
yeah,
this thing.
in Barron County, because as you see here, putting the ruler, there's Glasgow. There's your 9 miles right there. It is US 31W right there.
Put on the debris again, and I mean it should be about right there. I think, yeah, right there.
Maybe it's a scan and caught up yet.
This is moving 60 miles per hour, so this is going to be in a Horse Cave in like 5 minutes. And Reed's, I think, right there, and so he's going to be intercepting that very quickly. He needs to be very careful. I know Reed's listening, so be very careful. Reed, that debris ball. I know you've got radar. You know what you're looking at. But it looks like it's going to hit right on the Hart and what is that?
Barron
County line?
Yeah, it's out of Metcalf, moving into northern Barron.
Sometimes the tornado itself can be kind of tilted, the updraft. So we're at like 6,000 feet. So at the surface, that tornado might be here, but we're seeing some enhanced reflectivity right there. So yeah, it looks like there's some good circulation right there.
Yeah, it's actually that's from well, We may be, I'm not sure which
About
one
the
we're
same,
looking at. We may be
Nashville
looking
or-
at Nashville, but it's out of Louisville's radar. That's about 4,500 feet off.
4,500 feet. Yeah, pretty high up there.
Yeah.
Again, back to the debris signature, because that's the actual tornado.
And by the way, Franklin County clear the tornado warning. It's now out of that part of the
Okay,
viewing
good.
area.
Okay, so this
Look, there it is,
so
right there.
Yeah, there's
In between Park City and Cave City.
Right there, and then
in
probably some wafted debris.
northern Barron County.
so right over I-65.
Yep.
And so I think Reed's going to miss that, thankfully. But Reed might intercept some damage right here. If Reed, you're listening, between Cave City and Park City is where the tornado just crossed. Okay. Okay, let's go to Reed. Reed, just south of you, that tornado is going across I-65. Go ahead. Okay, Reed, if you can get your mic on, we'll toss back to you. I know they're trying to navigate through some very heavy rainfall there in Cave City. That tornado is probably already over I-65.
Yeah. And that
moved
blue
quickly.
straight line, that's the Barron Hart County line. So
Right there, yeah. So Reed might find some tornado damage there, just, I'd say 2 miles north of Park City is probably where there might be some damage. Okay, Reed, let's get back to you. What's going on?
Okay, sorry about that, Ben. We are just 4 north of Cave City. We're just south of Horse Cave. As you can see, the rain here along Interstate 65 has picked up very heavy. We're getting buffeted by a little wind, and at this point, we're going to be tiptoeing and proceeding south very cautiously. Looking on the horizon here, and you can see the same view I'm looking at. We're looking for any flashes of light out there, indicating power transformers. That was a flash of lightning. So we'll get back to you as we proceed on a little further south. Just wanted to give you an intermediate update here. Reed Gaten live on Interstate 65 at Cave City.
Thank you very much, Reed. Be very careful. It looks like the tornado is probably already across Interstate 65, but I think he says 4 miles north of Cave City, so he might intercept some damage if it did cause some damage. But that looks like it's a tornado on the ground. There is a tornado warning with
right over Cave City there, it updated.
A confirmed tornado, yeah, right there in Cave City.
Yeah, there it is.
Yep, tornado right near Cave City. So if you know somebody there that's just outside of our viewing area, but very close, please let them know they need to be seeking shelter at this time. Now, if this holds together, that's TG, let's go back down there. That's going to be going into Greene County. That's going to be going back into our viewing area. So there's Cave City. This is moving like 60 miles per hour.
It's right there on the border, but yeah, if it moves due east, it'll clip southern Greene County at the very
so
least.
Greensburg heads up. It might jog a little north. So Greensburg, there's Highway 68 through Greene County. There's Center. This severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, actually a tornado on the ground, moving possibly into Greene County if that holds together. Has shown no sign of weakening since it moved through Bowling Green. So not necessarily a long track tornado, but very well organized supercell is what we're looking at right here. Let's go back north. It looks like we might have some enhanced wind speeds around the Jefferson-Bullitt County line.
That's correct. There you go.
Strong thunderstorm right here over southeastern Jefferson County. Lots of lightning strikes over Shepherdsville. Bullitt County getting a lot of heavy rainfall once again.
There you go.
Some possibly damaging straight line winds. Now this is very close to the ground. We're talking just above the treetops, 82 mile per hour winds. This is the biggest threat we were talking about is that damaging wind threat, straight line winds, and that is a little bit of a bow right there.
Yeah, that's
Mount
only
Washington
about
might
1,000
be getting
feet.
in on some damaging winds, and Shepherdsville too, very close to the radar. Those wind speeds are really, really high.
Here,
Yeah, that's the STF radar.
Yep. So that's probably a little less than 1,000 feet off the ground. Like you said, it doesn't
Can we
take
do a
very
little
much
loop of
to
that just to see
doesn't
the
take very much to
progression?
get it down.
Do like a half-hour loop. I just want to see how fast that's moving to the east. A lot of this has been moving at about 50 miles per hour, so it looks like, yeah, there's probably some pockets of damaging winds in here. I'm saying probably about 50 miles per hour. If you want to do a track on that into Spencer and Shelby County, because that's an area of concern. There's not a warning on that right now, but that could definitely cause some at least some 60, 70 mile per hour winds. That might, throw the trampoline across the yard kind of thing. That's the potential for damaging winds heading to High Grove, Taylorsville, Cox's Creek, Clay Village, Harrisonville, Avonstoke, Frankfort, and Lawrenceburg. That's over the next half hour to 45 minutes.
I think Doug's got something.
Yep, Doug.
We've got a live interview with Teresa Ramey. She is in a Walmart store in Hardinsburg, Kentucky, where they all took shelter when the tornado warning broke out. Now, Teresa, I just heard you shout, did you just get your power back on?
Yes.
Okay, tell me what it was like. You're an employee there of the Walmart in Hardinsburg. The tornado warning is triggered. How many of you all were in the store, and what did you all do?
Well, we were just working. We're not a 24-hour Walmart. We close at 11 o'clock here in Hardinsburg, and a lot of us with AT&T had already lost our phone power, so we didn't really know what was going on, but we did hear the rain. The wind was just absolutely horrific sounding, and just all of a sudden the power went out. And of course, we have a great manager on duty that, gave us directions on what to do. There were 7 of us here, stayed in a maintenance closet until the warnings expired. It was kind of scary, nobody being able to use their phones to see what was going on, because we knew that there was a tornado closer to us in Breckinridge County, just a little bit south of us, going towards Rough River. We're just a little bit north of Rough River.
And so you've been without power how many hours, and it just came on in Hardinsburg?
It just came on, I'm going to say a little over an hour and a half maybe. I think it went out about 12:30. I'm not sure exactly what time it is now.
Well, I just heard thunder here in downtown Louisville, and many communities are still under the gun. Teresa Ramey, thank you so much. I'm glad that your 7 employees there were able to hang tight and did so well. And I'm going to let you go now, as we're going to turn back over to our storm team coverage and continue to track some more severe weather, even at this late hour at almost 3 a.m.
Yeah, and
Okay, Doug,
thanks.
thank you. Y'all stay safe.
Thank you. You too, Teresa. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Doug. Yeah.
One change on that right there. Notice how the purple has turned to red. So that's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado for Hart County. They just updated that 9 miles south of Mumfordville, moving east at 55.
If you don't mind, put on the debris signature again. We'll see if that's fallen apart, then we've lost some organization. That was probably it. It doesn't look as significant. Not seeing the blue colors that we had.
Yep.
That's probably definitely it. That's kind of where it was going. So yeah, that's still going to be moving into Greene County, Greensburg area. Watch out. That's going to be heading your direction. Let's go ahead and put a track on that through right around Horse Cave through central Greene County. And that, give them a heads up, you guys a heads up, and then we're going to switch it over to Alden real quick, because we've got kind of a secondary threat that we're kind of watching in southern Indiana here in just a moment. I'll get out of your way here in just a second. That track went crazy.
Yeah.
We'll do another one.
A little punchy.
We've got time. So we've got a little time here in Greene County. So this is moving to the east pretty quickly at around 50 to 60 miles per hour. So if you live in any of these communities or nearby communities, seek shelter. Even if a warning is not going off, I would still treat this as a warning. Heading towards Center, Donensburg, Exie, Greensburg, Burdick, Cane Valley, and Columbia, Kentucky. All those are central time over the next half hour to 40 minutes. So that is our current probably biggest area of concern, although there are some strong straight line wind potential moving through Bullitt County as well that we're going to keep an eye on too. Let's go ahead and switch it back over to Big Wall, over to Alden German, who's looking at the possibility of some severe weather potential over southern Indiana.
Ben, what we're starting to see moving into southern Indiana right now, we have not forgotten about you guys. It's just that the threat for you has been a lot more diminished compared to Kentucky. This is that secondary line we've been talking about for a while that's beginning to move in. Now, there's nothing severe with this line. However, the latest discussion from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma is indicating the potential for some of these counties, such as Du Bois, Orange, and Lawrence counties, possibly there into Washington County, Indiana, that you could still see some very strong gusty winds winds and perhaps a little bit of a rotation with some of these storms. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on this. Now, the one thing that is working in our favor here, it's a much narrower band of rain. It's also a lot weaker. We're not seeing nearly as much reds and deep orange shades as what we see there just to the east of I-65. So we're still going to be watching this as it moves into southern Indiana. So if you're in Bedford, you're probably about to get clipped by some decent rain. And notice right here in south of Jasper and Du Bois County, we do have a little bit of a Boeing segment there. So that's probably indicating that we do have some stronger wind speeds. And it also looks like we have a new tornado.
Yeah, there's a new tornado warning, Ben.
Yeah, let's get down to it. We gave you the advance warning before it was issued. We thought it was going to be moving into Greene County, but it might hold together and head into Taylor County and maybe in parts of Marion
and
County.
LaRue are in the polygon, at least southeastern LaRue and southwestern Marion.
And maybe it'll go that far north, but it seems like it's kind of more on that trajectory, east-northeast, I would say. So central Greene County and then heading towards Campbellsville area, we're going to need to watch out around Highway 68. This is the same tornado that was on the ground that went through Bowling Green and caused damage there. This is the same exact supercell that has held together for quite some time. Moving through southern Hart County, which we were talking about when it was all the way back in Bowling Green, and now it looks like it's going to be heading towards the Hardeeville area, Donensburg, Summersville, Saloma, Campbellsville, Mansville, all these locations right here. If you live in one of these towns, or if you live in a nearby neighborhood, if you live in the rural area, the county, anywhere nearby, please be seeking shelter. Hardeeville, Donensburg, Summersville, Greensburg, Saloma, Campbellsville, Mansville, Bradfordsville. This is all central times. And so please be seeking shelter at this time. That'll be over the next half hour to an hour. Yeah, Doug?
Viewers asking if you please give a Metro Louisville update. Ashley in Okolona saying it's lightning severe, heavy downpour. My house is shaking a little bit. Eastern Jefferson County viewers also telling us that it is, they're under the gun. So let's get the latest on that.
Yeah, there is no warning in Metro Louisville, although I could see a reason for there to be one, at least nearby, because we were talking about the straight line wind potential. But there is not a warning at this time. We do have some very heavy rainfall. We got to remember there is a jet not very high up, a few thousand feet. That's over 60, 70, 80, 90 miles per hour. So we're probably getting some of that to the ground every once in a while. And if we query these, TG, those will probably be 80 miles per hour, 87.
Yeah,
wow.
that's
not very high off the ground.
Yeah, that's probably what, 1,000 feet off the deck, something like that.
That's probably warrants a warning, in my opinion, because some of that could be coming to the ground.
Yeah.
So just stay inside until that moves through.
So basically along the Snyder between Bardstown Road and the split there was 64, Fisherville, Fern Creek, even out toward Mount Washington has been mentioned. You know, those winds can easily make it down to the ground.
And I would say anywhere along that edge, too, that's moving into Spencer, Taylorsville again.
Let's see how far off the ground. Yeah, we're only about 1,200 feet off the ground, so that stuff could mix down very easily. And that's probably one of the reasons that, you know, the folks are saying it's loud, the house is shaking, that kind of thing. Again, easily probably 50, 55 mile per hour winds. So
yeah, no doubt. And if you get a downpour to connect to that and just bring it down, you could have some isolated gusts up to 70, 80 miles per hour. So definitely be in your place of shelter. This is not necessarily tornado activity, but damaging straight line winds are a potential anywhere in this zone right here. Mount Washington, near Taylorsville, up to Shelbyville and Simpsonville. Of course, almost all of eastern Jefferson County
put a quick little track on it.
Very high winds. And even if we don't have a thunderstorm, remember, we're going to have some 20 to 40 mile per hour gusts tonight. So the winds are going to be strong either way. And that could cause some power outages as well. As we go, let's go back to this full screen so we can see that track, Rebecca, and we will get the full track. So anywhere here, I would just stay inside. Don't go out driving at the moment. Shelbyville, Taylorsville, Cox's Creek, Fairfield, Harrisonville, Avonstroke, Frankfort, Bon Air, Hills. This is all the way through 3:30 in the morning, so this is over the next half hour that we could have some damaging straight line winds heading your direction. We're already getting some reports of some windows shaking and that kind of thing. Here's that latest tornado warning. That one goes until, I'm going to guess, 3:45.
Hang on a minute. Yeah, 3:45.
3:45. This tornado warning includes eastern Hart County into a lot of Greene County, and then Taylor and a little section of Marion County. So this is until 3:45, our latest tornado warning. This is now areas south of the Bluegrass Parkway where we have a chance for a tornado on the ground. Now, this is the red color. This means it's radar indicated. It's not the same that we had in Bowling Green where it was confirmed on the ground. It was confirmed on the ground because we saw the debris signature. We had reports of power outages. We had some reports of damage around Bowling Green, possibly Western Kentucky University as well. Now that was about, I'm thinking 45 minutes ago, maybe an hour ago. Tight rotation here just east of Munfordville. Our meteorologist Reed Yaden should be nearby this, and we will check in with him. Okay, I'm not sure where he's at exactly. We will check back in with him.
Hey, Ben.
Oh, he's heading to Bowling Green, okay.
According to the Weather Service, they may have a TDF starting in Hardin County, so let's go back a little farther north.
Can we also check the debris signature on Hart County too, because it looked like it was tightening up pretty good.
Let's just do that.
Reed's heading to Bowling Green, I think, to check out some damage that way. When he comes back up, might have to check for some damage in Hart, Greene County, because that's where we're seeing a tornado warning at this time. So that's our meteorologist Reed Yaden with storm chaser John Humphreys. Looks like moving down I-65 down south of Hart County around the Cave City area and heading towards Bowling Green where that tornado went through to look for some damage, see if anybody needs some help that way. Let's get back to Max HD radar where we're seeing some high reflectivities, high speeds, high velocities here. Now moving east of Metro Louisville. Looks like we'll have a little bit of a clearing for a while. Moving in pretty soon. Heavy rainfall coming down, heading towards Shelbyville, Taylorsville. Lots of lightning strikes as well. Hardin County, you mentioned maybe some.
Didn't see anything, but we'll see what they come up with. But
all right, yeah, let's go back to there's a little hole right there. I would say that's probably the center of rotation. I'm curious about the debris signature there. That's Highway 31 directly east of Munfordville. I'm not seeing well there. That's the highlighted area right there. That could be a little touchdown.
Yep, that's right there.
That would be
right over top.
Probably a tornado. And plus, we're pretty far away from the radar, so this is probably 3,500 feet off the ground, and we're seeing some really good rotation here around Hardeeville. Please be seeking shelter right now in the eastern sections of Hart County and into Greene County here very soon.
Right over Hardeeville right there.
This is the Greene and Hart County line. And back to the debris signature, it looks like we might have an actual tornado
right there.
That is back on the ground. I think it may have lifted up for a little while and then is back on the ground. So we might have some damage around Hardeeville. It's kind of weird that a lot of these tornadoes have hit downtown areas, it seems like today, instead of just going right over the top of rural areas like we often see. But that looks like a tornado over Hardeeville. Canmer is just to the north of there. There's Highway 31. There's State Road 88. And then it's going to be heading just off to the east there.
And eventually moving over into Greene County fairly quickly too, obviously.
Yeah, this is moving very quickly. I would say that, that matches up right
over
with
top.
The rotation.
So, again, of course, the beam is aloft, as we have said, but, of course, we've had plenty of things earlier in the evening.
DeFries, Monroe, Eve, Donensburg, please be seeking shelter. Moving into Greene County, Greensburg. You're going to be very close to this. Early heads up for Campbellsville. This is heading your way. This is the same tornado that was on the ground it's the same supercell at least that produced a tornado in downtown Bowling Green and now is right over the top of Hardeeville, and that's just south of Canmer.
Yeah, they just put out an update that said it was 9 miles east of Munfordville. So it's basically in that area. As the radar next week comes through, it'll be in that general area.
Yep.
There you go.
There's that update. And let's check out the new debris signature too, because it probably updated as well. Let's see if that debris ball is still. So there is maybe a little bit of debris.
Yep.
Probably maybe EF0 kind of thing. Certainly could cause damage. Please be seeking shelter at this time if you are in that area. Let's go and put another track on that. We'll start it near Canmer, Hardeeville, Highway 31, and we'll take that off to the east-northeast towards Summersville, Donensburg, Now, it looks like this will be tracking very close to Greensburg, maybe just a little bit farther to the north, then heading towards Sonoma and Campbellsville through Greene and Taylor counties. So this is moving very quickly off to the east and northeast, heading towards DeFries, Dunnensburg, Allendale, Summersville, Coakley, Bengal, Durhamtown, and Campbellsville over the next 20 minutes. So if you've heard your town or your community, please be seeking shelter. That designated place of shelter that the family knows where to go, lowest level of your home and away from the doors
Hey,
and
Ben,
the windows.
got a report where that stuff that just moved through Jefferson County from meteorologist Chelsea Smith on the chat that evidently I-65, both directions between Fern Valley and the outer loop shut down because of downed power lines.
So we need to
so
get
that's something
the Trimark
we'll
camera
need to
loaded
check
up.
on.
Alden German's going to work on the Trimark camera, I assume,
we-
and see if we can
is it-
find the live video from there. I'm glad we were pointing that out because
Well, and also notice that the box here has turned back to purple, indicating a confirmed tornado
on the ground,
that
which we
has now
suspected with
moved.
the debris ball. So there probably should have been a severe thunderstorm warning in Metro Louisville, but we were giving you the track on that to let you know that there were possibly 70, 80 mile per hour winds moving from Jefferson County and into Spencer and Shelby County. There's still a threat there. We're going to go back there in just a second,
So
but this
northern
is
Greene here, definitely Greensburg northward up towards Summersville.
that
That's
did take
the
that
area.
northeast track for sure. That started in southwestern Hart County and has been tracking this direction. So it looks like it may just stay just north of Greensburg, and then track into areas just north of Campbellsville in northern Taylor County. And so that puts it to, again, DeFries, Allendale, Summersville, 216, Bengal, 322, Sonoma, 328. Again, we're mixing central and eastern times here. Sonoma, 328, New Market, 334, Calvary, 338, and near Greenbrier at about 340. So this is now a confirmed tornado on the ground. We've had several of these tonight. One that moved from Ohio County and into Breckenridge County, and of course some others as well. What was the other one? Spencer County, I think it was confirmed, near Shepherdsville. So let's take a look at the debris signature, see if it's still there. Very strong velocity showing up, and the possibility that there could be a little tornado right there, moving about from the heart over the county line into Greene County. So we've got some issues here in Greene County. Let's head back up to the metro where we've had some problems with some possibly straight line winds. I think the velocities are still going to be pretty strong. We've got this low-level jet that is just cruising over the area.
You also got the cam up as well that shows the traffic being stopped. Your mic's not up.
This is on I-65 at the outer loop there.
Is it max 3? Or?
Yes, this is on max 3, Rebecca. This is from the Trimark cameras from the city. If we could pull that up, please, you can see where the traffic is stopped there because of those reported down power lines. You can also see the camera shaking there pretty decently there in the wind, which is pretty intense. But you had those flashing lights down there in the bottom corner. Traffic backed up behind that because of those downed power lines. Trying to see if I can read more specifically on this.
Almost looks like a billboard, but it's hard to see.
Don't have any specific details on that. But
A viewer, TJ Scott down in Shepherdsville, saying it is throwing down in Shepherdsville. Those 82-mile-an-hour winds you all are talking about had to be right at the ground. They're right over us. You all are right accurate as to what we're seeing in Shepherdsville.
Okay, yeah, we need to. There hasn't been a warning on that, but again, we think there should be because the winds are just off the ground at 70, 80, 90 miles per hour, and we can see it's causing problems on I-65 near Fern Valley Road, near the airport. Looks like traffic on the other side is moving just fine. I can't tell if that's north or southbound shut down.
that would be northbound traffic that's closest to the camera there. So what we're looking at, those the headlights, that's northbound.
Okay, headlights
So it's
are
just-
northbound, shut down, so that might take some time to get that out of the way. They're dealing with electricity. And look at this. We're talking straight 97 miles per hour. Yeah, there should be a warning on this, and we'll put another track on it. This is moving towards Shelbyville. There's going to be likely some more damage, some tree damage, some power outages. This is not far off the ground. The radar is not far away, so any shower that brings some of that down is going to cause some problems.
Hang on one second.
Very strong jet right over the top of Shelby County, far eastern Jefferson County, and that leading edge doesn't help anything. That's moving through Taylorsville and moving into eastern Shelby County. Frankfort, you guys just had a tornado warning. You guys need to stay in your place of shelter. Stay inside.
It's going to move through quick, eastern Spencer, and then eventually it'll be over into Anderson County, Lawrenceburg, which actually, some folks do get our signal there. So
damaging straight line winds. I don't think this is a tornado setup right here. No. Moving in eastern Jefferson County, Shelby County, Spencer County. Let's go ahead and go back to the track. We take a look at some of the towns here. Taylorsville Lake, Benson, Harrisonville, Frankfort, Alton, Stamping Ground, Lawrenceburg, and Cranetown all could see some damaging straight line winds. That is a potent jet right over the top of Shelby. I mean, that doesn't happen very often. We don't see that very often. That's pretty strong stuff there around Shelbyville. And let's look at the reflectivity. Look at the thunderstorm that's creating this.
Well, and that's one thing I was going to mention. We're running into some street flooding, that kind of thing. There's a aerial flood advisory for obviously ponding of water on the roadway, some of the low-lying areas, streams, creeks running high here in the metro. Breckenridge, Bullitt, Hardin, Jefferson, and Meade until 8 a.m. Eastern. And it's due to this just heavy amounts of rain that we've seen here running across the metro, in addition to those strong winds here over the last half hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's a pretty serious situation. Shelbyville, Taylorsville, I know there's not a warning on it, but there probably should be a severe thunderstorm warning on this with winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. That's heading towards Frankfort. It's heading through Taylorsville, Shelbyville, Simpsonville, probably still some very heavy rain. Maybe even down here into northern Nelson County, some strong winds. Thankfully, downtown Louisville, a lot of metro Louisville is clearing out from that latest batch of thunderstorms that's moving through.
So a little update on the situation down here in Greene County. Per the Weather Service, the feature isn't as significant as it was farther west, but they expect that to potentially spin up, again, a few of those quick isolated tornadoes, those EF0, ZF1s that we generally see in this type of setup as this progresses, through the warned area there, through Greene County and into Taylor and parts of southwestern Marion and extreme southeastern LaRue County. So it looks like they're going to hang on to that warning. The threat doesn't appear to be as great as it was, obviously, when it worked through Bowling Green, where, we've had confirmed tornado there, reports of some damage there in Warren County and in Bowling Green. But still, if you're inside that purple box, that polygon, Greensburg, Campbellsville, again up into southeastern LaRue, extreme southwestern Marion, southwest of Lebanon there, and of course, Greensburg and points northward, you need to be in your safe place, again, just to be on the safe side. While this is weakening, it still has the potential, again, of spinning up just a quick little isolated tornado within that area as it moves very rapidly off the northeast, about 55 miles per hour. You see with the update, every scan of the radar, this thing continues to move down the pike.
Let's take a look at the, not the reflectivity, but the velocity of this and see if we still see some strong rotation. This is Highway 68. And yeah, I'd say so. Straight line winds, if nothing else, right over Summersville and Greensburg. We're going to give you an update on that traffic, too, by the way, over I-65 near Fern Valley Road in just a moment with meteorologist Alden German. We've got the Trimark cameras there. The traffic was stopped on the northbound lanes thanks to a power pole. It looks like that got knocked over. Rotation here. Here's State Road 569, 210, Saloma, Summersville. This is just north of Greensburg. You guys could still have some gusty winds on the outside of this possible tornado. Tornado warning continues until 3:45, I believe. And then let's look at that debris signature again and see if there's anything being lofted up. Just in case. There was a pretty good signature earlier. I think we're just talking about some leaves and stuff like that, some big raindrops. in that area right there. So could have some damaging winds, certainly moving through eastern Greene County, the northern half. Let's just go northeastern Greene County, and then we're going to take that into northern Taylor County around Campbellsville and up towards Saloma, and then it looks like this will move into Marion County as well. So Lebanon, heads up, you guys might have some damaging winds heading your way, gravel switch as well. This has been tracking due northeast, so it looks like that'll cross over Highway 68 in Marion County and might nudge up against Lebanon as well. All right, so from that threat area, we go back to the north, and still some strong straight line winds here. We've had some reports of some damage with these winds that have been moving through parts of metro Louisville and now Shelby County, Spencer County. And I know it looks like, hey, it looks like a normal thunderstorm, but the winds aloft are insane. They're like 70, 80, 90, 100 miles per hour. This is even broadening out into Henry County, Eminence to Shelbyville. This is a jet, a low-level jet of 84 miles per hour, and if any of that makes it down to the ground, that's damaging wind gusts. That can do some power outages, like knock down trees, and all of that stuff. So let's try to get the camera back up with meteorologist Alden German and see if we still have that backup going on.
Yes, Ben, we do. I just got off the phone with the Metro Safe. The headlights that we're looking at with those stop traffic, that is I-65 northbound, and they say that they do have utility crews on the way to get that cleaned up. However, they don't have an ETA on when exactly I-65 north is going to be reopened. They're moving the camera around as well. We don't have control over the movements of these cameras, so I'm not exactly sure what they're looking at over there, but it does appear to be some flashing lights. However, the good news is we don't have any other major road problems, but we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning.
There's your severe thunderstorm warning, Ben, that you're talking about. Shelby County, Franklin County, eastern Spencer, for that potential straight line wind damage if you want to jump back to the radar here. So you can go over that since that's just out.
Okay, let's get to Reed real quick. Looks like he might have some damage. I'm not sure exactly where Reed is at the moment. He was down in Hart County a little bit earlier, heading towards Bowling Green. Let's go ahead and bring up Reed Yaden shot. Looks like an overturned semi-tractor trailer. Looks like I-65. What do we got? Yeah, Reed, let us know what's going on.
Okay, Ben, we are just at the Bowling Green exit here, the second exit. We had been told there were some overturned cars out here, but here's an overturned semi. That thing is buried in the mud, too. Police here, both of the lanes of the interstate are open. We understand that our affiliate in Bowling Green, WBKO, was on the air and knocked off as they were doing a tornado warning. So we're going to check as we get into Bowling Green as best we can. We'll begin to get you some live video out, see what people need, and get information out that needs to be gotten out. It looks like the northbound traffic over here coming out of Bowling Green is at a standstill for some reason. There may be some overturned cars in the roadway there. I am not sure. We're still getting some lightning here. As you can see, some moderate rain, but we'll get into Bowling Green, and this is the second Kentucky city that probably is going to have, unfortunately, major damage from this storm, a series of storms that we've dealt with tonight. This was a different tornado from the one that hit Mayfield, where they have just catastrophic damage. And we're going to get into Bowling Green here, and we will get back to you shortly. Just wanted to get you an update, Ben. That's where we are now. Back to Studio G and the WHAS 11 Storm Team, and Doug Prophet's been with us all night, too.
All right, stay safe, Reed. Thank you for that video. Yeah, they got hit hard, and that's the same supercell that we've been tracking in Greene and moving into Taylor County. That's the same circulation that put down some other tornadoes when it moved out of Bowling Green. So this is the latest severe thunderstorm warning, and it looks like a pretty big one that covers Frankfort and areas just east of Shelbyville and Taylorsville. And we're telling you that, that was needed back here as well, but we were giving you a heads up. We were tracking that as it was moving through parts of Jefferson County. And there's a chance that there could be some damaging winds up here in Henry County as well. It's very, very impressive to see these kind of winds just 1,000 or 2 feet above the ground level. This is probably up to around 80 to 90 miles per hour. And then this is the leading edge of that straight line damaging wind threat. So Frankfort, you guys got to stay inside here in Franklin County, and then the eastern section of Shelby County. This is some not good travel weather down Interstate 64. That could cause some big trouble. So I hope people have pulled over or have stopped in that area. This is not good traveling conditions right there. So then we've got the severe thunderstorm warning that continues here in Spencer County for areas around Taylorsville, and then the rest of Spencer County off to the east. It looks like the winds are diminishing over metro Louisville. You can see that clearing we've got now around Anchorage and downtown and within the Waterson as well. As we switch it over into velocity mode, once again, I just want to kind of see where the greatest wind speeds are. And that would be, let's go a little bit farther up to the north too. So it looks like we've got through a lot of Henry County and Shelby County the potential for some damaging straight line winds in excess of 70, maybe 80 miles per hour. So just, yeah, there's 92 pixel 93. That's not far off the ground. And then we'll go ahead and move on back down to the south. And actually, let's go ahead and look at the whole viewing area once again. I want to see what's happened in southern Indiana and all of our areas. It looks like there's the very final back edge line that we need to get through here and just call this thing done for the night or the early morning. Severe thunderstorm warning on I-65 north of Seymour. There's been a lot of trouble on I-65 tonight. Overturned tractor trailer in Bowling Green and Fern Valley Road on I-65. We've got power poles, utility crews there near the airport on I-65 northbound shut down. And then we've got this tornado warning that continues over Greene and Taylor County. Severe thunderstorm warning over Bowling Green again. So that's not good for Bowling Green, it looks like. They've had a rough night. And then you've got kind of a break between Louisville, Salem, English, Seymour, Madison before we need to get that last line through. And if you don't mind, TG, real quick, if we can go and just see if there's any wind speeds in any of these cells over here. Real quick, and then we'll get over to Doug Profit. I just want to see if we're tapping into any kind of jet winds. So these look pretty tame, thankfully. I'm not worried about these at all at this time in Orange County. We're looking good through Jackson County. So these look like, run-of-the-mill thunderstorms at this time. But still very strong winds, Newcastle, Shelbyville, and we're going to monitor that tornado warning in Greene and Taylor counties as well.
They've extended it eastward to include, as you see,
Marion.
Part of Washington County, Kentucky, eastern Marion, and then over into Lexington's viewing area with Lincoln and Mercer.
Well, that's a tight circulation right there. That is very impressive, just north of Campbellsville.
Yeah, it's definitely tightened up.
I would say that's a tornado. Maybe the debris signature is back.
Here, let's take a look.
We'll take a look.
Yeah,
not quite. It might
possibly
be just off the
there.
Maybe there's something flying around in the air. But right over Saloma, north of Campbellsville, that is a potential tornado on the ground. That is some impressive circulation. That is going towards the radar very fast, and that's going away from the radar. And that right there is what we call a couplet. That is very tight. There could be possibly a tornado right there just to the west of Saloma. And this is only about, I would say, 7-8 miles north of Campbellsville in northern Taylor County.
So that goes until 4 a.m. up into Marion County and just that small southeastern part of Washington County, Kentucky.
So take action, seek shelter. If you are in Marion County, Taylor County, the Newmarket area, Bradfordsville, and probably just south of Lebanon, Gravel Switch, this is heading that direction. So towards Bradfordsville, Newmarket, not far from Lebanon, probably stay just south of Lebanon. There in Marion County, we'll put a track on it. A very, very, very good-looking circulation right there. So Saloma, Hobson, Findlay, Newmarket, Calvary, Greenbrier, Pinnock, over the next half hour, heading your direction. Potential of a tornado on the ground, and actually, it looks like possibly confirmed, TG, because we don't have the red color anymore there.
Yeah, that's
been observed. So observed tornado around Saloma. Another touchdown tornado tonight, early this Saturday morning. Findlay be seeking shelter. Newmarket, Bradfordsville. Again, I'm going to continue to repeat these areas. Please be seeking shelter. This is a tornado on the ground right near Saloma. All right, and we've got Reed in Bowling Green. We'll check back with him in just a second. This is our biggest area of concern right now. Tornado on the ground. Hobson, Findlay, Newmarket, Lebanon, Greenbrier, Pinnock, Texas. We are going to intentionally be repetitive in this situation right now. It might get annoying, but we're going to continue to repeat these towns in it's out of Greene County. It's away from Greensburg, north of Campbellsville. Taylor County is where we have a tornado on the ground. Heading towards the Findlay area, Newmarket, there's State Road 208, 744, Highway 68. Looks like it's about to cross over Highway 68 in the next couple of minutes. And stay just south, maybe of Lebanon, unless it just jogs to the north. So very, very close to Lebanon and the Pinnock area as it moves into the southeastern section of Marion County, Kentucky. So please be seeking shelter in these areas right now. Doug, did you have something you wanted to share?
I think he's on the horn. Alden's got something he wants to add.
So on Max 3, I have this radar wind speed image in motion, and you can see just how quickly this has really rotated and how quickly it's really tightened up on itself. So it looks like it just passed, and again, these are all moving very fast, 55, 60 miles per hour, and this is just a radar loop of the last hour. So it moved from off-screen to on-screen here, and what we're currently looking at is it's crossing Highway 289 right there. It's approaching the border of LaRue and what is this down here? Taylor County?
Taylor County.
Yeah, Taylor.
And so if you are in Newmarket, it looks like it's moving just possibly to the south of you guys, but go ahead and take those tornado precautions because this is like what we've seen so far all night long, really wrapping up very quickly and possibly producing some of that debris signature. And if you look really closely, it's truly impressive just how broad that rotation was and then just how quickly it spun up. Chelsea, if you can move forward, please, to the debris tracker there. It should just be the
Watch
next
out for
scene.
Bradfordsville, Newmarket.
Okay, so here's the
Yeah,
so
that's
we
a
have
tornado.
okay, we have this is a tornado on the ground now. This is just to the northeast of Saloma, and this is going to be crossing Highway 289 on the way to Findlay. Findlay, you need to take shelter right now. This is a tornado. This is debris that's being lofted up into the atmosphere that is being detected. So it's very important that you take those tornado shelter precautions. And we just have a new update now. This is right over Findlay, guys. You've got to take shelter right now if you are in Findlay. This is a confirmed tornado. This has been an observed tornado, and this is an extremely dangerous situation. This is going right over Findlay right now across Highway 289.
Yeah, it's right on the Taylor-Marion County line. That's where Findlay is, and the signature is definitely there. Not only with the debris signature, but also obviously with the velocity as well. But that's pretty distinct there. We haven't seen that in a while.
Chelsea, can we get a track on this, please, if possible? This is moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. But in the meantime, if you're get it, zoom back in, please, so we can see Findlay on the map. All right, if you are in Findlay, this is pretty much right over you. So it's extremely important that you take your tornado precautions right now. Get down to your basement. If you don't have a basement, the lowest level, most interior portion of whatever building you are in. Get into an interior hallway if you can, a closet, a bathroom. You can cover yourself up with some blankets to give yourself some added protection. But this is definitely a tornado debris signature that we see here.
Yeah, TG, go ahead and load up a track too.
Well, I've got one up.
Okay,
I was just going to tell Rebecca if you want to take one that's got, that shows the velocity signature right there. And this is what we typically deal with these kind of scenarios. They spin up very, very rapidly, so that's why you got to be ready.
I think we can really see this well with the debris signature. So, TG, if you could pull up the debris signature and have that track on it too. I think that's...
And while we do that, we've got this heading towards Jessietown, Calvary, Peckford, Pinnock. Be seeking shelter, as Alden mentioned. Saloma, you're in good shape now. It's now off to the east of you. Willowtown, you are now in the clear. So this is northern Taylor County and about to cross into Marion County. So this is an immediate threat. This is a tornado on the ground. You need to be seeking shelter at this time. We will get that debris signature, which is the tornado, back on here in just a second as soon as we possibly can. But please be seeking shelter. This is in the northeastern sections of Taylor County and about to move into Marion County.
There is pretty distinct.
Still a tornado on the ground, no doubt about that.
That's one of the better ones that we have seen I think since back toward Bowling Green.
And measure that one. That might be a mile wide. That's right over Highway 68, right between Newmarket and Phillipsburg, moving over 208. And then this is going to jump so fast. So if we can get ahead of this, right about here, let's go down to some neighborhood roads. We're just kind of jumping around
Max
there.
3, I have that track on Max 3.
Let's get to some neighborhood roads
Hang on,
first.
he wants to do the neighborhoods.
And possibly we're in a pretty
There you
rural.
go.
There we go. All right, so this is Robert Spalding Road, Caldwell Road, and Robert Spalding Road again. We've got Hines Lane, it looks like.
Yep.
There's 208, Calvary Road. So if you're familiar with that, that is near the Findlay area. And this is heading towards Greenbrier. There's 1157, State Road 208, Bald Knob Road, and it looks like Thelbert Knott Road.
Yep.
And Edley Road. Please be seeking shelter if you're familiar with any of these spots. If you live along these roads, please be heading to the lowest level of your home and away from the doors and the windows. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground.
And that is just into Marion County out of Taylor County.
Yeah, let's back it up just a little bit because we could probably see.
Yeah, because there's the
some of
county
bigger
line,
county
the dark
seats.
shade, the debris signatures in Marion County.
Yep. So then we should have Lebanon just to the north.
There it is.
So here's Lebanon, the county seat of Marion County. So this is, I'm going to say probably 8 miles southwest of Lebanon. This is tracking northeast towards Greenbrier. So it looks like a tornado on the ground is going to be clipping very close to Greenbrier. What was that, TG? I didn't see your measurement there. There's the latest update.
You were right. You were right on it. It was exactly 8 miles. So
Right between Newmarket, Phillipsburg, and Greensbrier, heading over State Road 208. That's a tornado on the ground. This is debris that the radar is picking up, tracking off to the northeast, and that's heading towards Greenbrier, Peckford, Pinnock, and Riley through the eastern sections of Marion County. Looks like it'll be very near Bradfordsville as well, maybe just a little bit north of that. So once again, I don't know how many we've seen so far, but we're starting to count up the touchdown tornadoes here tonight. These are not your normal tornado warnings that are radar indicated. These are confirmed on the ground. So
put a
this
better
one,
track on it. Like you are getting out in the rural areas, but everybody is important. Like you said, Greenbrier, Peck Road, Riley. So it looks like it is going to stay off to the south and southeast of Lebanon, county seat there in Marion County. Looks like it's awfully close to Bradfordsville, as you see on the right-hand part of your screen, and then eventually it's going to head possibly up into extreme southeastern Washington County, Kentucky. So
same supercell that went through Bowling Green.
Yeah. Absolutely. And again, these things can cycle, they weaken out, but this is generally what we see in these types of setups. But as far as the debris tracker, this is probably since the Bowling Green storm, and again, that was shooting a lot higher up into the storm. Yeah. This is the best signature that we have seen on the debris tracker since the Bowling Green storm.
And I know at home you're like, what are you talking about? I just see a bunch of colors. But this right here is a consistent signal of debris being lofted up. Yeah. So that could be tree limbs, it could be leaves, it might be parts of a barn, but that is debris, that is rotation. And is it starting to move outside of the actual tornado warning, or do they got a new one there, it looks like?
Yeah, it extends through eastern Marion, southeastern Washington County, and then over into Lexington's viewing area, Lincoln, Boyle, and Mercer counties up towards Harrodsburg.
Okay, we need to stay on this. We will get to Reed again in just a moment, but this is our immediate dangerous situation right now. Greenbrier. This was over Findlay, which is right there, like 5 miles away, a couple minutes ago, and now it's right over the top of Greenbrier. This is still a tornado on the ground. This is right over 1157. That's moved right over 208. Let's get ahead of it right over 49, see if there's any roads here, street level, and we'll see if we can help some folks out here. This is, looks like Boswell Lane, Three Pines Road, Allen Corbett Road, Tucker Road, Abel Lane, right off of State Road 49, there's Abel's Lane, Pope's Creek Road. It's going to be on top of you possibly right now. This is moving at about 60 miles per hour to the northeast. So when we see it on the radar, it's already moved. So you really need to be seeking shelter. This is the debris from the tornado right down there. And so this is going to be moving right over State Road 49. This is now in eastern Marion County. This is staying south of Lebanon. It's just to the north of Bradfordsville, it looks like right now. So there's Pope's Creek Road.
Rural areas, but you see, like you say, you go down to street level and you've got some of these, and they just sent out an update. It continues, confirmed tornado.
Let's go back out again.
Yeah, near Lebanon. So just a few miles down the road, there is Lebanon.
So right on top of Greenbrier, please be seeking shelter. Just 5 miles south of Greenbrier is where we have, and it looks like, we've seen this so many times tonight, TG, in Alden, where you have the debris signature. There's other stuff that gets lofted to the north.
Yep.
So it looks like there might be some stuff kind of falling out of the sky around Highway 68, just to the east of Lebanon, because the upper level winds are shifting all that debris that way.
So strong, it's carrying it along the way. Let's see how
there's really impressive rotation.
It's tightened up a little bit too.
That pixel's probably 80 to 95 miles per hour.
Give me a second and I'll tell you. There you go.
There's 73 there, and then that yellow one probably a little 95. 95 miles per hour right next to pixels going the other way. This is really good rotation right here. Moving over State Road 49, just to the northwest of Bradfordsville. That's probably about 2 miles northwest of Bradfordsville. And this is moving to the northeast through eastern Marion County. And dangerous situation here, Alden. What are you looking at there?
If we can pull up Max 3 really quick, I just want to show the history of this rotation here as we look at the wind speed. So this has been moving fairly quickly here, and if you look there, you can see that it's really tightened up again here in the last few.
We need this on the big monitor. There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Look at it pulsing up and pulsing down almost.
Right, so we're seeing this cycle. It's going through, this continuous life cycle. So back here, just to the north of Greensburg, it was just some very strong winds, some broad rotation, really tightened up here as it was approaching Findlay. We had that strong tornado debris signature, and now we're starting to see it weaken just a little bit, but now we're really starting to see it tighten up again just to the southeast, of Lebanon, heading into Marion County. Chelsea, can you zoom in on that, please, and stop the animation? So it's a much smaller area of rotation than what we were having before. So this is just to the east there of Greenbrier, probably just a couple of miles, and as Ben was saying, getting ready to cross over State Road 49. Now, what does appear to be fortunate is that this is likely largely rural area, but still, if you do live in that area, rural area, you're obviously still going to want to take those tornado precautions, because we've been seeing this same storm cycle over and over again. So this is still a fairly dangerous situation. Chelsea, can you pull back up the...
Hey, Alden, while we continue to track this, just because we obviously have interest, with folks down in Bowling Green and down at Western Kentucky, storm report just came in from that tornado that moved through Bowling Green. Multiple reports of damage or collapsed structures due to the tornado, people trapped, damage to the Corvette plant with fire on its roof.
Wow.
So
and this is the same
pretty big deal.
This is the same cell that went through Bowling Green, and this is what we're tracking right here. This is a tornado on the ground. We cannot forget that. This is a tornado on the ground just northwest of Bradfordsville. This is what's happening now. I want to get to the Bowling Green and what Reed's got down there after this. This is our immediate threat. This is heading towards Gravel Switch. This is in eastern Marion County. This is just south of Pennock. This is going to clip some of the outskirts of Bradfordville. Let's get ahead of it just a little bit, probably right there. I want to get to some of those street level areas right about where my hand's out. And this might be so rural that we don't see any roads pop up.
Whoops.
We went
I'm in about as close as I can get. There you go.
There we go. So that is Siloam Road and Hancock Branch Road. This is eastern Marion County, Kentucky. So if you know these locations, this is per rural area. And Tatum Lane, Goose Creek Road,
it's
Riley.
Like the community of Riley there.
Orbertson Lane, So again, please be in your place of shelter, lowest level of your home, away from the doors and the windows.
That's not
Stay
far
calm.
from gravel squid.
You've got a few minutes to get to your place of shelter. This is a tornado on the ground. This is State Road 337, just north of Bradfordsville. And let's check on the debris again, see if it's still flying around in the air. It's going to be heading right towards Gravel Switch. Gravel Switch is right there at 243 and 68. So it still looks like we've got some debris. And so there's still the potential of a tornado on the ground. This is heading towards Riley, Gravel Switch, and Alliston.
And then that will take it out of the viewing area. We'll skip over into
like about 10 minutes, and that'll be out of the viewing area. So again, just north of Bradfordsville, that's where we have some debris. I hope this will weaken, but right now that rotation is still very strong. That is going towards the radar. That's going away, and so that is rotation. That is a really good couplet.
And that's it wrapping up like literally over the last 10 minutes, and you see how quickly it's moving as well.
Hopefully this will weaken as it begins to move towards Gravel Switch. I wouldn't count on it at this point in time. There's 337, 243, Forkland, Gravel Switch, Highway 68. That's Highway 68 east of Lebanon, Kentucky, eastern Marion County. Here's the Marion County line. So in about 3 minutes, this will be outside of the WHS 11 viewing area. Lexington will pick it up for you guys here in Brumfield, Forkland, Perryville.
Yeah, it's over in Boyle County.
Heading into Boyle County. Now, let's talk about what Reed has down in Bowling Green. Do we have that ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, Reed, we're checking in on you. What's going on down there? Reed, can you hear us? Is this Bowling Green that we're looking? Okay, we're rolling through Bowling Green. Still some heavy rain down there. We've heard that there is some significant storm damage in Bowling Green. You know, a lot of us here in the WHS 11 viewing area have family and friends at Western Kentucky University. We've heard there might be some damage to the Corvette Museum or factory.
Either.
There's also reports from our ABC affiliate, WBKO.
Okay, some reports from our ABC affiliate, WBKO.
Multiple structures hit,
some completely destroyed.
Also reporting damage over by the National Corvette Museum gas station there, badly damaged. Some pictures of people's
yeah, you can see
homes.
there some power poles as Reed drives through that area, bent over, and
there's a road.
Yeah. Look at the debris in the roadway there. Looks like he can't even get past it.
A tornado went through there for sure. So we're looking at the damage in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Still a lot of lightning.
A significant tornado went through there about an hour ago. And that same supercell is what we were tracking and what we are tracking in Marion County. That's near the Bradfordsville area. Moving towards the Gravel Switch area is where that tornado on the ground is now. Again, we are looking at, so that rotation is getting very close to Gravel Switch, right up 337, connecting to 243, and very near 243 and Highway 68 near Gravel Switch. Gravel Switch will be seeking shelter. And if you're just south of Gravel Switch, I mean, it looks like it's heading right towards your direction. Hopefully we'll start to lose some of that debris signature. That would mean that this is kind of weakening a little bit, but that's still pretty good looking image here coming from our Max HD radar. There's possibly some debris, and then maybe a little bit up here. Maybe that got lofted up, but I don't know if there's some rotation here too. That we'll have to look at as well with our velocity mode. This is, again, far eastern Marion County. This is about to move out of our WHS 11 viewing area. So, yeah, that's definitely the best rotation that we see across the area right now. We should probably check in real quick on Franklin County, Shelby County. We've had some straight line wind damage moving through those areas. So it looks like we're in pretty good shape now in Shelbyville down to Taylorsville, in Shelby and Spencer counties, but still some damaging straight line winds possible here in Franklin County. Yeah, Doug.
I wasn't able to get this report on. I did talk to the supervisor at Shelby County Dispatch about 30 minutes ago when they were under the gun with those winds. What were they? Over 90 miles an hour there as it moved through, or close
Yeah,
to that
80,
area?
90.
He said, fortunately, they were not getting a lot of phone calls. They were seeing a lot of strong winds, a heavy flooding rain, but no damage reports coming in, and that people were not calling them with any life-threatening situations, and that was out of Shelby County. So that was a good report to get from them.
And we do need to load up the traffic cam again if Alden is around to do that for us, or Chelsea. We need to check on the I-65 northbound at Fern Valley Road where it was shut down. Utility crews were heading out there to check that out near the airport. We had this really strong winds move through Metro Louisville, straight line winds over the last hour. Strongest thunderstorms here are south of the Bluegrass Parkway, south of the Western Kentucky Parkway. Still a severe thunderstorm warning down towards Bowling Green. It looks like our first flash flood warning that we've seen due to this severe thunderstorm outbreak that we've had tonight. This stuff, thankfully, is really weakening, not impressive over southern Indiana. We can almost give southern Indiana the clear for tonight, I would say. But we'll try to pull up some cameras here in just a second. It looks like we got some try marks. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, that's
like
up, but everything seems to be moving.
Moving okay, unless they switched the camera.
Yeah, they may
looking in our
have.
direction.
They may have switched it.
The storyline moves through the night. Would you say both for the state of Kentucky right now, our worst areas we need to focus on are Bowling Green at the moment and Mayfield, Kentucky, where it seems to be that catastrophic damage hit them the hardest? Is that the way it's sort of shaping up so far, would you say?
I mean, obviously, the Mayfield situation is a given, considering the video and the pictures that we saw earlier, and again, a radar signature that many of us haven't seen almost anything like it. I mean, I think going forward, if you open a textbook of what a large destructive tornado looks like on radar with the reflectivity, not even the velocity data, when it was going through Mayfield, that was it. As we were tracking those things even out in far western Kentucky, when it was out in Fulton County, which is, all the way out to the Mississippi River, I remarked to Ben, I'm like, that's heading right toward Mayfield, which of course is the county seat in Graves County. And we showed you that picture earlier of just unbelievable damage done to the courthouse downtown. And that's a structure that's, you can clearly tell, been around for a long period of time. And now, as Doug mentioned, the focus shifts down to Bowling Green, an even larger city where, again, a lot of interest here in the WHAS 11 viewing area with Western Kentucky University, and obviously, even though it's not in the viewing area, it's close enough where it has an impact, big damage down there, Ben. I think what we're going to end up seeing at the end of the day and with the light of day around here, and Ben can attest to this, the folks at the Weather Service, not only here in Louisville, but also in Paducah, are going to have their work cut out for them over the next, this is going to take several days, especially with that long track tornado. But I think, and correct me if I'm wrong with the assessment here, Ben, what we're going to end up seeing here in our viewing area is probably, some of these EF0s, EF1s that we typically see that have spun up. Maybe the only exception could potentially be there in Breckinridge County as that long track tornado was finally beginning to weaken out.
Yeah, I totally agree. And Chelsea and Alden, if you can get some of our Metro cams lined up, I'd like to take some different views. I want to go back to the traffic Trimark cam because this is part of the story tonight.
It just disappeared.
There's not a thunderstorm in Metro Louisville, but the camera is rocking and rolling. It looks like we just lost that camera.
Yep.
But we have winds that will be gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour. After all is said and done, the storm system is a potent storm with some very strong winds outside of thunderstorms.
It's back up now, so you can see it.
Yeah, we can go back to that camera.
shaking.
So yeah, without a thunderstorm, this thing is just rocking and rolling. So we've got some strong wind gusts across the area. We've got a wind gust graphic. We might be able to bring that up and check some of the wind gusts as well if Alden and Chelsea want to work on that as well. So we've got other impacts other than severe storms across the area that we're keeping track of. I haven't seen traffic move this way, so I'm thinking we're looking north and that it might still be blocked off near this location. 67 degrees still currently across the area. Well, let's go back to our WHS 11 whole viewing area view and take a look at what's going on.
We're in good shape, better shape now. The confirmed tornado is just radar indicated, and it's basically out of the viewing area. It's over in the Mercer and Boyle County over in Lexington's
So let's get back
DMA.
to Max 1 so we can take a look at the radar. I think this is Max 3. So there we go. So this is southern Indiana, and it looks like there are no warnings here. Metro Louisville storms are off to the east. Strongest storms are to the south. And we'll need to watch this right here.
Yeah, I was going to say, still think that stuff rolling through Bowling Green down the Cumberland Parkway, because you got to remember, Columbia hasn't seen a drop of rain or anything in Adair County at all, and with the front coming through, that potentially, could cause some issues down that way.
Let's head back down here and just take a look at the winds. I mean, that's a huge concentration of lightning just east of Bowling Green, so that's going to be heading northeast. So we're probably looking at some straight line wind damage on top of the tornado damage in Bowling Green. I mean, those are some wicked winds there with that severe thunderstorm warning over the top of Bowling Green. So Bowling Green had a tornado warning, now severe thunderstorm warning with straight line wind damage possible. And then this thunderstorm, strong thunderstorm, is going to be heading through Munfordville, Greensburg, Campbellsville, strong thunderstorms. No warnings on those storms right there. In fact, I think we're out of warnings pretty much, except for far northeastern Marion County, but that storm is out of the viewing area.
That's cleared. They're in the clear.
So that one is done. I think at the moment we do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings in the viewing area. Yeah, Doug.
I want to give this important update. This comes from our affiliate, ABC affiliate in Bowling Green, WBKO. According to WKU, emergency crews are assessing significant storm damage, and the university is in contact with all residential staff. Again, we're talking about Western Kentucky University in Bowling Green. This information coming from WBKO. Now, this is important. There have not been any injuries reported on the WKU campus at this time. That's very important there. Considering that so many folks from Louisville have connections to WKU and have students down there. So they are assessing significant storm damage, but telling us no injuries at this time on campus.
And do we have Reed shot down there? I'm just curious how it's looking for Reed. If we could check back in with him, see what he's been seeing and observing down there around some of that damage. Okay, we'll wait for just a second for Reed.
I tell you what, while we're waiting for Reed, I did want to, for our viewers who may have just joined us, the Kentucky governor, a little while ago tonight, I've lost track now what time he did put out a message on the significance of what happened in Western Kentucky. I want to play what he said earlier, just a little while ago, about 2 a.m.
Late last night / early this morning, I issued a state of emergency based on tornado damage in Western Kentucky. The damage is significant, and we expect multiple fatalities. Graves County, and specifically the city of Mayfield, have been hit really hard, and we are still awaiting more reports of the surrounding area. This is going to be some of the worst tornado damage that we've seen in a long time. If you are in the area, there are still active cells in severe weather, so stay safe. We care about you. We want to make sure that you are through, that you get through this. The National Guard has been activated. The Transportation Cabinet is deploying additional assistance. I've been in direct contact with the county judge, the mayor, fire chief, and others. Our state EOC is active, and we're going to be working directly with those impacted through the night and through the morning, and I'll personally be in the area as soon as it is safe to travel. Everybody out there, stay safe, and to those that have sustained damage, we're going to get through this. I'm praying for you, Western Kentucky. We are all with you.
Again, we are expecting multiple fatalities according to the Kentucky governor, and one of the main rescue sites in Mayfield, Kentucky. That is a little town just south of the city of Paducah there on the Ohio River. Mayfield just south of Paducah, and where a candle factory collapsed, and there have been attempts to rescue people who were trapped under the debris. We do want to check in with WHAS 11's Reed Yaden again, bringing us another live report down from southern Kentucky. Reed?
Okay, Doug, we are in Bowling Green, and where the severe thunderstorm, thankfully, is winding down. We are seeing a lot of damage here. We're working our way. What we've done is overlay our GPS on the debris field from the radar, and it's verifying. We have some video that we can roll a portion thereof. This was near the first exit coming off of Interstate 65. We pulled in. There was a large convenience store. The roof ripped off of the service area there, and so on. Then there was a motel nearby. There was another several cars blown over and a semi-load of Corvettes. They weren't destroyed, but I think they had some damage to them. So some people are going to get their Corvette a little late. We are working our way toward WKU. Then we also have a report that on the southwest side of Bowling Green, there are 30 homes that have been destroyed. I have not picked up any reports of injuries down here, but that's very preliminary. Power is off in parts of the town. You go a few blocks and it will be back on again. Daylight is going to reveal the full extent of what's going on down here. So we're going to work our way on through town here. Then we'll get back to you. There is a developing story from the tornado. Do we have a confirmed touchdown over there in Taylor County?
I don't know.
We don't, at this point, we don't have a confirmed touchdown. I don't know if you guys have something back there, but there is a partial collapse of an apartment house. 8 people injured in Taylor County, in Campbellsville. So we do know that. We will eventually get in that direction, but for now, we're going to continue to work our way through Bowling Green, and we'll get back to you from time to time and keep you updated. And of course, we've been on the air through the night. We're staying here. Then we go into our morning block, the normal wake-up block. It won't be normal this morning, and it's all of this is very, very sad and very emotional. Here 2 weeks before Christmas, just an unbelievable night of weather that's still unfolding. So Reed Yaden live in Bowling Green. We'll get back to you here. I believe we're getting close to WKU now, and we'll get back to you.
Once again, the tweet put out by Western Kentucky University 10 minutes ago. Emergency crews are assessing significant storm damage in the Bowling Green area. WKU is in contact with all residential staff, and no injuries are reported on campus at this time. Also, the Kentucky Governor's Office communicating on Twitter here tonight, early this morning, I should say, and here's what the latest message they have, as the governor has now moved to the Frankfort Emergency Center there. Do we want to show that message right now, what they're saying out there? Frankfort, if not, we'll get over to WHAS 11's meteorologist Alden German. Right here, the emergency center is open, and the governor saying we are still seeing severe and dangerous weather across Kentucky. Please stay safe inside of your homes and take precautions as needed. The worst of the severe weather should be over by daybreak, from the governor's office at the emergency center there. Okay, Alden, your update there.
All right, Doug, we're still looking at that closure on I-65 South. I got off the phone with MetroSafe just a couple of minutes ago, and they're saying that I-65 South is still closed in both directions because of down power lines across the interstate. This also includes the ramps onto and off of I-65 and the outer loop ramps in those areas. So, Becca, if you can take Max 3 really quick, you can still see that back up there, and traffic has not moved now in quite some time. So it's still standstill, and it's going to remain that way until they're able to get those utility crews out there to clean that up. Max 3, please. Rebecca, and you'll see those flashing lights, and those cars have not moved, and they're going to be staying stationary there until they're able to go ahead and get that up. So Rebecca, can you pull up Max 3, please, so we can see I-65? There we go. Thank you. Traffic, what is there? You see that one semi moving very, very slowly, but otherwise what we've been told, they have power lines down there across I-65, and we don't have an estimate on when those are going to be getting cleared up. If you can come back to Max 1 really quickly, just a radar update. We don't have any new warnings in our area here. But we are still seeing a large area of rain, and the strongest thunderstorm activity now is to the south of the parkways over Taylor and Greene counties. If you can pull up Max 1, please, and you'll see that we still have some heavy rain there just to the north of Greensburg and also over Campbellsville. We're also looking at this kind of Boeing segment along I-65 there in Hart County. If I loop this over the last hour, you can see that it's been moving pretty quickly, and we just had a flash flood warning that was issued literally just now there for southern Hart County, just to the south of Munfordville, and also portions of eastern Greene County. That goes until 8:45 Central Time in the morning. So heavy rain in that area has resulted in some flooding conditions. If we look at our radar wind speeds and go back here in this same vicinity, we'll see how strong some of these wind speeds might be. That's showing me the flood warning. It's not what I want. All right, so wind speeds don't appear to be too great, thankfully, but we're still keeping, still going to keep an eye on that here. Now, as we look back to our northwest, this is not the cold front that's moving through. That cold front is still well off to our west still. So we still got a few more hours where we could potentially see some stronger thunderstorms making their way into the area. But what we see here are just some typical downpours. We don't have any lightning even being detected with this. This is crossing just to the south of Leopold there, about to make its way into parts of Meade and Breckinridge counties in Kentucky. Southern Indiana, as Ben has been saying all night, has really avoided the gun for a lot of this. And as we take an even wider view here, outside of that flash flood warning for southern Hart County and eastern Greene County, we don't have any severe weather warnings in our viewing area at the moment. So that's the good news. Does not mean that we're out of the gun yet, but it does mean at the moment we're seeing a break in this activity, which is really good. But we still have some of those stronger thunderstorms to our south there.
Pretty large flash flood warning there too. And Alden, if you can, bring up the composite radar and satellite together in that broader view of the region, and then match that up with the temperature graphic after this. I just want to see if there's anything farther west, and that's probably the cold front towards St. Louis. So there is one thunderstorm out and still in western Kentucky that's going to probably take a little while to get through here. The tornado warnings seem to be on the front edge of this line, and nothing significant happening really on that back edge. Still just something to kind of watch right there. And then as we match it up with the temperature map, this is all in that warm sector. So we're still at 68 degrees, 64 in Memphis. So that's that warm air that we've had around here lately. And then now 47 in St. Louis. So there's the cold front. And so all of our activity has been in this spring-like air, supercharged by jet stream winds right over the top of us, and that is a major reason why we've had this severe weather outbreak, is just the amazing amount of power the winds have had, and the direction the winds have been flowing as well. Single digits and teens to the northwest. We won't get that cold, but we'll be down to right around or just below freezing tomorrow night. Now, it's going to stay a very blustery day tomorrow once the thunderstorms are gone early this morning. We'll probably see some sunshine in the afternoon, but the winds will probably still stay up there around 20 to 30, maybe gusting to 40 miles per hour. It's going to be a very blustery Saturday, so you'll need to keep the decorations put away for now outside, and hopefully things aren't blowing around the neighborhood throughout the day today. So this is Futurecast. It shows around 6 to 7 o'clock this morning. Leftover showers and thunderstorms off to the southeast, hopefully not severe, but a concern now is that flooding issue that we're running into, because we're getting thunderstorms moving over the same areas, and there's the very last bit of it at about 9 o'clock. And behind this, we start to see those colder temperatures move in. We're going to be dropping down again to the 40s in the afternoon, maybe even some upper 30s by late afternoon. Then there's that cold air tonight and into Sunday morning down to around freezing, and then Sunday is going to be seasonably cool and nice. So after early this morning, we're going to transition into a nice, quiet weather pattern. And again, we've got a tornado watch at this time, but we do not have any warnings other than that flash flood warning that has been put out. So there is the tornado watch that continues east of I-65. A lot of this is until 9 a.m., but I think that'll be expired early. There you see that time frame, because I think the severe weather threat will be done probably 2 or 3 hours before that time frame. That northern portion of the tornado watch goes until 6 a.m. And then back to reflectivity, we really don't have anything severe at this time other than the potential for some flooding. And what's kind of strange, that flash flood warning is the exact track of that, I would say, medium track tornado. Long track was the one that went through Mayfield and then all the way into Breckinridge County. This was a decent amount of real estate that this one covered. It went many miles. It started in Bowling Green and then stayed and is now moving out of the viewing area. There's still good rotation with that thunderstorm that produced a tornado in Bowling Green. And so what we see is thunderstorms lining up one after another, moving along and south of the Western Kentucky Parkway, Bluegrass Parkway. And I think we're going to start to see some more of these flash flood warnings. So we're going to see the Green River maybe flooding. We're going to have to watch out for that in Greene County, Taylor County. And then other, little creeks and streams are going to have some trouble here. So if you have some early morning travel, might be interrupted by some flooding down this way. Let's go a little bit farther down to the south and zoom in a little bit towards Campbellsville. Still some strong thunderstorms down here and that we need to just kind of keep an eye on. But I don't think we have any severe winds. If we switch it over to the velocity again, just kind of check it out. Strong thunderstorm though. So it looks like the wind speeds have diminished quite a bit. So that's the good news. But now we're just kind of switching into a flooding issue, which happens a lot of times on the tail end of a severe weather outbreak. Then you're left with a lot of saturated ground, too much rain, has nowhere to go, and so it fills up all the basins. The water tables are way up, and now we're looking at a flash flood threat. So we can go ahead and put that flash flood warning back on. Did that go into part of Hart County, it looked like, Alden?
Yes, Ben, excuse me.
No problem. So southern Hart County into far western Greene County is where we have a flash flood warning and more heavy rain lining up. Not just there, but also off to the southwest, all the way to Bowling Green. That rain is just going to continue to move over these areas and possibly cause some significant flooding, unfortunately, in the same areas that picked up some tornado damage as well. It is 4:07 and 66 degrees on this early Saturday morning, December the 11th. Do we still have that traffic problem out there on Interstate 65? That was right there at Outer Loop.
Yes, you had stepped out of the studio, but that is still shut down. I-65 there in both directions. I was told they have those down power lines in the region, and there's no estimated time on when that's going to get cleaned up, but they are trying to get utility crews out there as fast as possible. So if you do happen to know somebody who's on I-65 in that area right now, just go ahead and let them know. They're going to be waiting for a while, but they are trying to get crews out there to hurry up and get that situation cleared up.
And I'm curious how Reed Yaden is doing down in Bowling Green, if they're locating some damage. What do we have back there in the booth?
We have
Jeff, Dan, Rebecca? Okay. The Mayfield situation just getting more and more devastating as we learn about the extent of the fatalities in western Kentucky and Mayfield. This will be a historic tornado for western Kentucky due to the destruction, the devastation, and the lives taken in the Mayfield area. And
we're working on getting a pretty significant update here out of Mayfield, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we have it.
Yeah, Doug's working on, I think, even trying to get the governor on the phone. But evidently, those reports are accurate from what I'm hearing in the newsroom.
Of reports of, unfortunately, numerous fatalities in the Mayfield area from a long track tornado that was on the ground through several states for several hours, hundreds of miles, and actually that same storm that caused such devastation in Mayfield, Kentucky, made it all the way into Breckinridge County and caused some issues there around the Falls of the Rough. Nothing like, of course, what they saw out to the west. This is going to be a major story on Good Morning America and on the networks throughout our Saturday. It's turning into a worse and worse situation, worse than we imagined it would be. And when we get some more information, Doug Profit will probably be out here soon with more. Nashville is now getting hit by a confirmed tornado, it looks like.
And you mentioned Nashville, and just to mention that the most severe activity right now does appear to be south of us in Tennessee, which is fortunate for us, unfortunate for them. So this is still going to be something that continues for a while, and this is really something that's affected the Mississippi Valley and the Ohio Valley, and you can see just how long this line of severe storms in. It extends all the way down past Houston towards San Antonio and Austin, Texas. So this is a very, very
and go and check in on Nashville. I mean, there's a lot of family and friends in Nashville.
Well, and I saw on social media a minute ago that somebody tweeted out a live cam of downtown, and people are walking the streets, with a confirmed tornado heading their way.
And Nashville it was last 2019. They also had that pretty.
Go ahead and go to level
March
2 radar
3rd.
in Nashville, and that looks like a pretty good area of rotation heading right to downtown Nashville. Yeah.
So this obviously is. This is obviously not in our state, but Nashville's still relatively close to us. A lot of people commute from Louisville to Nashville, and just letting you know about this information that's happening elsewhere too. If you do have loved ones that live in Central Tennessee near Nashville, towards Brentwood, Franklin, Nashville, and Central Tennessee is now really getting the brunt of this activity. But as we look back here in our area, thankfully, things have quieted down just a little bit. The threat is not over. We still have very heavy rain in southern Hart County, and that flash flood warning that's in place until 8:45 in the morning, seeing several cloud to ground lightning strikes also through Hart County, extending into portions of northern Greene County there. And again, we have not forgotten about you guys in southern Indiana. You just have some moderate to heavy rain that's falling at the moment. Nothing that is severe. Not seeing anything in terms of significant wind gusts. And as I look at chat here,
You may want to check back towards Breckinridge County, just the wind speeds. It looks like there's a line that's trying to get enhanced, maybe a little farther south.
oh, right here.
Okay, so just west of Breckinridge County again.
Let's look
I'm
at
just
winds.
curious about the wind speeds out that way. If there's still some jet energy. So, yeah, we'll just have to watch that a little bit.
That cold front Ben was mentioning earlier is still well back here to our west, but you can actually make it out just a little bit better there, where you kind of have those weird color gradients as you approach the boot heel and extreme southern Illinois. That's the cold front. And once we get that cold front through here, hopefully ahead of schedule, that's when we'll see this severe weather event really come to an end for tonight. But Ben, you mentioned that stuff near Breckinridge and Breckinridge County, and yeah, it does look like it's maybe filling in just a little bit.
Yeah, we'll just need to keep an eye on that as it heads towards Hardinsburg. Sometimes, like we've seen, it can tap into those upper level winds and bring down some straight line damaging wind gusts. Just regular rainfall happening in Elizabethtown and Eastview, but underneath that regular rainfall, I think we're still going to see 20 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts. Chelsea, I don't know if you can bring up the wind map across the area. Maybe we see some wind gusts.
There's also a new severe thunderstorm warning. Just to mention it eclipsed extreme southwestern Hart County, but just wanted to go ahead and point that out. So this is an area that's been just hit harder and harder. And Rebecca, if we could switch to Max 3, please, and look at some of these wind gusts that have been reported at the official weather stations. The sensor at Ollie International reporting a 40 mile per hour wind gust. These aren't updating every single second, so these are slightly old reports. But 40 mile per hour wind gusts pretty much downtown.
34 in Campbellsville, 32 Springfield.
So very, very windy out there, and that's been the threat we've been talking about.
And a lot of that's not thunderstorms. That's just the gradient winds. So 20 to 40 mile per hour gusts, which will continue throughout much of our Saturday, outside of any thunderstorms. All right,
Okay,
we've got an update on Reed Yaden in Bowling Green. He has been checking out some of the damage around there, and it looks like there's some significant damage from the reports we've been getting in. Reed, let us know what's going on.
Yeah, indeed. Ben, rightfully so. We pulled into Bowling Green when you were doing that last tornado warning, and you needed to stay with that. And we began collecting video damage. We right now are here at Moss Creek Avenue. We were told there was significant damage here. This apparently is the part of town where there may be as many as 36 homes destroyed. We had heard, we have information that there were some injuries in here. Don't know about the extent, but you can see that there's several homes right here just totally leveled. There is you can see water squirting up off of the foundation. So water line was broken here, and this area, the home where we're in the driveway here, the roof is partially blown off. So we'll pull up a little bit. Look, it just picked the cars up, and just they look like toy cars. Fire department's in here securing gas lines and checking for anybody that could be perhaps trapped in the rubble, making sure that there's no safety problems or no people that need help. We have not been past the Western Kentucky University campus yet. There were no injuries there on the campus. WKU officials have told Doug Proffitt that, so that much has been confirmed. So for the time being, the rain continues here, and we concur with what you said, Ben. This is going to become a flooding story for many parts of the viewing area. We found a number of streets down here that are passable, but there's a lot of standing water and so on and so forth. Looks like this home that we're looking at here, where you see the water squirting, the home was just taken off the foundation, and that's just the foundation is left and a crawl space, and that's it. The home is back here in the woods, and over there on the other side, just in rubble. I told you earlier that we saw a number of buildings near the first exit with major damage. We also did make a quick appraisal of the Corvette Museum. A lot of people wonder about that. The building, apparently, that we could tell, now this is a cursory nighttime observation, the building apparently did not take any major damage that we could see. You see firemen back here looking through the rubble. They want to make sure that someone's not trapped in there. And there's a number of, this is going on in a number of locations in this particular area. So that's the latest here in Bowling Green. You can see a steady, moderate rain continues here. Police officer stopped us a while ago and said, are we going to get another tornado tonight? And the answer to that is we don't believe so. Hopefully not. We're watching that line that you're tracking there. And we said, unfortunately, you're probably going to be dealing with rain for a while. And that looks to be the case. Ben, we'll be here in Bowling Green for a while. And we have the report out of Campbellsville. Apartment house, an apartment collapsed there. 8 people injured. So a lot of communities are suffering this morning as a result of these storms overnight. And until we get to daylight, we're really not going to know the full extent of everything. Of course, the worst appears to be down there at Mayfield. So we will remain on the air live with you through the rest of the night. Then we go into our morning block, and we continue right on. Ben, back to you and the storm team there in Studio G.
Yeah, thank you, Reed. Not a good-looking situation happening in Bowling Green, and we're hearing more and more devastating news out of Mayfield, Kentucky. When we get some of the confirmations from that, we will pass it along to you. But this might be remembered as one of the worst days as far as fatalities in the Commonwealth for a long, long time. In Metro Louisville, we just have regular old rainfall, but wind gusts around 20 to 40 miles per hour. Those 20 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts are not because of thunderstorm activity. It's just the winds that we're going to have because of the powerful storm system overall. Is just producing some really gusty winds. That cold front's going to blow through a little bit later this morning, and it's going to drop the temperatures down to the 40s later on today. We do have a flash flood warning that is in Hart County and into Greene County. That stretches all the way into Bowling Green, where meteorologist Reed Yaden was just telling us about. And then this flash flood warning goes until 8:45. Might get extended into some other areas as you see the strong thunderstorms, really heavy rainfall continues to go down over the same areas. Severe thunderstorm warning until 3:45 Central Time, 4:45 Eastern Time. That does include just a little bit of a portion of southwestern Hart County. The National Weather Service will be very busy today, tomorrow, maybe over the next several days, doing various storm surveys. Some of our smaller tornadoes might not be the top priority because of all the devastation that's been happening over western Kentucky out towards Mayfield with the destructive and really catastrophic tornado that happened down that direction. So here is I-65 and Highway 31, and we still have numerous thunderstorms crossing these areas. For the most part, this is not severe, though. We can go ahead and back out the view and see what else is going on in some other places. And there you can see southern Indiana, still gusty winds here. We've got I'm not seeing any thunder. It looks like just some heavy downpours heading towards Corden, kind of heading down Interstate 64 up in Clark County as well. We're seeing that line that we were talking about earlier kind of expanding now into Breckinridge County and northern, just north of Hardinsburg. Might get some wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour out of that leading edge of that thunderstorm right there. And then let's look ahead. We'll go ahead and look ahead to Futurecast and see what's going to happen for the rest of this morning and actually plan out the rest of your weekend as well. We might as well take a look at the 7-day forecast as well. We do hear the governor will be coming up at 5 o'clock to... And we'll take another look at the roadways here coming up as well. So we are looking at heavy rain. This is around 6:30. Over areas off to the south. So this looks like the best chance for some flooding areas. And if we do have some video, I mentioned, Reed mentioned some video that he had taken earlier in Bowling Green. Wouldn't mind to try to rack that up and get that ready if we had that. Thank you very much. And then we might have a leftover downpour around 6, 7 o'clock as that cold front moves through. Just a little bit later in the morning, so we're heading to mid-morning. Watch how quickly these temperatures just begin to fall off. So 64 in Campbellsville, it shows at 9:30, and contrast that to 42, 41 up in Paoli and Bedford. So a 20-degree difference that'll be dropping a little bit later this morning. Into the afternoon, stopping about right there, upper 30s to the lower 40s. Let's go ahead and tack on winds, 20 to 30 miles per hour. It's going to feel like the 30s today, so we will definitely need to bundle up. Now, as we go through the overnight tonight, and into our December 12th, hard to keep track at this point in time. Sky will be clearing out tonight and temperatures will be dropping off down to or just below freezing, so it'll be a frosty start to our Sunday. The good news, though, by later on this evening, the winds will be diminishing and it'll be a peaceful day. We can all have a sigh of relief on Sunday and not worry about a thing weather-wise. Sunshine and temperatures in the upper 30s and lower 40s. We can put the decorations back outside on Sunday. And look at this nice quiet weather pattern that's on the way. We got 33 Sunday night, up to 60 on Monday, nice and mild there. 64 on Tuesday, still dry, mostly dry Wednesday, highs up to the upper 60s. And this time of year, you're like, all right, so what's the deal? What do we got to trade off for these warm temperatures? Well, thankfully, it doesn't look like a severe weather setup. We really had to pay a price for the recent warm up we had, of course, with what we're tracking right now. But it does look like a chance for some showers. It doesn't look like a severe weather setup at this point in time with that mild air late next week. 67 on Thursday, and then some showers possible on Friday with a high of 54 degrees. So we definitely have some nicer weather on the way as we head into next week. But still dealing with the leftovers of what has been a severe weather outbreak over Kentucky mainly. Southern Indiana, thankfully, has escaped the threat of severe weather across the area. We can go back maybe to the regional composite radar and satellite and take a look at what's out to the west. And this is kind of the last bit of it, thankfully. The cold front is actually right here, just past St. Louis. But I don't think this is going to be anything significant later on. So this, I think, is the tail end of that severe weather threat that we'll continue to watch pretty closely. The tornado watch continues for some areas until 6 a.m. and then for other areas. Oh yeah, we've cleared a couple off of the tornado watch. That's Lawrence and Jackson County. I think east of I-65, just east of Louisville, this area is until 6 a.m. Might get canceled early. And then this area is until 9 a.m. So that highlighted areas until 6. Okay, let's check in on some video that Reed Yaden got earlier. Some of the damage to the Corvettes, the semi-tractor trailer that was delivering some of those Corvettes. Doesn't look like, hopefully, too much damage to those awesome vehicles right there. And he was, Reed mentioned maybe damage to 30 homes in Bowling Green, and possibly, there you can see some other damage. Looks like a overturned semi. So yeah, there was a significant tornado that went right through downtown Bowling Green, and then it went through parts of Hart, Greene, Taylor, and Marion counties. I think we'll have a confirmed tornado in at least Taylor and Marion County. We might have another tornado confirmed that was just in eastern Bullitt County into parts of Spencer County earlier this evening, and possibly another confirmed tornado in southwestern Breckinridge County. Okay, we've got, I'm sorry, I missed what you were saying. Okay, yeah, state of emergency was declared by the governor, and we've got that video that we will roll for you as well.
The National Guard has been activated. The Transportation Cabinet is deploying additional assistance. I've been in direct contact with the county judge, the mayor, the fire chief, and others. Our state EOC is active.
That was Governor Andy Beshear talking about the declaration of the state of emergency in Western Kentucky. So we want to go back to Max 3 and show you the backup that is still in place on Interstate 65. And Alden, last check, it was like both lanes, even the on-ramps were shut down.
The last time, looking here right now, it is especially I-65 North. That's the main problem area, but they also have the on and off ramps from 65 and the outer loop in that same area also blocked off. So still no new updates on that. Because those are down power lines, they've got to get those utility crews out there, and since it's such an expansive area too, that's also probably why it's going to be taking a little bit longer. But no new updates on that front with I-65 being reopened anytime soon. They're near the outer loop near Okolona because of some down power lines in that region. You can see that traffic is still standstill. The headlights that are facing us are northbound, and it looks like we maybe have some traffic trying to get southbound there. That could be off of the interstate. I do see some flashing lights there on the southbound side. So hopefully those are utility crews that are actually getting there at the moment to hopefully get that cleaned up.
Let's go ahead and put the live camera view on Max 1, and then we'll just kind of take a look around.
Our Metro cams?
Yep. Looks
Okay,
like the flags are blowing pretty
Max
good.
1, please. Thank you.
Flags are blowing pretty good there. Lots of heavy rain. That is just north of Elizabethtown right now. Some of the cameras a little bit dark, obviously, and just going to see if they're kind of moving around. There's Interstate 65 traffic moving fine through Hospital Curve. No flooding through Metro Louisville. Looks like the highest flooding threat is going to remain south of Louisville and south of the Bluegrass and Western Kentucky Parkways, where there is a flash flood warning over parts of Hart County and southern Hart County. We want to check back in with meteorologist Reed Yaden, who's been all over the Commonwealth today. And what's the latest where you're at, Reed?
We had was that 35 or 36 homes are destroyed, and the shot we have up is looking across there, and let's see if we can pan it to the right just a little bit. There's another whole section just devastated here. As we pulled up, EMS was transporting one person. The person was alert and talking, and they are being transported. What firemen are doing now, police and firemen, are going through just making sure there's no one trapped in a partially destroyed home, trapped under rubble, in their home. They need to be evacuated because they have an injury. And then they're also securing any gas lines and utilities, electricity and the like. Most of the electricity over in this section of Bowling Green is out. But this part of town is just wiped out. I can imagine what it's going to look like in the daylight. The job in here is being made even more difficult by this moderate to heavy rain that continues to fall. So we'll continue our survey here in Bowling Green. We understand that WBKO was heavily damaged. We'll eventually get there, and then we'll also find out what damage, if any, they've had on the campus at WKU. I want to emphasize the school administration. Doug Proffitt talked to someone, and they have said there were no injuries. All students at WKU are safe. We're thankful for that. Ben, we'll be here for a while, and then eventually we may work our way toward Campbellsville, where they've had a lot of damage over there, and it does appear we'll end up with a confirmed tornado that touched down there in Taylor County as well. Reed Yaden live in Bowling Green. Back to Studio G, the WHAS 11 Storm Team.
Meteorologist T.G. Shuck, and what we want to kind of discuss is the historic nature of what happened tonight, as we're trying to confirm quite a few fatalities that we're hearing in Mayfield, Kentucky, and this might be some of the worst since maybe 1974.
Yeah, it's been a while. You know, as we were obviously watching some of the storms that were beginning to get close to our viewing area earlier this evening, we were watching that storm coming out of Fulton County in far, far western Kentucky. And, you know, we've been doing this a while, and I can't remember seeing that kind of radar signature. And, you know, it's a terrible feeling relative to that. But once Doug gets hooked up here, let's see. Can you bring Doug's mic up, Dan? Okay.
All right, with me
on,
live from Kentucky State Police is Trooper Sarah Burgess to get the latest on the situation at Mayfield, Kentucky. Trooper, can you give me the situation on the number of fatalities that you know of in the Mayfield area?
I do not have any numbers yet at this time.
The governor has come out tonight saying he believes that there were many fatalities. I was wondering if you could confirm that.
We do expect loss of life, but we do not have any numbers at this time. We are still working on scene at several different locations.
Tell me the situation in Mayfield now. Are there a large number of fatalities, or do you know the situation at the candle factory that collapsed?
I do know that the candle factory has collapsed. There was a secondary collapse. I don't know the time estimate as far as how much later the secondary collapse was, but there have been several people reported trapped there. I do not have any numbers on how many would be trapped or how many fatalities we may have at this time. We just don't have those numbers yet.
Do you believe there are fatalities at the candle factory?
We do suspect loss of life, but we don't have any confirmed numbers yet.
I can tell this has hit you hard. I can tell it in your voice. And again, we're live on the air here in Louisville. People want to help. I know that there are rescue crews coming from Metro Louisville to head to Mayfield, Kentucky as we speak. Can you give me the situation on just how badly Mayfield has been hit and how widespread the catastrophe is there?
It has definitely been hit hard, and it's very widespread. We have numerous homes that have collapsed, and of course, as you've mentioned, the candle factory. We've had damage to nursing homes. We've had damage just to the court square. In fact, even the courthouse here in Graves County has been damaged.
So you expect, as the governor has been, he's going to have a news conference coming up here in a few minutes. We do want to let people know that at 5 o'clock we are told that the fatalities could number in the dozens.
That's a possibility, sir. We don't have any numbers at this time, but that is a possibility.
Can you tell me what you need right now? You've got a lot of caring people in this area who'd like to help
Right now, prayers are appreciated. We do have crews working on the roadways, so we would really like to urge people to stay off the roadways that unless they have an emergency or unless they are an emergency responder. That way we can do our work without any additional traffic involved, and just prayers.
How badly damaged is most of the town badly damaged? Was it hit that hard?
I know there are several impassable roadways, and of course, structure collapses. So it's definitely damaged a significant portion of town.
I see. Of course, and daylight coming in a few hours here, I'm sure will reveal more for you. Is the power situation pretty dire down there too? Are you without power?
Yes, sir. Most locations are. The building that I'm currently in is powered by a generator, as with some of our other emergency command locations are being powered by generators. But overall, the power is mostly out in the Mayfield area.
So once again, while I have you on the phone, I mean, you believe you have enough rescue crews coming in now, or do you need more help from volunteers to help find people in these homes and the candle factory that collapsed?
At this time, we are working with the crews that we have here. Any additional resources will be requested through appropriate channels, and we will appreciate those when we request those for sure.
All right. Again, Trooper Sarah Burgess with Kentucky State Police is joining me on the phone here, where the situation she's describing in Mayfield, Kentucky, after a catastrophic tornado came through there. About what time would you pinpoint when that tornado moved through Mayfield, Sarah?
I believe it was shortly before 10 o'clock p.m. last night.
Okay. And that would be Central Time?
Yes, sir. I apologize. Central Time.
Okay. Prayers to everyone down there, your community, of course, down there very near the Paducah area. I know that it's a tragedy that is only growing, and I thank you for your update here tonight, and God bless you all in Western Kentucky.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Trooper Sarah Burgess with Kentucky State Police giving us that update. Once again, the governor has been telling us that he felt the number of fatalities could be very large, in focusing there in Mayfield, Kentucky and Western Kentucky, and as the trooper is confirming to us tonight, could very well number in the dozens, as numerous homes have just collapsed in Western Kentucky and that Mayfield area, which is a town just south of Paducah, Kentucky. The candle factory, again, continues to be one of the focus of the rescue efforts, and that's been going on for hours there. Dozens of people were inside that candle factory. Possibly up to 100 people were in there when that candle factory collapsed. And that set off a massive rescue where they were calling for help from the public all across that community there in Western Kentucky to come with shovels, whatever they had to help join in the effort, the volunteer effort. And now police are in there with a massive rescue effort. I know that there has been talk about rescue crews from Metro Louisville heading to the west if they aren't already. We should be getting an update on that somehow throughout the evening. So as we stand right now, the two major damage areas with the most severely hit are Mayfield, Kentucky, and Bowling Green, also there in southern Kentucky, just south of Louisville, where we do know at least that the students at Western Kentucky University are safe, even though there is significant damage around the Bowling Green area. So TG, I know she pinpointed that massive tornado going through there at 10 o'clock, which would be...
It was about it was actually about 9:30.
9:30, 10 o'clock Central Standard Time. And you know, we don't... The words being used to describe that tornado, we haven't heard around here in quite a while. I mean,
yeah.
you could get back and tell us once again just how big it was.
Well, and that's one thing we were talking about before you came out, Doug, is just the historical perspective of this particular storm. I mean, if this was May 10th or 11th, this would be a big deal. I mean, this is on a national scale. It's really on a historic scale. I think just given some of the numbers that have been floating around that we've been trying to get confirmed, and I'm sure the governor will have that coming up at the top of the hour, you're going to have to go back to the super outbreak in 1974 when there was 148 tornadoes in 13 states in about 48 hours. Now here in Kentucky, through that event, we had 71 fatalities, and going back, you know, obviously with the advent of technology, the improvement with the radar system, with warnings ahead of time, that has really, really prevented loss of life. And I think it's a case of where we're going to have to go all the way back to the super outbreak of 74, April 3rd and 4th, 1974. The big one, that event, that was a generational outbreak. And then the closest thing we had to that recently was coming up on 10 years, March 2nd, 2012, of course, with the Henryville tornado. The worst hit area that event was Brandenburg in Meade County. Back then it was the F scale, now it's the EF scale, but that was an F5, and it killed 31 people in a town of about 1,800 people. And I went back 1999 for the 25th anniversary and did a half-hour special, and the emotions from people that lived through that a quarter century later were still very, very raw. And sadly, it appears that that's what we're going to end up with, especially out in Mayfield. Of course, Bowling Green's bigger. There's a lot of damage there. But given the radar signatures that we saw from our chairs here, it's just kind of a helpless feeling knowing that a community of 10,000 is getting hit literally right down the center. When it was, you know, back in Fulton County, Kentucky, out by the Mississippi River, we were remarking here in the Weather Center that it was heading right toward Mayfield, Graves County. Again, a lot of folks have family in Western Kentucky. Mayfield, fantastic town, always had their football team has historically done very, very well, won a number of state football championships, just a wonderful community. And unfortunately, you know, it's been devastated last evening, and this is something that's going to stick around for a while and obviously going to take a lot of recovery. But literally, it's going to be like a 50-year tornado. It's been nearly 50 years. We're coming up here in a few years on the 50th anniversary of the super outbreak, and I think with, again, some of the things that we've been hearing as far as fatality numbers and that kind of thing, it's probably, unfortunately, may end up rivaling what we had back, you know, in the super outbreak, which is tragic in 2021, given all of the advancement in technology, all the warnings well ahead of time. I mean, the National Weather Service did a wonderful job of issuing a tornado emergency and having that warning out with plenty of lead time. And that's one of the reasons, especially when it's an out-of-season event, when it's occurring at night, and when it's occurring on a Friday night, when people, a lot of times, 5 p.m. hits, they check out of the news cycle and social media for the weekend. So those are three factors that we were really concerned with. And again, the Storm Prediction Center did a great job on their part of really raising the flag and sounding the alarm this afternoon by upping that area out into western, really northeastern Arkansas, West Tennessee, West Kentucky, and southeast Missouri into that level 4 out of 5, which we rarely see the 4 out of 5 during the heart of our severe weather season in the spring and early summer. So, you know, with so much wind energy, and this will be an historically long track, because this tornado was on the ground for hundreds of miles and for several hours. It first touched down in northeastern Arkansas, went through the Boot Heel, Missouri, up into far western Kentucky, did the damage in Mayfield, the county seat of Graves County, and then ironically moved eastward into Benton, which is the county seat in Marshall County. If you've been down to the land between the lakes, Kentucky Lake, Lake Barkley, that area, and then up into Caldwell County to the northeast and impacted Princeton, the county seat. So, you know, Chief Meteorologist Ben Pine and I, or Ben mentioned it many times, it's been amazing how cities, even smaller communities, county seats have been directly hit by this particular tornado. But you're going to have to go back, I think, nearly probably 100 years. Of course, one of the historic tornado outbreaks was the tri-state tornado of 1925 that impacted that area, but I think just a little bit farther to the north. Now, again, that was nearly 100 years ago, and times were different, and many more people, unfortunately, lost their lives in that event. But as technology has increased, we've been able to cut down on situations like tonight. But unfortunately, everything kind of came together for just devastation out into western Kentucky. So one last thing I want to show you here, as you know, again, we're just mainly dealing with heavy rain. I do want to show the storm reports here because we didn't have a chance to do that before Doug stepped in. But all of the tornado symbols or icons that you see here from northeastern Arkansas into far southern Missouri, and then the one that is due south of Paducah, that is the that's a tornado that has devastated Mayfield. And this could rival as far as damage and strength. I mean, just looking at some of the pictures just off the top of our head, you know, we're probably looking at EF4 damage at least, but you think of communities like Joplin, Missouri, Parkersburg, Iowa, just had an EF5 in 2008, Greensburg, Kansas back in the late 2000s, communities that were just literally leveled. And of course, we've been on the air continuously for hours and hours all through the night and haven't had much chance to check pictures on social media, but we're starting to get some of those in, and the devastation out there is unbelievable. Now, the icons that you see farther to the east, up around Central City, there were additional tornadoes. Of course, we had those around here, but sadly, it looks like late Friday evening into early this Saturday morning, Ben Pine, unfortunately, is going to be a historic event that no one would really ever think would occur, especially literally 2 weeks before Christmas.
Yeah, that is an awesome summary that in the historic perspective that you gave us. If we can move over to the east with these storm reports and just click on some around here and see what we've been dealing with through the overnight hours, and notice how southern Indiana just escaped everything, really dodged the bullet. We've had some thunderstorm damage here in eastern Bullitt County, western Spencer County. A report of a collapsed structure with people trapped on Feather Creek Road north of Campbellsville in northern Taylor County. That was this report right here. So that's the city of Hobson. That was at 3:22 Eastern time. So that was just about over an hour ago. Again, emergency management reporting of a structure collapsing and trapping someone there. Some social media pictures showing structural damage to 2 different buildings, trees blown across Old Louisville Road, and that was in High Grove. And that was at 1:50 in the morning. And then we had some damage reports in Breckinridge County, reports of a tree down on 992 in Hardinsburg. And there are a lot of gaps in between here.
And those will come filtering in, obviously, Ben, as we get into the daylight hours later on this morning and again in the coming days. And you mentioned it. I mean, the Weather Service is going to have a tall task, especially the Paducah office where this thing went through the heart of their county warning area. But even out, you know, the good folks at the Louisville National Weather Service office here in town, there are so many of these small little spin-ups that we were tracking for you that I think are going to eventually, you know, be ruled tornadoes.
Right. And let's go back just to the very beginning and kind of reset. So here's what we have. A tornado watch is still in place for most of the area, although the tornado threat is really going down. We are concerned about some flooding for some areas off to the south. And is that a new severe thunderstorm warning?
Like
that thing is huge if it is.
Yeah.
So they have warned this whole entire line.
Yeah, so it looks like Southern Hardin, LaRue,
Yep.
into
Hart,
Western
Green.
Taylor, Green, all of Hart.
So
And, yeah.
this line right here is potentially producing some severe thunderstorm, straight line wind damage.
5:15.
And so this is out for another 25 minutes. And this is huge. This is the largest severe thunderstorm warning that we've seen in quite some time. So if we look at the velocity, we'll probably see some higher wind speeds along that. Yeah. So the jet is still over the top of us. That blue's over 60 miles per hour. And so that line is tapping in. They're probably getting some reports as well. So Munfordville, Cave City, Glasgow, not a good time to be driving around because potential flooding and potential straight line wind damage as well. This is probably going to knock down some trees, cause some power outages. We have strong winds just above the treetops here up in Grayson County. And so, yeah, again, I mean, if you query some of these, we're probably looking at 58, 64 mile per hour winds at Cave City. So this is Hart County, Bonneville, Munfordville, and we've got that severe thunderstorm warning that goes into Greene County as well. And that is that flash flood warning in southern Hart County that goes until, I believe, 8:30 in the morning. So still dealing with some severe weather things happening here south of the Bluegrass Parkway. Back to reflectivity, heavy rainfall still coming down, and again, that is the warning that we have. Heavy rain happening in Valley Station, Brandenburg, over to Irvington, and then just kind of a steady light rain over much of our southern Indiana counties along the Ohio River. Unfortunately, Metro Louisville is getting in on some heavy rain. Let's go ahead and check out the velocities in Louisville too. We had some strong winds move through Louisville, caused some spotty power outages. Doesn't look too terrible at this time. That's probably 30, 40 mile per hour winds.
I would think this go around, Ben, that we've got to be concerned with maybe some street flooding, low-lying areas, that kind of thing, because yet another round of heavier rain coming through.
Yeah, that's on the tail end of these systems. You're just overly saturated, and we're still getting some thunderstorms around. Let's go ahead and advance, to the broader view, the radar and satellite combined, and that cold front is still a little ways out to the west. I believe that right there is the cold front. Look at all the numerous tornado warnings that are continuing just east of Nashville. It looked like a tornado was going right for Nashville over the last half hour. And then some severe thunderstorms east of Indianapolis. But this looks like the back edge of the severe weather threat for us, which will be ending here over the next, I would say, hour or two. And then the very tail end right there, that little bit of shower activity, is the actual cold front. So the temperature map is going to show quite a contrast in temperatures across the area. So why did this happen in western Kentucky, the destructive tornado that's going to be historic? Look at this warm up in December. We're in the upper 60s, lower 70s. We had unstable air. Instability is one big ingredient to cause a severe weather outbreak. We had very cold temperatures aloft because of a trough of low pressure, warm air at the surface. The warm air wants to rise, and then we had so much powerful jet stream energy. It was the perfect combination for a tornadic event. And unfortunately, one of those tornadoes became a long track, monster, destructive, and deadly tornado in western Kentucky. So there is the cold front out to our west, down to 44 in St. Louis, 35 in Springfield, and some teens and 20s farther out to west. We're not going to get that cold, but we will drop to around 30, 31 later on tonight. So that's the kind of air that'll be on top of us later on today, and it's going to be just kind of seasonably cool. Looking ahead at Futurecast here, we just got an update. So through about 6 o'clock in the morning, still looking at some leftover rain for some areas south of the Bluegrass Parkway. And then it's all gone for us just after sunrise. This is around 9 to 9:30 in the morning. And watch how quickly those temperatures drop off. in the 30s by late afternoon. And the wind chills are going to be way down too, because we're still going to have some wind gusts around 20 to 30 miles per hour through the daytime today, even though the sunshine is coming back out. This is at 6 p.m. later on Sunday, and temperatures will be on the cool side. So still, again, a tornado watch across the area that we're going to keep a close eye on. We're not seeing as much rotation, thankfully. The strength of the thunderstorms is not as robust across the area. You can see it's kind of more unorganized and widespread across Kentuckiana at this time. Things really drying out. You're in the clear around Seymour and Bedford and Paoli and English and Jasper, but you still might hear the windows kind of rattling. You might hear some of the trees outside because of the winds that are not going to die down even when the thunderstorms move away from our area. So far we just have that one pretty large flash flood warning. There's a severe thunderstorm warning that should still be there. Do we have the warning map, TG? I can probably bring that up.
Yeah, and Ben, looking at...
Yeah, there's still that severe thunderstorm warning to the south.
Well, and looking at some of the some additional damage reports, of course, the long track tornado that we've talked about that's obviously devastated Mayfield earlier on Friday evening, and as we were tracking it into southern Breckinridge County, we talked about the Falls of Rough area near the state park a good bit, and a report here within the last 20 minutes, the state park area, the airport area as well, sustained damage, including multiple boat shed buildings flattened, boats and campers displaced or flipped over, approximately 200 yards of power lines down, and lots of debris scattered across the airport. Highway 110 is blocked by trees, and multiple houses have damage through the area. So it sounds like when all's said and done, that's probably, as far as our viewing area, going to be, you know, the strongest confirmed tornado based on some of the damage reports, because that was at the tail end of the long track tornado as it weakened out.
I would only argue with you with that that one around Campbellsville. That one really tightened up as it moved into Marion County. So they're going to do some storm surveys down here too, which might match some of that damage there, because there was that report of some structure damage as well. I want to check in with meteorologist Reed Yaden. He's been down in the Bowling Green area where there was some severe damage. I guess we don't have Reed at this time. We'll try to get back with him in a little bit. All right, we'll try to get in touch with him in just a second. But Reed Yaden traveled out into Breckinridge County earlier and intercepted some of that debris from that severe thunderstorm warning with that tornado. Traveled all the way down to Bowling Green and is probably going to make a trip over to Campbellsville to check on some of the damage there. So there was a tractor trailer semi here loaded with Corvettes that sustained some damage. And Reed was out there getting some of this as well down in Bowling Green. And here's a look at a flipped over semi as well. So this is just kind of a sample of some of the damage that Reed came across as he was heading into Bowling Green a little bit earlier
And
today.
Ben, as we look at the radar again, you see that flash flood warning that's stretched out right through the heart south of the metro. And we talked about the flooding issue that goes until 8 a.m. So it's Harrison County in Indiana, Breckinridge, Bullitt, Franklin, Hardin, Jefferson, part of Jefferson, Meade, and then Shelby and Spencer counties. Those are all included.
Ben, talking about Bowling Green, we're getting more reports from the ABC station down there saying now several warehouses at an industrial park have collapsed. Power is out, so it's difficult to see anything. And she goes ahead and says the daylight is going to certainly bring forth a lot of heartbreaking damage in Bowling Green. One thing we continue to see are the Twitter reports from WKU that the students are fine there, although they have significant damage around WKU. Now, if you are just tuning in, maybe you have stayed with us since before 11 o'clock last night. That's when we went on the air with our full storm team coverage here. In just a couple of minutes, we're expecting a live briefing from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. He is supposed to give us a briefing here at 5 o'clock on the situation in western Kentucky, where we are expecting to hear about a significant number of deaths in the Mayfield area from a catastrophic tornado that went through much earlier this evening. As You may have heard my live interview with Trooper Sarah Burgess of Kentucky State Police. She is based in Mayfield right now, down in that area. She told us that numerous homes have collapsed. Also, a candle factory, you've been hearing a lot about that, has collapsed, and they feel that there might be fatalities focused around that candle factory, where more than about 100 people were working inside at the time. They've also had a nursing home there collapsed and badly damaged, according to the trooper we interviewed here in just a little bit. We have been going over the number of fatalities from the last decades here in Kentucky, and TG, of course, I'll never forget 1974. Yep. Because as a little boy here in Louisville, I was watching this TV station, and Ken Rowland and the rest of the crew tell us about the fatalities in Meade County, Kentucky, which turned out to be 31 people dead. But across the state of Kentucky, the number was much higher.
Yeah, there were 71. And as I was talking earlier, when I was working in the Lexington market, the 25th anniversary of the super outbreak in 1999, did a special from Brandenburg. That was a town of 1,800, and they had 31 people killed. And I talked to several people who lived through it, some of them a little bit older, and they've since passed away. But a quarter century later, the emotion from them was just still seemed as fresh, asking them about that horrible day on April 3rd, 1974. And sadly, unfortunately, it appears we're going to have a similar situation with Mayfield. You know, it will be a historic tornado that, you know, people will mention the Mayfield tornado, and you'll know exactly what they're talking about.
And now I'm getting more concerned about Bowling Green. With what we're seeing, and we're talking about, we could actually learn about Bowling Green for the very first time from the governor here in just a few minutes.
And you were down here as we were tracking that storm. You know, we had kind of focused on the long track tornado dissipating, and then, you know, we caught on to, hey, Southern Kentucky hasn't been worked over. Man, look what's going on in Bowling Green, and boy, it really, really tightened up. And again, the reports that Reed Yaden has provided for us, the video, the pictures, whatnot, pretty incredible.
Was the Bowling Green tornado the same one that went through Mayfield, or did we have?
No, that was an entirely separate storm. The one that went through Breckinridge County, that was the Mayfield tornado, basically at the end of its hours long and hundreds of miles life cycle. I mean, it's rare. I mean, you know, even then you'll get that in the Central Plains during the heart of the severe weather season, but for, you know, a singular tornado to be on the ground for hundreds of miles through 4 states and to hold the strength that it is. I mean, I've been doing this more than 25 years, and this is really, especially in this part of the country, of course it happens, Oklahoma, Texas, that kind of thing, but and you've been around here a long time as well, Doug. You know that this is clearly historic.
Well, Ben? And guys, I just want to give you an update on power outages too. LG&E and KU are reporting almost 30,000 without power in Jefferson County and Metro Louisville, reporting 7,000, almost 7,600 without power, and in Oldham County over 1,000. Hart County over 1,000.
Ben, so. is that 30,000 number though the combined LG&E KU figure?
That's in Kentucky, yeah.
Okay, so that, because Metro Louisville has very little power outages. Is that correct? Jefferson County?
Jefferson County has 7,593. So
7,000 now?
Yeah.
Okay, because at one point it was 600.
It's going up because of the straight line winds that we had that went through. And
you're right that people reported were actually shaking their homes in Okolona and eastern Jefferson County.
Yeah, and then looks like Hart County has 1,200 without. So there are some significant power outages that we were expecting because of straight line winds and also some of the isolated tornadoes that we had. I'm sure there's going to be probably a half dozen tornado surveys that are going to be done, storm surveys over the next couple of days within our region in Kentucky, but not Indiana. Indiana, you know, just got lucky and somehow escaped. all the damaging storms this time around. And what we have left over now is a flooding issue. This is kind of a long and a skinny looking flash flood warning that we have that moves through Breckenridge, parts of Meade, northern Hardin, Bullitt, Spencer, and into Shelby counties, including Franklin County. And then you've got this other flash flood warning that is going into Hart County. Hart County, by the way, is dealing with another strong thunderstorm that could be tapping into some damaging winds. There's actually a severe thunderstorm warning that is in parts of LaRue, eastern Hart, Greene, and northern Taylor County. We could have some winds in excess of 60, 70 miles per hour there. Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we're going to get ready to go to the governor here in just a second. I'm getting a sort of a countdown, but I.
Good morning. We are nearing the end of the most severe tornado event in Kentucky's history. Multiple tornadoes have touched down, and we have damage in, I believe, over a dozen Kentucky counties. The primary tornado was on the ground continuously for over 200 miles in our state, something we have never seen before. We have deaths in multiple, possibly many counties.